Thieves.
It's playoff time in Shanghai, baby. We're about to see a great matchup between two incredible teams. The bombastic 100 Thieves going up against the ambitious FUT. What a way to kick off the playoffs.
Before FUT made playoffs in Champions, it was the first time they'd ever done that, but they went out 0-2 from there. EG, under Bustio's leadership, went on to win that event. And now with a completely new team around him, he's looking to take 100 Thieves to another international performance for the first time in years.
Yep, and as we take a look at our series layout, you got Icebox, Vine, and if necessary, Ascent. Kukuka, what do you make of these?
I mean, no surprises on the vetoes. They pretty much have permabans, both of them. But, I'm surprised to see the Icebox. I know that FUT struggled a bit, especially on the defense against FPX. But I'm also surprised because, I consider that 100 Thieves has such a strong map pool that there is no easy answer here.
Yeah, I think their Icebox is actually really strong. They play a Sova Gecko composition, which a couple other teams in Americas were picking up, but you don't really see much throughout the rest of the world. And I think it's actually pretty tough to play against the first time. There's a lot of util timings where the Sova Dart's going to come one side, the Gecko Dizzy on the other, and it's really hard to break that, especially on their executes and on their retakes. I think that could run FUT over if they're not prepared.
And especially starting on the defense, putting Cryo on the operator as soon as possible.
It's gonna give him a lot of confidence
I think that
early
the
on,
timings, the timings that he gets, the timings that Asuna gets with his Gecko utility are absolutely crisp. They can, get off to a very good start. Now, going on to Bind, I think that there was a reason to pick it. FUT has played it here. They have an idea of how they want to do things with the composition that they have looked to be settled on, at least for this event. There's always, a chance for a surprise. At the end of the day, it's still FUT. But I really think that this is a good veto for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, Bind, they've only lost it once in America's 2G2. They turned around and beat G2 the next time on that map. This, in my opinion, is clearly the strongest map for 100 Thieves. I think it's going to be really difficult to find an upset there if you're FUT. This is looking like a good veto, in my opinion, for 100 Thieves 2-0.
Yeah, so both of you guys agree, 100 Thieves 2-0 here. I mean, hey, listen, there's a strong probability, though, that Icebox can run away really early on for FUT. Like they have been known in the past in our previous matchups, go up with that 6-0 lead right out of the gate. I don't know.
Crazy.
Yeah, it'll be wild, bro.
I've seen it cry to just not make any sense.
I think win conditions for FUT, starting on the attacking side of Icebox, #1 winning pistol is going to be big. Stopping the economy getting out of control for 100 Thieves and denying Cryo and Operator is massive. #2, when you're on your executes, you need to be fighting forward for backside and disrupting space on this retake. If you're playing close on site and you let 100 Thieves scrim their retake with this comp, they'll destroy you.
Yeah, exactly. Also, denying the ores for 100 Thieves is also going to be important. We know that they want to go on that hunt for them.
Snowball.
Exactly. They want everything to snowball. The economy, the ults. If you are to lose that pistol, you have to attack one of those flanks. Again, I think that it has to be obviously a group effort, and they have to deal very, very well with the timings. Remember, we were talking about the nerfs at the beginning of the tournament. This is going to be the first time the 100 Thieves plays within them. So also some pressure onto Bang, that has been having a crazy performance, especially on playoffs.
He's been great. On the side of FUT, players I'm looking at to step up, of course, come down to CNET. This head-to-head against Cryo is going to be really fun, and he's a great player to snowball sides in his own right.
Well, let's get the playoffs started, and who better to kick off the action than the dynamic duo from the Pacific region? You got Achilleos and Paperthin on the call.
Thank you very much, GB. Yes, playoffs finally among us. Cannot wait to dive into this action. FUT off the back of a bit of a scrape into the playoffs here. 100 Thieves, first time appearance here in Shanghai. Let's see how they fare.
Yeah, big time expectations for 100 Thieves in particular after winning Americas in pretty convincing fashion. And FUT, on the other hand, has really had to fight and claw their way to get here. They have had to play a lot of grueling matches. So how much is that going to affect them? With all this prep time that 100 Thieves has had, are they going to be super prepared for this? This is a map that FUT has showed a couple times. They're going to be starting on the attacker side, going for a bit of a mid-push. The turret does check. Yeah, a couple players waiting.
Yeah, tucked away here on the side so far. Nothing being spotted, but now opening up here with that sheriff in hand, is able to find one kill. That kind of does fall. CNET going to be taken down as well as Cryo gets himself on the board. 2 for 1. Decent start here for the side as the shock dart lob in there from EU, able to find Mr. Fallen after Cryo gets taken down. And that leaves Gen.G on his lonesome. A couple pot shots there with that Sheriff, but otherwise, Spike completely stranded within tube. And this is really going to come down to how much damage can you deal.
Yeah, it's just a great setup here. 400 Thieves, that turret to give them the early info. And then the 2 players to watch that tube push. Gen.G trying to find a sneaky angle behind the back lines of 100 Thieves, but so far everybody just sort of holding their ground. EU, I think on the other side of the wall there. Yep, gets spotted through the window.
And that's going to be brutal there. Think just through the corner, taking him down to 13 HP. Now 1 tap onto Asuna if he can find the shot, but 30 seconds to play around with here. Looks like Gen.G just going to be looking to reroute, cut his way back across here in towards bottom mid. But this is just an impossible situation. Would have to get all of the kills here. Just not enough time, not set up for success here. As everyone had gotten picked apart. Can he get the first elimination? Shot sent. Looks like they're just they want to leave him alive. They want to say, you know what, you've got that Sheriff in hand. We just want to leave you with no bonus whatsoever, no extra cash coming through as they just stray away from him. You can see the smile on his face, but I think it's going to be pain within him. Up over the top, a couple shots found, does get the connection there, but will not die. And that is brutality off the rip here from 100 Thieves.
Yeah, they just look like they had this 2 push read really well. Even the Dizzy jumping in to help in the middle of all of this. You can see it comes through the window. That's such a great setup from 100 Thieves. That was entirely ready for a 2 push or maybe underneath tube, something like that, but they were very ready, and yeah, they know what they just did. And now FUT able to keep a couple Sheriffs. That's about it in terms of purchases. Mostly Bulldogs, a Guardian, and already doing some damage, but Cryo takes a bit in return here.
Takes a little bit, but Asuna getting himself boosted back over the top, able to find 1, swings out, notes that there's a player behind him, he's able to find 3, but out of captain, Mr. Fallen finding 1 apiece, swap over the Classic, and Asuna suddenly on for the ace! Here in round number 2. Wingman to lead the charge, takes his time to reload. The crowd electrified, chanting for it. Trying to manifest this ace here for him. See if he'll be able to find it. If Mr. Fallen will give him the time of day. It's a slow creep back forward to see if he can deal some additional damage here. As for now, it is just going to be the weapons picked up. Saved, carried over, so not much damage realistically dealt here to the side of 100 Thieves here in this anti-eco, but ace will not be found. Fang will go ahead and get himself an elimination to close out relatively clean 2-0.
Yeah, strong start for 100 Thieves, and they've only played this map 3 times in stage 1. They lost very early on to Sentinels 0-2, but since then they've been on an absolute tear, not just losing that match. Since then, they've been really, really good of 100 Thieves. They dominated Loud. It was 13-4, if my memory serves me correctly, and then Leviathan, closer affair when they faced off against them, 13-10, but really strong defender side, and this early op is something that 100 Thieves loves to do. They love to squeeze this round 3 out op if they can, try to really bully their opponents around the map, and you can see FUT pretty aware of it, not giving that angle up on belt.
It's a round 3 op, but also a round 3 thrash now online as Asuna grabs that orb. Bang, reading this lurk forward here as the wall comes back up. Very much suspecting that somebody's going to be in that position. Just behind the box, couple shots going to be sent, and Gen.G does get tagged up, down to 77 at the moment. Now creeping forward, trying to find the timing, but Boostio puts him down.
Man, I mean, Boostio has been so good against this FUT core. Last year on EG, facing them twice, once in Tokyo, once in LA, bested them both times. So he has got a pretty good read on how to deal with this Turkish team. Ton of firepower for sure on FUT. 100 Thieves willing to give up a little bit of space. Kind of playing for the angle here with the op right outside of 410.
Flash over the top, Asuna rejoining their back rafter. Cryo holding it hard, angle. Dash at the ready, the Thrash trying to lead, but there's the ping off that recon, so let's go ahead. Earns the tailwind, but time is dwindling. 25 seconds remaining, and there's the shot. CNED going to be taken out first and foremost. The repick from Cryo finds himself a second. Can't quite align for the third, but damage is still dealt. It's just out of captain on his lonesome. As he scrambles to find a weapon to find the spike, he gets gunned down. Busio, the closer, as 100 Thieves get themselves a bonus round conversion.
Yeah, and so sturdy on defense. They have all these great set plays to 100 Thieves. Mimi was talking about it on the desk where they're using this util to kind of push and pull you. The toxic screen used there, kind of give a little bit of extra cover to Cryo. Even though he gets pinged, he just re-aggresses on the angle. Great stuff from him. Really, really steady with that op. Now he's going to be going over to yellow, expecting a push. Sheriffs all 4 foot. They just wait this out. Gonna use a drone to try to check.
Peeks for one, but Cryo now. Again, tailwind popped. Let's go extra aggressive here. Just gonna be waiting this out, but the peak getting ready to come through. There it is. They almost aligned for him, but either way, he finds the opening kill, and Bang is quick with a response, quick with a follow-up, as they are just absolutely demolished on this B side of the map. Gen.G, once again, similar to the pistol round, the only one left alive, Sheriff in hand, but this time a lot more firepower. 5 players on the opposite side. Dizzy over the top. Quick to shut that down, but it confirms presence all the same, and EU will find the headshot for a flawless round. 4-0 start here, 100 Thieves off to a roaring start of the playoffs.
Man, they look snappy. They look quick. They're reacting to things really nicely. Every shot seems to be connecting instantly. So 100 Thieves, even though they've been resting a little bit, we'll say, I mean, certainly they've been practicing, of course, but coming onto stage, doesn't look like they've missed a beat since the end of Americas.
I mean, it's 4 rounds, and right now, FUT, only 6 kills collectively between them. Not what you want to be seeing here for this squad on their map pick. And again, it's just going to be orb collection here from Asuna. Playing Pac-Man. As, oh, quick pick. Mr. Fallen able to avoid that, clear out of the drone, but now Bang out in front, but he still finds the shot. Seen that taken down now, Mr. Fallen dead as well as Cryo with that covering fire. Finds the eliminations, and it's just time and time again, 100 Thieves not even giving FUT the opportunity to fire off any shots. Swing out of the corner, Cracks will finally find an elimination here. Pop Flash gonna be sent, Cryo tucks back, but peeks, finds the shot, and now it's 5-0. Busio once again on his feet. This man, no stranger to the smack talk, but right now he is reinforcing it. He is backing it up in every metric.
And he is winning these crucial battles in mid as well. We haven't seen him on screen because there's been the fighting over at green, but he's been winning these tube and under tube fights, both the last 2 rounds.
I mean, he's telling them to pause, but the thing is, they're not gonna.
I think they should.
And I was just questioning it. Where is that pause? You have to suspect that it would come after this round, unless they're able to get a 30 conversion. But right now, things are not going FUT's way.
Yeah, trying to keep this op hidden. This time around, taking down the Owl drone before Cryo's identified. Amash to clear that corner, but everybody from FUT gathered, trying to make this A-hit work.
Finding one, but Cryo still unscouted, goes in to that cloud burst, pops out with the short. He's able to find one before getting taken down. Out of captain. Does find that elimination, but it's not like the operator. It's something that you really want to take forward into this, the rest of this attack round. Cleanup coming through. Out of captain now, last man standing, drops down, will end up dying. I mean, I'll be damned. They'll recover it. They don't need to. Everyone on 100 Thieves is about to be cash capped as they start off 6-0.
Yeah, just fantastic stuff. I mean, and that's when you can afford to go for those risky plays like that because you've got this bank. And yes, finally, we are going to see that timeout. Busio just 1 round ahead of it.
Sometimes you don't. I was questioning. I was like, are we pulling a Termy here?
Oh,
we're just not going to pump the brakes at all. Just going to leave him. But timeout is called. He has been a lot more proactive.
Yeah.
Give him that credit. But
yes.
Finally here, after a 0-6 beginning, FUT, the coach will look to intervene.
Well, and this is scary for FUT, Achilleos, because this is a team that's supposed to be full of really good aimers, right? Like teams that should be able to kind of outduel you, but right now it's 100 Thieves who are just straight up winning it. I mean, yes, that op has been really clean so far for Cryo, and that's shutting down a lot of these initial hits and attempts, but you need some utility, you need some ability to displace him, to keep him uncomfortable, and they haven't been able to do that just yet. So, you know, this team, this Turkish team that everybody out of EMEA is saying could be actually maybe the best team, right now they're not looking like it.
Certainly not. I mean, Gen.G, this young upstart, you know, joining in the offseason, had his debut with the squad over at Red Bull Home Ground. He was looking incredible, and at the moment, he hasn't been able to get himself on the board. He's been noted and dealt with every single round thus far.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's credit to 100 Thieves. They're reading every single move that FUT wants to make. You know, again and again, Boostio doing such a good job shutting down mid, making sure that that is unassailable for FUT.
I mean, the thing to keep in mind at the moment is that we just haven't had a plan.
No.
We haven't really even gotten into any kind of post-plant situation. The Spike has not been able to get planted whatsoever. It's just been early domination here from the side of 100 Thieves. And again, Asuna, a Thrash online. He has gone unpunished on these orb takes.
Yep. Just doesn't seem like right now FUT has much that they can do to prevent it. It just doesn't seem like there's a plan yet. I think maybe the focus during that timeout could have been just more about getting that plant down, getting to those situations where you can at least try to do something. Bang's just gonna clear the turret and back right out. Worried there might be some contact off of that, but you do have the KJ utility, the alarm bot, and the nano set up right outside of yellow. So if this is gonna be the move, but it looks like right now, FUT is just trying to sell a bit of a fake. CNED did grab an op himself. Coming into this round, there's the Hunter's Fury as well for Mr. Fallen. So let's see what they want to dial up, but the fact that the Spike's still over by the A door signals to me that they're trying to work the map. They're trying to look for a pick. They're trying to see if maybe 100 Thieves will get a little over aggressive, but right now 100 Thieves is playing very far back. They're really anticipating this B hit nicely.
Yeah, I mean, Thrash just a scout at A, trying to find any kind of lurker there. Boostio going to be noted as the recon comes across now. Nullifies the 0-point hit. Flash up over the top, CNED. That aggressive off, able to find one as Cryo's going to be taken down, but Gen.G just plus forwarding in towards the site, ends up falling down. Still two players to try to hold it. There's just not enough time at the moment left in the bank as Bang collects himself a third. CNED now last man standing, but because of the op investment, he has to just pull away. So again, they run down the clock. They all fall to pieces. And the timeout, the call, it doesn't mean jack. 7-0 start now for 100 Thieves.
Bang is just playing this positioning so well. You know, a lot of times Vipers you'll see get kind of caught up behind yellow there, but he's able to move himself to the short side of it behind the box and catches players as they're trying to peek him. He's taking Mr. Fallen out. The bite is there to make it that much easier, but his headshots have been crisp, so he doesn't matter. He's just too good.
Yeah, I mean, and Cracks, he has to move over top of the bite.
Yep.
So he ends up taking that damage, taking that vulnerable, and just falling down, because they just continue to run the clock.
Now you got a bunch of ults now for FUT. The real question is how much are you willing to invest on this round? I'd say you probably should consider maybe finding a way to use that Hunter's Fury. You can see though, doing a good job of clearing that Sova utility. It's 100 Thieves, not giving up that easy pick potential from the Owl.
Okay, oh, once again, I mean, he gets past. Bang not really registering it, but Gen.G not checking the peripheral vision there, ends up falling down. So again, that man advantage is there, and now Bang has so much space opened up. They know that everybody is basically going to be contained to this A side, especially as the drone comes in over the top, able to spot him out. Asuna down to 6 HP, but still surviving. Cryo, quick on the adjustment, finds CNED. And that's now the op lost another flawless here, 8-0. 100 Thieves, looking like they just want to speed run today.
Yeah, it feels like it. I mean, it's an event of streaks at times. We've seen a lot of teams, you know, FUT themselves as well as FPX and others that are stringing together crazy amounts of rounds. So don't count FUT out just yet, but it has that feel to it. That 100 Thieves is just too dialed in.
I mean, look at Bang, 10-1.
He's destructive. He's doing such a good job of repositioning himself outside of green and yellow and making it really hard to track down his position, and he's not giving anything up for free. You know, he's tucked into the corner from his right. He's behind the box. He's behind the yellow. He's everywhere. Now he's got a Viper's Pit to make it even worse.
That Viper's Pit going to be set up there on B, but still the commitment here onto this A side is there from the side of FUT, and Cryo going to be taken down, but Asuna faster response. CNED now dropped, looks for the readjustment, but Asuna fallen. Now best chance at a round victory here for the side of FUT as the plant gets ready to come through at long last. Counter pit also here for them, setting that up on the A side. Bang still rotating across, working his way through mid to join in with the rest of the team. The drone to scout, spots him, can't get the dart through though, so they don't have that ping reveals. The alarm bot gets cleared out here from Boostio, but he has to pull back. The decay damage is doing far too much for him. Spray across, nothing found. He's up over the top now. Nano to try to force him out into the corner. That's going to be out of captain, take it down. Gen.G able to find one there with the off, gets himself on board, but now picks coming through. They have to get themselves here onto the spike, but now with that lockdown rolling down, have to clear this out or respect it. It looks like it's going to have to be the latter. The pull away time bot A round will come through here from FUT, but a lot has to be committed to be able to get this victory. And EU still wants to try to deal some damage here on the back end. Hunting for these eliminations on the exit, but looks like wisely they will stop, linger here within the site. FUT finally finding some form of value, some successes to get themselves online.
And it's a little bit over aggressive from the side of Cryo. That kind of cost them. He misses the shot, tries to swap to the shorty, but CNED's ready with the blades to shut him down. Even though CNED does go down instantly after that, the op goes over to the hands of Gen.G, able to put it to some good use and finally find his first kill with an op of all things. But still, like you said, they had to use every ult but the Hunter's Fury in that round just to get it over the line. I mean, even felt so pressured. Well, here comes another Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, open up off the rip, but Bang gonna be taking down Cryo in a very forward position. Has to commit all the util just to try to exit. Push back away as CNED finding the follow-up. Lucio taken down. Little jump peek, EU well back here at Snowman. Able to find 2 kills. And Cryo gets Mr. Fallen. CNED does get himself a third. Keeps it a parity here. Avoids death at the hands of that Mosh. But he's down to 6 HP and Cryo on the hunt. Push up, right click, quick to deal with him. Now Gen.G so far off the mark. Wants to hold on to the operator, it seems, but there's just no way for him to get back into this one. It was a solid start for the side of FUT. Looks like maybe they would be able to get that follow-up. He does put Cryo down, but again, cash aplenty for 100 Thieves. They're not worried about it at all. The lockdown was just invested in the previous round. So it's only 1 orb with 2 more rounds to be played out in the half. 100 Thieves now 9-1.
Yeah, it's so difficult for them to get anything done, and to make matters worse, you're seeing a little bit of the compositional difference come into play with that wingman able to just defuse this, and everybody else can just keep Gen.G stuck at the back of green. Not much he can do. So things like that, those 2 kills from EU are absolutely nuts. He has been so good.
Yo, which one is it? Which one? Who is that?
Oh my.
Take flight.
Man can jaw, that's for sure.
Yeah. Lockdown off the rip just to go ahead and stave off this B hit. Time going to be bought, and that's going to be a reroute here for the side of FUT. Very solid read for 100 Thieves as Cryo gets himself into a very forward position. Pushing up past the orb, waits out, trying to see if there's going to be a peek off the turret contact, but nothing noted there. Bang, still in a very committed position. Swington finds 2.
Oh my.
Fallen and cracks, knocked down. CNED able to reply, but that is such significant damage. I mean, even CNED himself down to 33 HP. What a swing from Bang.
He's just absolutely dialed in over here on B. Makes it impossible for FUT to do much, it feels like. Now they got to go through Boostio potentially with Cryo sitting on that op way in the back towards Snowman. They got the alarm bot as well. Give him a little bit of extra info. Curtain comes up, and they're able to sneak through, but they don't know Boostio's here.
Yeah, missing the timing a little bit there, but is able to turn back as he hears the tap of the spike. And that's just going to be Gen.G falling. Now CNED again. The quandary of do you just save the operator? The answer is yes. 1 more round to be played in the half, but Wingman on the hunt. Tucks away, but no, Wingman. He's found his mark. He gets the stun, and that's going to be Ospina taking it down. 10-1. Damn near perfection from 100 Thieves here on this defender's half.
Yeah, they're just brilliant, and every time it's such a different look that FUT has to deal with, and they can't really account for the change of positionings. It's been Bang the whole time behind yellow, just locking that down, and this time Bang leaves that spot and Boostio, because he plays up forward and he dies, so they think, okay, back yellow is clear, right? No, this time Boostio slides in there and catches him off guard. So they're just not really able to find any success. The Sova utility from Mr. Fallen isn't catching these players where they need to on these executes. Things like that are just being really well shut down and accounted for by 100 Thieves. Another Hunter's Fury here for Mr. Fallen, just going fishing.
Oh, he's realistically going to find a CNED as EU massacres them. The 1 tap for the 3rd, and it is just absolutely gorgeous. Did you blink? Did you miss the round?
I
because
just had my hands in
God,
the air the whole time.
What a way to close out a half. 11-1, 100 Thieves looking like they can't even believe it themselves.
Amazing stuff, absolutely amazing. What else can you say?
It's just damn near perfection. That 1 round, the only thing that got away from them, the heavy investment for FUT. I mean, 100 Thieves looking right now like they are primed.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
That's what I said.
He can't help you right now if you're FUT. Anyway, let's go ahead and pass this over to the analyst. Has plenty to break down here.
Well, you know, for like 100 Thieves fans, there's plenty to break down for 100 Thieves.
I mean, there is for FUT.
Yeah, there is a lot to. You know what? You're right. You're right. Let me stop spreading
That was like
fraudulent
10 minutes.
narratives. Okay, well, look, let's just dive into our Verizon high speed moment. We're going to give this one to Asuna. You know, something to note here that even though this was going to be in the eco, I mean, my guy was out here playing like he was in a jungle gym, just jumping around all over the place. Even when he busted out the classic there, he's just hopping around like a little bunny. It was nutty how this kid plays, man.
He's really good. He's always been a demon on this map in particular. But honestly, high-speed moment was this entire half. It was so dominant from 100 Thieves, and this is exactly what we were concerned about, letting 100 Thieves snowball. And that's exactly what happened. They were getting the orb on A every round. They had an ult round 3, they had an AWP round 3, and the momentum never stopped after that.
Yeah, exactly. The snowball is there. There's very few things that FUT can do against it because they're being so proactive. They're not scared to take fights.
Yeah.
They're so on point every single time that every single moment that FUT wants to take up a little bit of the map, they respond. The spike doesn't even have a chance to go down.
Let's not forget, when they got that one round, they had to put a whole crap ton of ults onto that.
4 ultimates. That's the only round that FUT won, which is absurd. This very reasonably could have been a 12-0 half for 100 Thieves. The confidence has not dropped a beat since Americas.
And do not forget, this is the map pick that FUT had for today, and they were about to. But I mean, if 100 Thieves gets the pistol, it's done and dusted, and we go to bind.
Yeah,
which is the best map for 100 Thieves.
I was going to say, it seems like 100 Thieves did like a reverse FUT to them that they did to Leviathan. They're now doing to them. Wild to see. But let's go ahead and send it back to the casters and see how this all breaks down. Could be over very, very quickly.
Well, thank you guys very much. And yeah, it's looking like it. I mean, we've had some damn near miraculous runbacks in the tournament thus far. The attempt from Gen.G, from the sides of FBX versus FUT themselves. And it all has to begin right here with this pistol as they move over onto the defending side.
Yeah, and this was about the scoreline that Gen.G ran back on Lotus, so you never know. Different side of the map, and I mean, 100 Thieves, though, able to do better than they did against Loud when they beat them 13-4. It was a 10-2 defender side half for them. Here it's 11-1. They're looking even better now. Looks like this time off has just given them, well, okay, that's a nice shot, C-Dead.
Okay. Coming alive. That's going to be that B side completely contained now as Wingman interrupted there on the push, and Captain snappy with it. Flawless start on the pistol. FUT alive and well here on the defending side, at least for now. But still,
A lot of work to be done.
Yes. It's trying to come up with a metaphor, and one was left.
One down.
This is just
Poison's gone.
so snappy.
Sisyphus was not enough to represent
It's more than
the task
Sisyphean.
that is on FUT's hands at the moment here.
Yes, I agree. It is beyond Sisyphean at this point. Oh, Marshall, Phantom, Bulldog, 2 Sheriffs. He's going to be the buy for FUT. Let's see what damage 100 Thieves can do.
Just missing the timing there. Find the punish. It's a very aggressive double push-up tube here.
Yeah, turret here on the other side of this wall.
He spots it. Just going to get aligned with it.
Can he get over that?
He's just hanging out with it. And I do believe that he can, and will make some noise as he hops over the top. But aside from that, relatively unscouted.
They have no idea.
Yeah, he works his way now through kitchen. Boostio, a secret mission. But can he find a target? Right now, no one really giving him any line of sight. He's waiting for his moment, but the drop down is going to make noise. Spots one, back yellow, CNED at risk. Shot goes across, it's going to hit him in the head. He's looking to try to readjust it. He takes him down as the dash comes through. At a cap at the same time, however, able to find 2. Asuna, tag, take it down on Boostio, able to recover the weapon. 45 HP here on him, but the B side opened up relatively. Fallen able to find him, puts him down. Cryo now exiting out of kitchen, finds that kill. Marshall in hand. Have they somehow rescued this round? The Phantom now changing over. Cryo finding the shot, and already it's a disaster for FUT. Even if they don't, even if they manage to close out this round. J backpedaling, spots him. Headshot is good. EU going to be taken down. Now he's versus Cryo. Where's he going?
Is he expecting this rotation?
Looks like he is.
I think maybe.
The cut back across.
Yeah.
And that's going to be
10
the
seconds
spike now
left.
getting ready to come through, so J has to re-wrap his way around. Back in through kitchen, down the hall. Bulldog versus Phantom, but 48 HP there on Cryo. Weakened a little bit more by the turret.
Just going to come down to that gunplay. No util available on either side. Tense moment for Gen.G, the young gun here for FUT.
And there's just no util available to him. No nanos to try to just isolate an angle and go for a tap on the spike. He's just gonna have to do this straight up, but time starting to tick. Tap onto this one. The peek out. Not snapping up to find the punish. Cryo now trying to play time. Push forward though. Gen.G able to find that kill. Gets himself over onto the spike. Time dwindling does he have it. It's gonna be damn close. As there's the explosion. He can't make it happen. Just a hair off. And 100 Thieves get themselves up to 12.
Thieves in the night. Boostio doing such a brilliant job getting over that turret, being completely undetected, finding so much information. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Boostio's been calling out of a game, and he sets himself up and his team nicely. I like that classic he's using too. I approve.
I mean, I guess we'll take a 30 with full classics.
Yeah, you do.
You take those.
I guess we take that.
But look at this buy for FUT. They're going for a marshal and an operator here.
Standing ahead.
So they're digging deep into their pocketbooks because they have to.
I mean, yeah, it's if you can't get this one, it's just over. So everything in the kitchen sink sent to this round to see if they could try to still hang in there.
That was a ton of info. The FUT just happy to keep trying to make this work. I mean, they've got the turret to check for these flanks. There's 3 players trying to for FUT. See if they can clear this.
Fighting back. Launch as well, just to try to clear as the plant gets ready to come through. Wingman setting that up. Asuna going to be taken down a little bit low, but Boostio noting the flank in from behind. Gen.G just constantly being read by the IGL here. Taken down, man advantage now there for the side of 100 Thieves as they look to close out this map. Out of captain here, but Boostio still registering that there's going to be a second flanker. The push now coming through. Can't find the punish quite just yet, but still time ticking, and Zenith's just swinging in. Taken down, up, no value found whatsoever. Boostio finds his mark, and that'll be the cleanup. A flawless to close out what was basically a flawless map. 13-2, 100 Thieves, welcome to the playoffs.
They looked absolutely insane all throughout. Everything was immaculate. The shooting, it was brilliant, Achilleos.
Absolutely gorgeous. That's just the first map out of the way. Bind now going to be coming up, and that is 100 Thieves' selection of map. We'll see that when we come back to the break, so don't go anywhere.
You like me or Def more?
I think you would smoke you to play.
No, I'm saying, who do you like more?
Oh. Yeah, you're alright. Yeah.
Let's go to the show, baby. Papa, it's your party. I'm with the gang. It's gonna be a robbery. So tuck your chain.
I'm a killer girl, I'm sorry, but I can't change. Aiming for your body, shots at your brain.
Not sure what sensitivity you perform best with? Are you constantly changing your sensitivity because you're missing? Introducing the Universal Sensitivity Finder in AIM Labs. Get real-time sensitivity recommendations. Keep track of the sensitivities you perform best with, then bring it into your next ranked game and dominate. Now available in AIM Labs Plus.
Red Bull gives you wings.
What a fantastic start that was for 100 Thieves here in their tournament run of Master Shanghai. I'm now joined by their head coach, Zix. Now, did you expect to have such a dominant start, and why do you think that it was almost flawless for you guys?
Watching their VOD back, we definitely saw that their util was pretty bad, I'll be honest. So we knew all of their gaps coming into the match, and we just played perfectly to the game plan. And all of my guys are shooting, and their guys aren't shooting, so that always helps on the day as well.
Thank you very much for your time, and best of luck on map 2.
100 Thieves red FUT like an open book, and they take him out on Icebox 13-2. Welcome back, everyone. And I mean, that was just clinical, genuinely.
Yeah, I mean, FUT's attack side, I think, showed its weakness there. They have so many of these rounds where they'll send like one Sova drone as their forward util, and then they're contacting 4-1 on one side of the map, and 100 Thieves did a great job of punishing it. Dodge that Sova drone, and then re-peek into the angles, and you will just tear these contacting players apart.
They really didn't even have time to think. As we're saying, every single time that they used a passive utility, there was a response from 100 Thieves, and they were actually very aggressive on it. But hey, as the coach said, they're hitting the shots. What else can FUT?
Yeah, they were nasty. I mean, every single time they were taking a fight, it was perfect. You couldn't have asked for a better run from 100 Thieves.
2 out of 2.
And that track was nasty. But this play here, I think, is a good example of this.
This round was the fatal flaw, in my opinion. You see right at the beginning, Asana's getting the orb, and you also see that Cryo has his op online. I think that FUT had a big miss by not using that standard shock molly combo to deny this orb, letting this ult come online. Because you see, it stalls them long enough for 100 Thieves to full rotate over to this site, and then no one's clearing this corner. Cryo's allowed to re-peek 3 times, pick up 2 kills, and then the Flood retake at the end of this round is just going to tear them to pieces. 100 Thieves is so proactive on these re-clears, and if you give them space, they are always going to take it, and they'll always be on the right side on defense, and players like Cryo will be ripping you to shreds.
Yeah, exactly, and time after time, we just saw it in that play. He has a free range of another player putting the pressure into the first angle, and he just has a very, very easy shot. There is no utility coming after him. He just has all the space in the world to move, to have that kind of impact. It didn't matter, and he was moving very freely across the map because of it, just because he was not being shut down, not being dealt with.
9 operator kills in that very short game. The power of the snowball and a good game plan is incredibly real.
The only reason he didn't get more is because they were just pushing. You know, it would be like, bang, yeah, I'm gonna get a couple of kills. I heard a piece here.
And also his teammates.
They knew that they either FUT was gonna send it and just run onto the side, or it was going to be a passive utility, maybe 1-2 players peeking, and they literally got their number.
Yeah, well, let's go ahead though and check out our aim lab shirt around, and we're gonna be hanging out with CNED for a little while here. But let's talk about how FUT can get back into this one, because look, we're gonna call a spade a spade. We're going to bind. Strong map for 100 Thieves. So FUT's gonna need to dig deep to be able to pull off this win, but we have seen them find success on this map in the past.
Yeah, but it's complicated, right? Are we assuming that they're going to be using the same composition? Again, it all comes down to getting that spike down. We were talking about it earlier today, and that was the key to the success in the last map. Now the head-to-head that we're going to see with a Cryo that is completely on point and a Cena that has struggled this much in the first map has to come alive.
I also see similar weaknesses on this map for FUT. They run the Omen comp with that double initiator between the Sky and the KO, and I think they play their attack side very similar to Icebox, where they're sending 1 PC util early, than contacting up. And I think a similar game plan of these proactive re-clears, swinging back in with this double scan comp, can really ruin the day for FUT here.
All right, well, let's go hear what Coach Gaius has to say as we get ready for map number 2.
I'm now standing by with Coach Gaius from FUT and Scala to do some translations. Now, Gaius, you haven't had too much time to prep for this opponent, but it feels like you are always going to get the bind in this matchup from 100 Thieves. So what do you make of their bind?
Guys, yani hazırlanacak belki de çok vaktiniz olmadı ama 100 Thieves'e karşı mutlaka bind'ın masada olduğunu biliyordunuz aslında. Onların bind hakkında ne düşünüyorsun? Bind hakkındaki fikirlerin neler?
Ya ilk önce bind'i bırakmamın sebebi Blizz'imize güvenmememizdi açıkçası. O yüzden de bind pickini mecburen açık bırakmak zorunda kaldık. Ama bence Leviathan maçında gayet iyi oynadık. Bence onu tekrardan gösterebileceğimize inanıyoruz. Ne kadar Icebox kötü geçmiş olsa da sonuçta ayağa kalkmayı tam şu an itibariyle bilirsek ilerisi için çok güzel olacak.
The reason we left bind open is that we didn't trust our breeze too much. That is why we made the decision to leave bind open. Aside from that, we played really well on bind against Leviathan as well. So if we can repeat that and having had a not so good match right now, if we can get up and have a good match on bind, I think we will have a good chance against them.
Oh, I believe in you guys. Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Scarlett, as well.
And coming up next, it's going to be bind. And Coach Gaius, they're saying, you know, you just want to get that hot start. You want to get that momentum going. But that's what you wanted out of Icebox. And 100 Thieves didn't even give you that opening to do so because they're pressing you to your face. So it's like, what do you do in bind now when they have that same kind of freedom?
And not only that, we talk about the momentum. Let's also think about the next round after the pistol and what happened on Icebox. Yes, you know, you get a bit of entry. You think you're going to have some leeway to get the score even a bit closer. But then, even just with some classics, 100 Thieves had a read onto how to move around the map against FUT. And in this one, I'm just scared that FUT is just going to start sending it after round 3, just running onto sides. And 100 Thieves is going to work very well with the space and the Gecko and Fade utility.
Yeah, they're really good at giving a little bit of space and going for these super fast flood retakes back in. They also have great stall util on this map between Cryo, Asuna, and Bang, all having nades to be able to take time off that spike plant attempt. We're looking at FUT's comp, and again, starting on attack, they're going to play a similar style. They're going to be going for a lot of slow defaults at the start. They're going to be contacting into a lot of space. And what I'm really looking to see is them do a better job of proactively spreading the map and stopping 100 Thieves mid-round re-clears that are so important to their defensive calling.
And we've seen FUT already play this map twice in this tournament. They won both of them, but I'm still not sold on the Omen, and I think that it's very easy to prepare against it. It's always a follow-up utility, it's always the follow-up paranoia.
And when we get into the second half, you lose a lot of stall util. You're giving up that molly, your smokes don't last as long. There's a lot of drawbacks to this comp, which means this attacking side needs to be stellar if FUT want a chance in hell.
FUT are going to need to dig deep in order to force this map 3. And, well, I'll see what the girls were saying just a second ago. For now, though, I'll send it over to Achilles and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much. Yes, let's see what we get here as we move over on to bind. Looking for a game. That's what I'm seeking. As right now, 100 Thieves clearly using the downtime, watching the group stage play out, getting ready, getting geared up for playoffs, and it has been an absolute roaring start for them. But can they continue that on bind? We're about to find out.
This is, like the desk has been talking about, one of the best maps, 400 Thieves, 6-1 on it. The only time they lost was to G2 in the upper final, so they've been near immaculate. They have phenomenal control on this map. They're so good at pushing and pulling you. And especially on this defender side, FUT's gonna have a lot of work to do. They're gonna get this series back. We'll try to force a map 3, and that's a good one from CNED.
Yes, CNED quick on the chase, able to do a little bit of additional damage there on a Bang. Takes him down to 74, and that's gonna be the site opened up a bit here. Wrap back around through showers from Asuna. Does have that. Paint shells available for him, but Adacaptain with a nice little kill. Takes down Bang and out. TP gonna be set, but EU still lurking here on the site, able to find the opener on a 1. As Asuna quick on the TP, but takes quite a bit of damage, but Cryo eventually able to find that kill. EU now gonna be displaced as Pollen finds that elimination. It's 2v2 as the plant comes through. And HP very much advantageous here for the side of FUT.
Still got a flash for Mr. Fallen. No util to speak of, though, for Asuna and Cryo. Trying to get this retake going. Flash just to check the info, but see if he wants to go all the way through elbow. Looks like he's going to try.
Start the wrap around. Cryo noted now. There within hookah. Asuna on the swing. Cryo potentially going to be the ultimate bait here for them. Swing out, spots one. Finds that elimination. Cryo will get the follow-up. Diffuse to come through, and 100 Thieves off to another strong start. Is Busiel, and you don't have to question anymore. Man's up on his feet.
They're so disciplined. They're so good at coming up with ideas on the fly, or, you know, we saw it in Icebox where a lot of their prepared defenses were really good. Like Mimi was talking about at the desk, their re-clears are amazing, but this one's just patience. This is just them as EU doing a good job holding his angle after the TP, you know, and they make the move to try to catch them as they're trying to push through hookah. They're always looking to find those advantageous situations. They're so good about finding them. Obviously, every team's looking for those, but it's the timing at which they do it that has set them apart so far here in stage one and now into this match.
From a solid entry into just that critical shutdown. Let's see if FUT have anything here. Going into the eco, 2 Sheriffs behind him. Fallen and CNET both picking those up.
There.
0 point able to note. Just the one there in Lamps.
Find
Onto up over the top. Asuna not quite seeing them here on the entry. Pain Shell's now going to be sent, and they're in a really rough spot. Goes for the spray. Going to be Fallen absolutely obliterated. Markwood pushed there from Cryo, but he'd already found 2 kills. Damage doesn't really matter. Weapons will be recovered as they juggle these over. Rifles to be carried. Because that's going to be a 2-0 start here for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, they just look sturdy. Everybody's hitting their shots right now for 100 Thieves. That's something that's really giving teams fits. This entire stage. Oh, what a mosh. That's so good to back him off there.
I mean, you see where Busio's at. I mean, he's just playing across the map. Very solid lineup for him.
It's like some of those Viper lineups from over on the other side of the map, right?
Yeah.
You're just yeeting them to the other side. Bustio going to be the one to try to maintain long A controls. They don't have a Sky in their composition for 100 Thieves, but can use that Dizzy pretty effectively to get info. Trying to use the Omen Smoke to gain a little bit of space, but for now, no full commitment from FUT. Looking to see if maybe they can get a pick, get some space, and then crunch through hookah. So far, though, they have identified positions, but they haven't done any damage.
They're very fanned out at the moment. And you see Quacks just all the way back as Boombot try to scout outside. There's note 1. Third up by CNED. Captain still in a very aggressive position. Asuna wanting to try to take him down. Doesn't send the paint shells. Captain able to get over top of that mosh. Keeps himself safe and alive for now. A minor amount of damage going to be taken there as Paranoia across Cryo. Tucking away inside here. Now ready for the swing out. Captain pushing forward. Not noted at all. Taken down, Cryo on the lurk, coming up with the goods, trying across down the flash timing is going to be decent. Asuna will find 1 before getting taken down. CNET with 2. Gives him a man advantage here. The plant gets ready to come through. Slow creep up, head going to be spotted. Busio swinging on the corner, finding the first one, not able to adjust though. Mr. Fallen does take him down. That's going to be the cleanup. Fallen finds himself 2, and FUT get themselves on the board, not allowing for another bonus conversion.
Yeah, you have to like the proactivity that you're seeing from FUT right now, using those TPs, working the map, trying to identify positions of players as best they can before they make their hit. And even though that Paranoia's spot on, they just kind of forget about that corner, pay the price, lose a player, but still, the post-plant positioning's great. Showers control is theirs, thanks to that TP. And able to hold it down, and there we go. Now we're getting into it. Now Yedaj's getting fired up, trying to keep the boys rallied, trying to keep them in play, but Cryo already has his orbital strike, so it's going to be a tough round here for FUT. Do have that outlaw for Yedaj.
It's only 2 players with half armor though.
Yeah.
But Asuna is one of them. Goes for the peek, and oh, yep, that clips him. Down to 42. Because you're playing Skyless, no way to go ahead and top up that HP bar, so. Busio with a quick tuck back out of hookah here. Last pack entry from CNED, looking to try to take some space aggressively.
They're being so good about not giving up any space right now. CNED took half damage in that exchange, and that's going to back them off. They're going to try to make a go of it. 3 players identified, going to try to go for the weak side, but immediately EU is wrapping around.
Starting to rotate his way across to reinforce this position. In the meantime, a double push up through long. Trying to make sure that this is in fact where the play is going to be coming through. The plan now coming through. There's the C's. There's the orbital up over the top, and Cryo collects 2. Finds himself a third as Krax does get taken down. Bang to the box. He's on for the ace, but can't quite find it. Gen.G able to put him down, but now he's out in the open and still manages to win out on the duel. TP back across, but look at Bang. He's here for the catch. He intercepts. And that is going to be 3-1. What a combo.
The paint shells alone, I thought, oh boy, they're in trouble. And then the orbital strike comes and it just lights out.
What an alley-oop setup.
Woo. Oh, it's so good. It gets 3 of them, too.
I mean, and there's a paint shells locked in. Just everything in the kitchen sink to absolutely obliterate them. The reveal on the hunt for the wall bang setup as well. Gorgeous from the side of 100 Thieves.
God, so good. Judge for Asuna. Something to keep track of as he's in hookah. Everybody else has rifles, though, for the side of 100 Thieves. Just that outlaw again for CNED.
Cryo hearing the tap on this orb. Pit available here for Gen.G.
Bring them down.
Prowler to try to check. Cryo chasing off the back. They do reveal one. Looking for the swing out here as again the C is going to be coming through and Cryo able to play off the back of it once again flawlessly. 11-3 on that brim at the moment here as a swing out. CNED able to take down EU. Nice little reveal there for him as Cryo does get himself a third, but then gets taken down. Weapon potentially able to be recovered if they can get themselves over towards Showers, but for now, Bustio able to isolate and pick off Krax. Timing a little bit missed, but as he swings back over to Lamb, he will be able to take him down. 3 players still alive. 100 Thieves now up by 3.
I mean, the util usage here for 100 Thieves is so good right now. I mean, EU is absolutely on top of it with those seizes. And then I love the haunt to re-clear towards site before they swing out to make sure that they've got a little bit of extra space. Yeah, you lose to the outlaw there because you only have half armor, but you're able to set yourself up nicely. 12-4 for Cryo right now on a brimstone.
Scoreboard.
Yeah.
This is insane.
Man, they didn't tell him he's not playing Jet anymore. Like, he's still fragging out. I mean, that 4K round was absolutely monstrous, but man, they're so with it. The util combos are great. Bustio nails a great dizzy, anticipates the plant timing.
Oh, okay. Well, not sure what the dog doing there, but CNED on the entry, able to find Bang with that showstopper. Asuna still trying to hold them at bay. Blast back, trying to offset, but can't quite align the crosshair. Gen.G does manage to find that opener. Reveal on the phone, but now the man advantage here for the side of FUT, as that's going to be the pit invested as well. CNED noted over here at elbow, flash in the face. EU going to have to play back as Bustio's just walking over top of the paint shells.
Got a thrash.
Just disrespecting the util as much as he possibly can. Thrash is at the ready now. Cryo with the backstab. Another orbital strike online. He's going to send that one through, but now he's caught. Util in hand. Friendly fire. Bustio dead. Cryo kills him off. And he is like, just going to maybe leave. Gets a headshot on the Gen.G. That is the pit down. 1v2, but time very much not on his side. This round will be FUT's, as this is going to be a bit of a head scratcher, I think, for the 100 Thieves camp.
Just got done complimenting their util usage, and that one didn't go their way.
No.
But
minor miscommunication.
Yeah. I think maybe they were going to use the orbital strike to then thrash to try to catch players who are leaving that orbital strike radius potentially or something like that. But it just kind of catches the edge of him there. Oh, he did throw the thrash.
Minor readjustment. He's right on the edge of it, decayed down.
I knew it was going to happen. I knew it was going to happen. I knew it was going to happen. I knew it was going to happen.
Well, he's nonplussed by it.
Yeah.
So vibe's still going to be there, but FUT able to find themselves a second round win. Still down by 2. Showstopper and that Nightfall available here for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, their alt cycling is so good right now. Only one player going to be vulnerable to that outlaw of Gen.G. So still sticking with this strategy. Our FUT, yeah, they found picks with it. They haven't been able to find much else. And they've been really just stymied for the most part. Even getting to plants, only got, what, 2 down on Icebox?
Yeah.
It's crazy how good this defense is that 100 Thieves puts at you. It's a little bit of a utility exchange, but a lot of space being given up at hookah.
Everybody drifting out over to this B site. Double stack up towards Garden here. Prowler can spot out one. Pop flash into hookah. Entry now coming through. Paranoia as well going to be committed as there's the entry. And sniped out of the sky is CNED. Full flash connecting though. EU having to pull back, but now the Nightfall going to be in play. Showstopper in play. Asuna looking for the entry there, unable to find it, but Busio able to put cracks down. EU now going to be taken down, but Cryo arriving.
Spike down, B.
Puts the spike on the floor. Bring us back into a 2v2, and oh my god. The blink of an eye, the closer, and it's Cryo, another multi-kill round. Already just about halfway towards that next orbital strike. And 100 Thieves move up by 3 once again, 16-5-0.
Even if this is a fast map, he's on pace to drop a 30 bomb. I mean, he's just outrageous right now. Oh my god, that's snappy. It's so good. And they just kind of line up for him, sure, but still, the control is amazing. I mean, Cryo has just really hit another level since kickoff. I mean, he has just been outrageously good, no matter what role you're putting him on, whether it be the Jet, the Gecko, the Brimstone here. Ooh, bang.
Drifting away. Decent timing there as the flash does connect. He takes a little bit of damage. He's going to be backpedaling, avoiding that paint shell. As Mosh into the corner. Yeah, that's going to be Cena taken down. It's completely caught. Now Spray getting ready to open up, but it's whippy there from the side of Busio. Bang going to be taken down as well. EU trying to find one, but can't get the second. Out of Captain, Snappy with a headshot. Gives them the man advantage, gives them some weapons handed over. Mr. Fallen with the heal. Pushes him back up to about 100 HP. Wrap around, Asuna, Cryo, making the long journey, but FUT, they could just creep this over to A. And it looks like that's maybe what they're considering here.
Yeah.
Especially as that paint shell comes through. And that should tell them where they want to go. Well, they will just drift through this defender's spawn, rather. Get themselves over to that A side, but Asuna wrapping back across, reading this relatively well. Teleporter can be taken by Cryo.
Yeah, they're going to split. Now they've got the contact. We're towards 8. So coming from 2 different angles. Like to see some patience here out of Asuna.
Just playing this quietly. They don't want to take the teleporter. They don't want to alert any position. He works his way through. Knows that they're going to be holding behind here, as it is a backside plant.
Stacking.
Cryo starting to rotate around here. Molly at the ready, reads it well, sends it out of Captain, having to drift across that one, and Asuna's there for the catch. Collects the first one. Cryo able to find them both. Fallen and Cracks annihilated as this Brimstone cannot be stopped. Half the fuse passed over to Cryo. 1 away from a 3rd orbital strike in the half. And that's just round 8, ladies and gentlemen.
It's just insane. It looked like this was going to be FUT's round. They were going to get that Thrifty going off some nice shooting with the Sheriffs. That's going to force a timeout here. I like the way they call this. They're anticipating a player to wrap through spawn, so they just stack it. But it's a great molly from Cryo. He sniffs out that position with so much being cleared by Asuna. He's able to say, he's probably in link. Use your molly there, and I'll swing in and finish the job. And then Cryo's just too good, takes down both of them. Unbelievable what he's able to do.
Whoever's calling it out, it's just a perfect read. An open book right now, it would seem, for FUT. So timeout does come through. See if they can be a little bit more unreadable, a little bit more mysterious, but right now 100 Thieves are just looking impeccable.
And it's not really often getting into those scrappy scenarios like we saw with FUT versus Leviathan, right? Where they were really thriving in the chaos on this bind map. You know, a lot of messy contestions around the plants themselves. It was kind of part of that map kind of identity. But here, it's just a really good job by 100 Thieves, trying to shut down points of attack, usually, other than that previous round. But 100 Thieves able to kind of outread FUT. And they just get the better of them. I mean, I love the patience when they get down to 2 players. They're always making sure that they're playing off of each other. There's nobody going for any big hero plays, going for an early pick in an odd number situation. No, they're looking to work together as a team. It's so impressive the way they do it.
The pit, the orbital, both ults. Nearly online here for 100 Thieves. Cycle very much off here for the side of FUT. Okay, dog forward. Bang gonna get caught by that one. He does get taken down. Got a Captain able to find the opener. He's over into the corner, and Busio, yeah, he is reading this. Does have that Mosh available if he wants to try to push off it, but now is a bit at risk. Reinforcements starting to come through. Sky Smoke down, and Captain gets the spot a little bit faster. Healing now through, and that is a massive advantage here for FUT. Flash in, Cryo tucking away. Inside the corner, shots coming his way. Wants to get flushed alongside Hookah.
I think they should rotate on.
What is that shot? does he get that entry? He's dead to rights.
I've got your trail.
But somehow Cryo comes away with it, puts down CNED. Paint Shells try to slow up the Showers approach, but creep forward here onto the side itself. Asuna swinging out, cannot adjust fast enough to take out Gen.G. He finds the kill.
He's got the strike.
He's got the C's as well.
Spike planted.
Plan will come through. Cryo not snappy enough to find that one. Gen.G coming online. There's the wraparound from behind. Attic Captain looking for the backstab. Should it be necessary? EU now last one standing, and he has been noted. Shots coming his way. A little bit whiffy off the rip. Gives him an opportunity to at least deal some additional damage here, but multiple players out in front. Pushes forward. That's going to be the paranoia now. Connecting. Regains his vision. Cannot restabilize. Mr. Fawn will take him down. It's a relatively clean round here for FUT. Only losing out on CNED as they get themselves a third round win.
And this is good news here for FUT, because they're starting to win some of these 1v1s. They're starting to get the advantages, playing off their own utility really nicely. They're just following that Trailblazer close. They haven't shown that look just yet. The catch is, no, that is dumb. That is dumb.
Yeah, I mean,
what do you do there if you're CNED? I mean, just tip your cap. You got the better of me there, sir. But but they're winning 1v1s now. The shooting's starting to look a lot crisper for FUT. And all it took was that one round, and you've got 100 Thieves on an eco. A couple stingers, some sheriffs. Oh, he went sky high there.
Looking for the entry, push out through the wall though. Asuna just dumping the clip, does end up falling, and Cryo as well. Gonna be taken down. Han getting the reveal out. There's EU trying to play this corner here, back truck. Gen.G working his way out through Showers, outlaw in hand. C's thrown down, TP across, gets himself out to safety, but there's the instant dink and the kill. EU dragging this one back, now into a 3v3. Weapon not yet recovered. Lucio able to find the shoulder shot there on a ball, and Gen.G to clean up on the bang, leaves EU all on his lonesome now with just that stinger in hand, and Gen.G will find himself a second. FUT closing the gap, now just down by 2 rounds.
Yep, finally able to set 100 Thieves on an eco. Get a big round win, and now you've got a couple big ults for the side of 100 Thieves. You've got that orbital strike, you've got the pit. It's a lot of tools to work with. A couple away from the pit is Gen.G. It's gonna be a timeout here for 100 Thieves. I think a good time for one. We've been so steady throughout this match, and you don't want to give FUT any life, because they can rip it right back. They are that talented. We have seen it time and time again this tournament where FUT, once they get heated up, they start stringing rounds together. I think this is a brilliant timeout from Zeeks.
Yeah, 6-1 to just intervene here, not allow for FUT to try to claw this one back. 6-6, not where you want to be when you're starting on the defender side of Bind. Obviously, with side selection here for 100 Thieves, so they're going to be looking to try to get that 8-4 on the board for themselves. We'll see what the adjustments are once we get ready to go back into this one.
I mean, Cryo's probably going to have at least 20 kills in this first half. Just looking at the scoreboard.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
At this point, it's very much unlikely that it doesn't get any more eliminations, but we've had caster curses before. So, for FUT's sake, they're going to be hoping that that is going to be the case here.
And Gen.G starting to have a really solid feel of the game. Struggled on Icebox a lot, but here he's got 10 kills to 8 deaths. Starting to pick it up for FUT. And he's been bringing the energy as always, so they're going to need a lot of it. Try to take down this difficult 100 Thieves team on this map, but so far they're doing a good job. That last round they worked the map nicely. Starting to make good reads on where the overstacked players are and trying to attack the weaker sides. You know, they get a couple kills. They use the Hawk to get some information. Okay, yeah, Cryo jumps into hookah, gets one, but after that they made a great decision to TP and go over to A. So they're starting to read the map.
It's just going to be a full send over here on towards A. Asuna going to be dropping down off the top of the truck. Wary about that position, that push from Showers. Fight going to be sent very early here from the side of Gen.G. Wanting to try to open up as much space as humanly possible here is CNED up over the top of the truck, but he is still full flash and he's still plus forwarding right into Cryo's open arms. Collects a kill, tapping to the spike, a little bit of spray across. Asuna just fishing for something. Bustio able to find one. Orbital strike now going to be coming through, and Cryo collects another 2 kills. A 4K from him. As I'm not sure what Zix said in the timeout, but if he said Cryo go kill, then he stuck to the plan. 23-7-1.
The genius coach call. Send your best player, go kill. No, but it's just good control of the A side here. Like the formation that 100 Thieves has just doesn't give up any space, and they completely corral the FUT members right back towards that plant area. And that's why you're able to get these huge kills from Cryo. And it's just brilliant game planning right now again from 100 Thieves. Yeta J. Oh, goodness.
Yeah, really good spray across. Yeta J. Staying stagnant here as that's going to be the Trailblazer. Does it check? I don't think it's checked.
Nope.
I don't think they've noted Boostio at all.
They don't know.
Poison Orb dropped. Boostio still just stuck here. Waiting it out. Flash in towards Garden. Turns from it. Ana Captain spotted. Dealt with the swing. Boostio guns them both down. And what a brilliant trap setup here from 100 Thieves. Somehow completely unspotted by that Trailblazer.
Yeah, they just knew that angle that Trailblazer had been taking. It was taking that corner tight, trying to deal with Bang. And Boostio just said, okay, I can work with that, no problem.
Trailblazer just not an ambi turner, can't check left. Right now, throwing down CNET, able to open up with one, as Bang will fall. He's gonna call for the rotate here, but TP in from behind now as well. Asuna arriving, gonna be noted. Can't quite draw that weapon, Cracks. Eventually able to find the kill. Take him down, it's a 2v3. Potentially winnable position here for the side of FUT as Fragment goes out, trying to zone him off. Dizzy over the top, instantly dealt with. Point now coming through, 25 seconds left on the clock. Wingman looking for the spot, looking for the days. Will be able to find as the C's connects onto two. The Thrash now collecting them both! Delivered unto death as CNET trapped, gunned down. And 100 Thieves, they wanted that 8-4 half. They got it.
They get so much value out of their ults, other than the time they killed Boostio with it. Other than that, they're very, very good with them. They have him trapped. I was worried there. CNET was one away from his showstopper. If he gets a pick, he can pop the rocket and go for a big play, but it's just denied in this trap setup from Boostio. He just reads his opponents so well. There's a reason the man won champions with EG last year.
Just the combos that we're seeing coming through here from 100 Thieves.
EU
brutality. I mean, the Nightfall on top just is like you're screwed here. Absolutely gorgeous to see. 100 Thieves out in a very firm position, 8-4. We'll send this over to the analyst desk to break down the action for the first half.
Thank you so much for that, fellas. 100 Thieves continuing on their winning ways from what we saw in Icebox and bringing that same kind of energy, same kind of play style into this one. And also really just preventing FUT from being able to get any kind of presence in this map. They got a few rounds, but it's still been tough for them to get in there.
Yeah, but again, these FUT rounds were coming off of a lot of hero plays, kind of late round clutches. And overall, I felt like this was another diff in the game planning for 100 Thieves. In particular, the way in these late rounds they are stalling the plant was incredible. The coordination between EU and Cryo on this utility when they're defending the A site is on point. It's a seize, then staggered with a molly, then the next player's already rotating in, and maybe you have a nade coming in from Asuna. It was on point. And on top of that, Cryo is just disgusting.
Jesus, that is almost 500
on brimstone.
On brimstone. It doesn't matter, like especially on the defense, it doesn't matter what the guy is. I assume that the difference is going to come when they move on to the attack, but it's also the versatility. We also know that EUS is at his first global event, but performing like this, it's just working so well with all of the changing of pace. And I think that especially in the later half, the coach was just like, guys, you need to slow down because you're being too much on their faces. And those last two rounds were perfect reads. The last rounds, they were hunting for those orbs to get the ultimate. And the previous one was just like, hear me out, give them the space. They want to take it, you can just fall retake, don't overheat.
EU lost the America's Ascension Finals in a close game to the guard that then became G2. He fell short there, but took an opportunity with 100 Thieves. And the rookie has been such a massive addition to this team, stepping up now on the global stage with a great half. 8-4, 100 Thieves have a good chance to close out cleanly here.
Yeah, well, now it's time to see if FUT can manage to bring this one back, or will 100 Thieves have that clean 2-0? Send it back over to Seth and Achilleos.
Which one do you want to be? You want to be Seth or Achilleos?
I'll take Seth.
Okay. You are now Seth.
Yay.
Perfect. Thank you guys for breaking down the action. I mean, 495. I get it. You see a number like that, your brain breaks.
Yes, my brain is melting, as are the players of FUT.
Yes.
It's insane what they're able to do. I mean, it's not just shooting, though. Their util's so good. The Mosh to clear, the Dizzy hits. They're getting a good entry here. They're going to push you all. Go for the plant with the wingman.
now and just, sees into the back. Mr. Fallen going to be decayed down. Kill collected. Cryo carrying on his merry way. Now finds himself with 25 kills. Looks like CNET, though, should be able to take him down and will. Headshot going to be found. Paint shells over the back there of the truck is Paranoia crashing across. Does connect here onto Bang, but EU able to find Attic Captain. Now the swing coming through. Asuna, I think it was midair. As he hits that headshot. CNET absolutely obliterated. Busio, he's wide swinging. He's playing like something. As Bang will go ahead and take him down. 9-4.
They can do no wrong. I mean, the game plan is excellent. The util dump here is beautiful. It's basically the same execute that they run quite often on this A site. Dizzy, Mosh to clear the front of Shower, Snake Bites in the back. It's so well coordinated and great shooting. EU has been just phenomenal on this fade. Yeah, he doesn't have enough kills because Cryo's stealing them all. I joke. He's setting up Cryo very nicely, mostly is what it is, but he has been phenomenal this map, as have all of the members of 100 Thieves with their util usage. It has just been a masterclass, and FUT are struggling to adapt time and time again. Look at this, Dizzy to clear, Haunt over the top to check the site. Now you do tuck into tube there as Mr. Fallen, so and he's gonna try to reposition. Let's see if 100 Thieves can account for this, but they took too long. This might just be a TP. Nope, they're gonna go for it.
Asuna entering, able to find one before getting taken down there. Yeta puts him down. Teleporter now gonna be taken. It's only Attic Captain on this side of the map to try to intercept, to try to slow down this approach. Dizzy over the top though. Yep, able to spot him out. They know that he's in behind the box. Swing out, he's still gonna be good for one. Cryo, let's put him down though. 26, 27. As this man is looking for the 30 bomb.
Give him more.
Just right outside of the smoke here at Heaven, just waiting to see if anybody moves, but there is no movement whatsoever from the 100 Thieves camp. Everybody statuesque, just holding their angles, holding their lines, giving nothing over to FUT at the moment, who need to start pushing this one, or at least be ready to try to pick off some of these exits. Gen.G on the approach. Cryo gonna be taken down. Gen.G able to find one. Leaves Bang on his lonesome. Push off on that defuse. CNET. He'll be able to find that headshot. He'll be able to carry over a weapon, but that is still going to be the round getting away from them. And he can't even carry over that Vandal. Clutch coming through, 10-4. 100 Thieves get themselves up to double digits.
I mean, for what it's worth, it's a pretty good round for FUT.
Yeah, damage dealt.
Yeah, damage dealt. You don't get the win, but you do just about everything else. I would have loved to have kept that Vandal for sure, but still, I mean, Bang playing this very, very well. A lot of players might just think, oh, I have the gun advantage. I'm just going to stick my head out and just spray him down with a Bulldog, but respects how good CNET is with the Sheriff and plays it correctly to play for time. Nicely handled here. Let's see what this looks like. And by the way,
Judge.
Oh, this good. Looks like it's going to be fast.
Dizzy over the top, able to get the blind on the two, up and over, but Gen.G is able to spray him down. Asuna dead on entry. Not even that much damage dealt somehow. Gen.G still at 84. Wingman pushing forward. EU trying to dodge out on the flash, does get taken down, but the kill still looking decent here for the side of 100 Thieves. Spike plant does get interrupted, however. Boosts you down to 8. 3v3, and this is going to be a very sticky situation for 100 Thieves to try to dig themselves out of.
Mr. Fallen's watching for this lurk, so Boostio only at 8 health, taking his time, trying to see if there's contact, trying to wait this out, see if his teammates can create some attention over towards the site that he can use to his advantage, but just trying to keep track of him. Knows they're stuck in showers.
Paranoia sent, some spray across, Bang now. Low on HP, down to 43. Rotation being heard there as Boostio just hightailing it back around towards main, but Cryo finds an opener. It's going to be Attic Captain taken down. Molly in towards the back. Spike recovered, TP taken, and Cryo left here, waiting for that backstab opportunity.
30 seconds left.
Plant getting ready to now come through on the opposite side of the map. Cryo still lurking, and they're starting to drift right in towards his open arms. I don't think they have any read on this whatsoever. There's the first one to fall. Cryo picking him off, rotating back, not overstaying. Mr. Fallen slow on the chase, but now a 1v3. Everybody so very low on the opposite side. But can he isolate and find these picks? Because right now, 100 Thieves not reading his approach. Cryo, though, turns back, and of course he is good for the shot. Another 3-piece, another round for 100 Thieves, another step towards a 2-0 victory here.
It's unbelievable. He's got the 30 bomb now. Just insane.
39-3. We might be seeing a new ACS record.
That's literally what I was just thinking of Kilios.
Down you go.
He's on pace for it, I feel like. I don't know how many first kills he's got in this half. I don't know if it matters. He's got another orbital strike. So good luck in this post plant to FUT, who's also on an eco. Having to save up for potentially that final round is what it's looking like. And 100 Thieves is so good on this attacker side. There it is, just a clear space. They've got to judge again. Oh my God.
Swap over to the Ghost. Asuna spotting a target. Rich environment, swaps back over. He's able to find one. Busio cleaning up two. EU getting another. And now it's just out of captain, slow rotating. Back through the spawn with a stinger in hand. And 5 players from 100 Thieves out for blood, hungry for it, but they're both gonna get cleaned up. Cryo and Asuna gonna be taken down. Maybe showing a little bit too much disrespect. It's gonna be a weapon now passed over. But EU will put an end to it. Says this is where the miracle stops. You will not be finding a 1v5 victory against us. Match point now found by 100 Thieves.
The tempo's been insane for 100 Thieves. It's just go, go, go. These util dumps they have to take control of short are so good. This time around, they just use the orbital strike to do it. And then they just keep going. Taking a page out of Paper X book there. It's pushing in towards spawn through Link. And it works a treat. They are fired up. You do have the op now for Gen.G, actually. Not going to be in Cnet's hands.
Thrash off the rip, though.
Yeah, Thrash just to check hookah. Nobody home.
Still, Bull commits it into the site. Fallen going to be collected. Gen.G able to find one with that operator, but Asuna quickly chasing in from behind. Gen.G, quick swap onto the weapon. Boombot. Taking him down to 30 HP, but he's still able to find the kill. So Asuna dead. Plant coming through. Cryo playing very aggressively, very far forward as Bang on this linger in from behind. Could absolutely devastate. Gen.G cannot readjust. Busio cleaning up 2, leaves now Cracks on his lonesome to try to clutch it out. 1v2, looks for the first, gets a headshot, gets the spot of the Bang and a smattering of damage. And he readjusts to keep FUT in the game. 5th round win coming through. They're still hanging in there as the Red Bull clutch comes across, but it is a long road back.
I mean, you just feel like 100 Thieves is going to take these rounds anyway. They're doing a great job of spreading the map, coming at you from so many different angles all the time. On their defender side, they were doing this, but this time it's accounted for. Some nifty shooting there from Cracks. At least gets them.
Wait, I thought it was 2v2.
Around,
Okay.
But it's the first one they found on their defender side here on Bind. And 100 Thieves, by the way, has been really good on their attacker side on Bind. There's only been one team who's been able to force them to go negative, and that was G2 on their attacker side on this map. So, and now they've got a lot of tools to work with, but Cracks and CNET really close to their ultimates as well. So the orbs being heavily guarded by both sides, although it looks like Showers. No, but no one's really willing to commit. They're worried there's traps potentially at these orbs. So for now, just kind of getting some info, poking and prodding our 100 Thieves, trying to identify anybody they can. And look at this corner, but it's checked by EU. He is just so aware.
Yeah, quick TP out. I mean, Nightfall Showstopper, a decent combo. If they want to throw those both at a site. Gen.G swinging out wide, but it's going to be the Showstopper to start things off. Swing out, looks for the double pump, but can't quite find it. Bang. Able to take him down, able to stay alive. Showstopper not going to find the kill, but does get a decent amount of damage, and Asuna is able to put down CNET. 2 mana damage now here for the side of 100 Thieves as they look to bring Bind to an end. Wingman up over the top, planting back sight. There's Nightfall. At the ready here from EU.
And they know at a captain's in elbow.
Sends it, Cryo, finding himself another kill, finding it a second, and Busio notes out a captain around the back. It's a flawless finish. 13-5, 100 Thieves kick off the playoffs 2-0.
Destruction, absolute destruction, 400 Thieves. A lot of people have been saying, maybe Paper Rex is the favorite of this tournament. Well, 100 Thieves have something to say about that, because the way they look today, you may be rethinking your pick for your Shanghai Masters champion, because these guys looked unstoppable. And
absolutely deadly.
The ACS I just got a glimpse of it here. 452 for Cryo on a Brimstone.
452 on Brim. Absolutely impeccable performance from him across both of these maps. FUT, they will take a bow. Go ahead. Here in front of the crowd, but it's not over for them quite just yet. Obviously, double elimination here in the playoffs. Another opportunity, a chance to try to make a run in the lowers, but at the moment, 100 Thieves just picking them apart like vultures.
And it's great you get here to the playoffs. It's great you get that extra life. You kind of reset the tournament for yourself. But with how much FUT has already had to play, 100 Thieves looking just clean. I mean, they did a great job prepping for this match. Their util usage is insanely on point. So many of those seizes, it's just unbelievable.
The combos are absolutely devastating. FUT just not really having an answer for it. Unfortunately, not able to really come online here. I mean, Yeta J with a decent run back compared to the first map. He's putting up some decent figures. Ends up being the second highest fragger under, Cryo across the lobby. But just not enough here for FUT. There's 100 Thieves. They might look like plasterers with those jerseys on, but absolutely deadly.
Look like what?
Like someone's doing like plastering work.
Oh!
It's all I can think of when I see it. And don't get me wrong, it looks good. But they also just look like, they work in construction. They do plastering.
It does look that way a bit. All right. I'll give you it. But I was like plasterers.
Yeah. A little bit shy. I was thinking maybe we would get a new ACS LAN record.
It's close.
Seems like pretends he at least holds on to that for a bit longer. But Cryo being able to nip at his heels that hard, get up to 452 while playing the Brim. That is a scary prospect, and I think every other team here in the playoffs have to be very fearful about going up for 100 Thieves.
Oh, no doubt. Everybody watched this match and just said, oh boy, okay, can we please not play them? Can somebody take them out so we don't have to? That would be great, because they looked unreal.
Yeah, absolutely unbelievable. Let's go ahead and throw it over to the stage where we have our Verizon post-match interview.
We all heard how dominant 100 Thieves could be on this stage, and my oh my, they showed it. Today, I'm now joined by Boostio from 100 Thieves for a quick interview. 大家好，我们现在邀请 Boostio 选手在这个台上做一次采访。你们上一次来到国际大比赛的时候，你们是拿下了一次冠军，所以我想问问你，这一次你的感受是什么样？你觉得你们这个队也可以拿一次冠军吗？ Last time we saw you on the international stage, you took home the big prize. You were the winners. I wanted to ask you, what are the vibes like this time around? Do you think you guys could, as this team, are able to take the crown as well?
I mean, I definitely think we are the best team in the world right now, probably. I think there's a lot of good teams in the tournaments like PRX and Fnatic. Super excited to play them. But I mean, after what we did in Americas and what we did today, I mean, no one can say that we're not at least top 3.
I agree. 他说我自己肯定觉得我们是在世界上最强的一队，还有一两个别的队也很强，像 PaperX 或者是 Fnatic， 但是我们这种打到这么精彩的一场，在这个舞台，还有在 Americas 的结果，我觉得没有人在世界上会觉得我们不是排第3、第1、第2的最好的队。第二个问题，我想问你是Cryo 今天打得非常厉害，很精彩，他是什么样的一个队友 I wanted to ask you, Cryo. He was very, very good today. He popped off. What's he like as a teammate?
What's Cryo like as a teammate? I'd say he's like very stoic. The best player in the world or one of them. And he's just a good dude overall. So
yeah,
not much. He's a very quiet guy. Just does his thing.
他说 Cryo 是他的队友们，他是一个非常安静的一个人，不是这么说话的这个人，但是他打得非常非常好。第三个问题是想问你，我们在台上看过很多拿上的小玩具，我们看过小狗狗或者是别的东西，那为什么你今天拿了一个小珠子，还有非常可爱的，在打比赛的时候给你们的对手看一看？We've seen a lot of different like animals on stage, and we know that Aspas likes to bring out the dogs. I think Atta Captain had an octopus.
A shark,
yeah,
I think, or
yeah,
something?
A shark or something at one point. What's with the pig? Why have you brought a pig out?
I don't know. Just after or at the beginning of this year, I just started calling everyone pigs for I don't know why, but became a thing, and then I just started calling everyone that I play against pigs. So then we got a pig plushie for me to bring on stage and to point at to show them that I'm calling them a pig.
Oh, so they know what you're trying to say.
Yes,
Okay,
exactly.
okay. 他是在今年的时候，他是所有的人对他来说是个小珠子，他想让他们的对手们知道，他感觉他们就是珠子，比他不是。比要跟他来说不是让他那么好，所以他就是想大家都知道，所有的人对他来说是小珠子。Thank you very much, Boosier, for this interview. Best of luck in the next round.
Thank you, guys.
That was a great first match, but we have Gen.G versus Fnatic coming up next.
Four teams have been eliminated from the competition. 4 teams have fought their way out of the Swiss stage. But today, the 4 #1 seeds enter the competition. It's playoff time in Shanghai, baby. We're about to see a great matchup between 2 incredible teams. The bombastic 100 Thieves going up against the ambitious FUT. What a way to kick off the playoffs.
Takes a little bit, but Asuna getting himself boosted back over the top, able to find one, swings out, notes that there's a player behind him, he's able to find 3, but out of captain Mr. Pollen finding 1 apiece, swap over to the classic, and Asuna suddenly on for the ace! There it is, they almost aligned for him, but either way, he finds the opening kill, and Bang is quick with the response, quick with the follow-up.
Pause. Come on, pause.
Gotta
pause.
food.
An aggressive op, able to find 1 as Cryo's going to be taken down, but Gen.G just plus forwarding in towards the site, ends up falling down. Still 2 players to try to hold it. There's just not enough time at the moment left in the bank as Bang collects himself a 3rd.
Yo, Sean, whatever you want to do, we do.
The follow-up, Lucio taken down with little jump peek. EU well back here at Snowman, able to find 2 kills.
What?
And Cryo gets Mr. Fallen.
You're terrible. Which one? Pick up the pig. Yo. Which one is it? Which one? Who's that? Wait. Wait, who's it?
13-2, 100 Thieves, welcome to the playoffs.
They looked absolutely insane.
The play is going to be coming through. The play
C's
now coming
aid.
through. There's the C's. There's the orbital up over the top, and Cryo collects 2. Finds himself a 3rd as Cracks does get taken down. Bang to the box. He's on for the ace, but can't quite find it. Asuna looking for the entry there, unable to find it, but Lucio able to put Cracks down. EU now going to be taken down, but Cryo arriving. Bring this back into a 2v2, and oh my god.
Yo, this shit's too free.
Collects the kill, tapping to the spike, a little bit of spray across. Asuna just fishing for something. Lucio able to find 1. Orbital strike now going to be coming through, and Cryo collects another 2 kills. I don't think they have any read on this whatsoever. There's the first one to fall. Another 3-piece.
Yeah. Come on.
13-5, 100 Thieves kick off the playoffs 2-0.
Destruction, absolute destruction.
Red Bull gives you wings.
gonna take some time, take some. It's gonna take some time, take some.
I'll be your drop dead, manic pixie dream thing. I'll be here to die for. Tell me what you're feeling. Trying to make my eyes sore, having trouble seeing. I'll be your drop dead, pretty little sweet thing. Let me get it all right. Oh, how unappealing. Reach out for the drop dead, scrawny little weakling. Won't you put my mind sometimes? Say that you want sometimes. When you're wasting time sometimes. Hit me on my telephone line. I'll keep on my mind sometimes. Say that you rewind sometimes. And you're wasting time sometimes. Hit me on my telephone line.
Welcome back to day 6 of Masters Shanghai. Now, the Swiss stage is over, and we're officially in playoffs territory, and I want to eat all of that. In any case, though, I'm Golden Boy alongside Mimi and Kukuka for our second match of this doubleheader day. We got ourselves a banger here. It's going to be really exciting. We got, of course, Gen.G going up against Fnatic. And you know what? In fact, folks, this isn't just a banger. This is a certified banger. That's right. We have a graphic, too. Play the graphic. Yes.
Yes.
There it is. Do I have a horn? I think I have a horn somewhere. We probably left it in the America stage.
You can use the buzzer.
Oh, here, the buzzer's too far, and I'm too unathletic to grab it. In any case,
Crazed man won't even reach for a buzzer to make this joke.
It's not even, I can't, like, if I reach right. Okay, here we go. Certified banger. But then that's just a buzzer sound. I don't know.
Extremely loud, incorrect buzzer. No, but this legitimately should be the strongest match of the opening stage here in playoffs. Both these teams, I think, are pretty evenly matched. Gen.G looked good with that 2-0 run to get their way through into the playoff stage, and Fnatic having this massive resurgence right at the end of EMEA.
And people are very excited, right? Because the last time we saw Fnatic at a global event, it was like almost 300 days ago. Like it's a very, very long time. And if we take a look at the trip that they had during the first stage in EMEA, it wasn't the most solid one, but if you look at it, they almost win against Navi and they lost to the other two teams being here. But I think that the most important bit is how much they grew from that first match against Team Heretics onto the end of it. They barely made it to playoffs, but then what a playoffs they had.
I think they've had a lot of awakenings this year. They come into kickoff, they're playing a lot of the same comps, similar ideas to what got them through last year. And the competition really stepped up in EMEA with teams like Team Heretics and Carmine Corps coming to this next level. But then Fnatic at the end of this stage, when it really mattered to make Shanghai, they absolutely stepped up. In particular, the individual players having great moments. I think Alpha and Leo starting to light the world on fire towards the end of playoffs, and also reinventing a lot of their game, playing a ton of unique comps, locking in the Yoru on a bunch of different maps, and really kind of redefining who Fnatic is.
And most importantly, I think that the major difference between the Fnatic that we saw during the regular stage and then on playoffs was the preparation. Like, they knew exactly, they had learned so much about the teams and so much about how they wanted to do things against them, that actually map after map, they had a very good read into what the opponents needed to do. And again, I don't think it's an easy task to be 2-0 down in maps, be on that third map, be on a 7-2 deficit, and still win the series.
You have to give credit to Leo for pulling that off. The guy's having his flu game. He goes out and puts up an unreal performance.
Jordan moment.
And
last map he was like, I'm not gonna call, I'm not gonna say anything, I'm just gonna play.
No
and
calls.
then he played.
Yeah.
It was ridiculous. I mean, this Fnatic team, I think the playoffs run was the real reminder why people consider them a super team. Every one of these players is incredible. And when the game planning was finally back to matching that, they're back in the form to go on a run.
But hear me out, we're still on the same point. Yes, Fnatic was a lot last year, but where are they this year? They need to prove that globally. Yes, we still praise them because of what they've done in the past. Do they have what it takes to still do it in 2024?
Well, I'm really glad you asked that because I had an opportunity to catch down with Boaster and Chronicle to talk about the team struggles in 2024 and how they feel heading into the playoffs. Let's take a look. Hey, what's going on, everyone? GB here, alongside with Boaster and Chronicle. We're going to, catch up. It's been a while since we've had an opportunity to chat. First things first, though, after you guys did not qualify for Madrid, I'm very curious how the team, I guess, atmosphere kind of evolved since then, because it does feel like you guys have grown substantially since, not making the first Masters.
I'll let you answer first.
Thank you, so kind. I think we were a bit slow off the gate at the start of the year. And then slowly through repetition and playing games, we are coming to our form.
Was it like a meta thing, or was it like you guys not feeling like you were up to date on the meta, or was it individually?
I think individually. I think a bit of both. But yeah, I do think individually and as a team we weren't working as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, we've had to kind of work on that since, and obviously playing once a week as well helps with improving.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'd say we found the right kind of mixture when it comes to scrims and how we should behave and stuff, and I think it's working out pretty well.
Well, I mean, for you, when you and Leo were coming in, it was a very big deal. It was like super team. And now, you kind of got a little dose of humility almost, having to fight through that adversity. How was it for you individually? Did you feel like you needed to become a better player, or did you feel like just something wasn't clicking and you had to figure it out?
I mean, I always have a need to be better almost every day. So for me, it wasn't that nervous, that stressful about being the best or that I have to be the best.
Yeah.
But it was clear that, for example, when we were not qualifying to Madrid, something was wrong. Something was wrong with transferring all the stuff, for example, what we practiced on officials. Yeah. Maybe because of stress, maybe because we weren't prepared well against everyone or compared to everyone. But I think overall the way how we were looking to the game, how we were preparing it was kind of wrong.
Yeah.
And we tried to fix it, obviously, while we were playing stage 1.
Yeah, no, for sure. Now you guys are coming into this in an interesting position because, I mean, you're still freaking Fnatic, right? Still one of the greatest teams to ever play the game. But I think a lot of people are underestimating Fnatic in this event. Do you prefer this?
Well, from what I gather from the other teams, they don't seem to be underestimating us. It's just the general audience and the fans and stuff.
Yeah.
So I actually, I don't really mind. I just know that for some reason, whenever anyone gets in an interview, they always want to say, we want to play Fnatic, or we don't want to play Fnatic. And so it's just we're carrying the reputation from last year into this year, which is good and bad. It was bad at the start, but I think now we're slowly becoming accustomed to it.
Yeah.
And we understand kind of what we need to do in order to make sure we're strong and feeling in the mood for a good game.
Yeah. Do you think this is the return?
It's hard to say. I can't say anything, but I do think we're looking pretty good.
There's one thing I know about you guys. More than likely, that is true. Hey, appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much for your time. Back to you. Just want to say that guy is really attractive. But in any case, though.
The interviewer.
What can I say? Me, the interviewer. Me, the bald guy. Come on, man. Just let me live. Now...
I was reinforcing the joke.
All right. Well, look, guys, let's go ahead, though, and talk about an interesting kind of narrative that, side narrative that was spun up. We actually saw it on Twitter. There was exchange of jerseys as well. Elma Putty actually used to be on this team, on this Gen.G team, and now is going to be going up against his buddies, which I think is going to be a little bit of a rough one there.
How real of a narrative is this, Bea?
How real of a narrative?
You're the arbiter of realness.
Does he want to get revenge?
I think people, it's like a funny narrative. It's like funny in a dark way, right? Because yes, he was coaching Gen.G. Most of the players were different. Only Meteor was there back then. But when partnership started, he was coaching the team, and they didn't make an international event. They didn't make a global, and then he transferred onto Fnatic.
They were a pretty mid-team in Pacific,
right? And yeah, but then he moves on to Fnatic. And then Fnatic misses out on Madrid. And I understand. We know how the internet is. We know how the internet is. And they're very, very quick. Exactly. Pointing at fingers. Because then Gen.G is like, I'm Madrid, and everybody's
and then
oh
they
my
get
God,
second place
so
in
good.
Madrid.
Exactly. So it
only reinforced the narrative.
For Alma Party, it's only gotten worse, like in the public eye like that. No, but I think that especially the resurgence that Fnatic has had, and with everything and every other team and what everybody has been doing, I don't think he is to account for all. Also because, you know, Gen.G is mostly a different team.
Yeah.
It is there. Different. It is there. Like,
well, but he might feel a little bit in the back of the head, like, I want to beat these guys. I want to beat my former team. There's always like that little bit.
Yeah, it's
even
always
if it's a little fake.
Always a little bit there. Well, let's actually go ahead and hear from someone that knows Alma Putty quite well. It's actually Gen.G's Meteor.
I'm now joined by Meteor from Gen.G ahead of their match. Now, this is going to be the first time you play against Fnatic, and they have your ex-coach, Elmer Putty, as well. So what do you make of Fnatic as a team under Elmer Putty?
They are a good team, but we are better.
I love that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
They're the best.
That's it. That's all you need, right? Enough said. Love to see it.
I love the little plushie he has, by the way.
It is
Is
true.
it a tiger?
I love the hat. Have you seen the hat?
Yeah.
Jen was wearing the hat the other day.
the hat is lovely.
I do want
I have my Gen.G clips for the hair.
Yeah.
But I'm legitimately a shill for this team.
For the hair as well?
Yeah.
I've been off the Pacific Goop this tournament, but this is the team, besides Paper X, that makes me believe. The runner-up at Madrid, they come back here, and again, are the runner-up in Pacific. But I think that this squad shows so much potential. We've seen players step back up to the level they were showing early on. Guys like Caron and Meteor are having a return to form here in Shanghai. And in the group stage, they beat two teams that were, in my opinion, were the two strongest teams that didn't end up making it into the playoffs, being, of course, FPX and also, who's the other team they played? Leviathan. Yes, thank you.
Sorry, you were pointing at her. You weren't pointing at me.
But you're a rememberer.
Next time you should point at me. You know?
Yeah, I was spaced out because I was thinking of some of the plays, and I wanted to talk about texture. I think that he had a great impact. I feel like sometimes in these events it comes down to the duelists a lot and how they can evolve and how the rest of the team can set them up. And I was actually very surprised that he could keep up that performance. To me, he was one of the questions coming into this tournament.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, a lot of these players, like, what they've been bringing to the table and the growth that they've seen, and it has been really impressive. Even when you talk about something like, like Karen, for example, is another great example of a player that has really found himself first year playing here and has shown so much prowess in the server time and time again, has been a core part of the Gen.G lineup.
Yeah, the guy is he's so level-headed, even for such an inexperienced player coming up to his first kind of global event at the beginning of this year, now running it back here in Shanghai. And he's just been so consistently clutch. When teams are hitting his sight, I think the thing he's best at is finding the little gap in the execute, where to push forward, finding his moment and absolutely actioning on that, getting 2-3 kills pretty much every time. I mean, Karen's just been incredible.
Yeah, exactly. He moves around his utility so perfectly well. Like, he understands what the team needs. I think that this is the kind of player that, even though he's very new, I don't see the need, I don't see him being micromanaged. Right? That's what I mean. Like, you think that this is the kind of players that would be scared to make plays like this one or take some of the risks that he takes, but he doesn't. And he's always on point. You're not going to see him shake.
He reminds me a lot of like the godfather of Korean controllers, of course, Mako, who was always, we were making these
That's
same
a very
points.
good comparison.
Yeah, we were making the same points about this guy. Great at navigating around the site, super clutch,
reliable
super consistent. And I mean, Karon's just doing the exact same thing. This guy is really pivotal when Gen.G goes on runs like this one. And pulling out a little bit more, I think something that's kind of cool about this matchup is that Gen.G reminds me a lot of what Fnatic was last year, right? They don't run crazy comps. They run really simple ideas, but they execute on it incredibly well. They have great synergy when they go for aggro pieces in the mid round. It's really level-headed, really measured, and they just have insane individuals that you're never doubting to win a clutch. I think Fnatic has moved past that style a little bit. So now I think Gen.G is actually kind of the epitome of that, which is cool now to see them matching up.
But do you think that Fnatic is a bit jealous that Gen.G has achieved what they hadn't been able to achieve this year? You know, like keeping that style, making it work, evolving it. Like, do you think that is Fnatic here? Do they have an advantage or not? Because do they know very well how this should be played, or has Gen.G gone further away?
I think what's cool about the style that they play and that Fnatic played last year is that it's a lot less reliant on like specific preset ideas and a lot more so on just like the really high level of synergy, the fantastic fundamentals, and how good they are at adapting on the fly. I think it's a really kind of, it's hard to like actually break down how they play because so much of it is just, it feels like natural when you watch
what
them.
I like that they do is that whatever they do it together at all times.
Yes.
Gen.G. It's like they have like a great, like a hive mind.
The synergy
if you will.
is
The
amazing.
synergy is unreal. And I think that is always going to be the thing that will take you over the edge.
Yeah.
It's why they got to the finals of Masters Madrid. And even though they fell short of a white hot Sentinels at that event, you still saw like these flashes of just brilliance in that final, even when they were dealing with, a very strong Sentinels lineup.
But they're still able to keep that form. Like a part of me wants a team that is going to be very disruptive of that, because even when they lose, you know that it wasn't, they've not been defeated, right? Like they're lost, but it's like, sometimes this happens, or this team played very, very well, but you cannot look back at them and say, you did a bad job.
As a resident EMEA head, I want to ask you about what you think of Fnatic's current style, because watching them, they're playing a lot of new comps that previously when they'd always change to a new comp, it looks very thoroughly cooked up. It looks very thorough, like every little thing has been thought about. When I'm watching this new Fnatic, they're playing a lot of comps that feel like it's kind of built around one idea, and they're relying a lot more on like individual moments and like micro plays to be good. And when we looked at that poll, 66% of people were still voting for Fnatic.
Fun fact, it started very strong for Gen.G, and then the Fnatic fans came out full swing.
It flipped. But do you think that style is good enough for Fnatic to like return to being a top team like they were last year?
Yes, I do think that the preparation, as I said, in the playoffs was better, and some of the mistakes that they were making during the stage, it came down to things as simple as someone using a passive utility and nobody following up. In high pressure games, we see that a lot because it happens. It's those unforced mistakes that actually take you to the loss. But it was more of a recurrent matter. It looked very weird that a team like Fnatic that has been together for such a long time can have those kind of mistakes or miscommunications at times. You just look at them and it literally looked like the problem was onto them, like they lost their own identity. They had all of these ideas, but they hadn't just chosen one. Like, who do we want to be? Do we want to change for every single team, or are we going to be the Fnatic that is going to make every team in a tournament arrive there and say, we want to play against Fnatic?
1 to 10, old Fnatic being 10, the worst team you've ever watched being 1. Where is this Fnatic right now?
This one, 7.5.
Okay.
7.3.
Okay, where would
getting back there.
Where would you rate Gen.G then in that regard?
I feel like Gen.G's at like an 8 right now.
8.2.
Specific.
That's very.
I've been rated a lot.
I can't doubt her.
8.2, 8.3, maybe 8.2.5.
I mean, you can even go up to a 2.5.
It's a good thing about 1 to 10, you know?
Yeah, right. Hey, that's why the 1 to 10 system's flawed, and 1 to 5 is the goated way to go.
No.
Okay?
No, because then I'd have to be like 4 point, it have to be even more specific.
You know what? I tell you what, we'll argue more about the...
And I will win. I will be right.
You probably will win. You probably will win here. But guys, I mean, this matchup, it's going to be, outstanding. Of course, Gen.G's bringing so much energy into this one. A very good run in the Swiss stage for them. And then on top of that, you have Fnatic. One hell of a run in the playoffs that got them to this point. What we're expecting here is a clash of titans here in the playoffs, and it's only going to be our first round of the playoffs. So folks, I hope you're ready for this one, because we have Gen.G and Fnatic ready to take the stage.
We gotta stay away. Fnatic.
You got Gen.G versus Fnatic, the matchup that I think everyone had an inclination we were probably going to end up seeing after the pick'ems came out. And this is exactly what we've been treated to here. Two fantastic squads needed to bring their A game here to open up the playoffs. There's your series layout: Lotus, Bind, and Breeze, if necessary.
I really like this map pool. I think we're getting both maps that have traditionally defined the strength for both these teams.
Amen.
Fnatic has always been a Lotus team. They were the first squad to kind of come out and play into that standard comp with the Fade solo initiator. But Gen.G's actually now the one picking it into this series, showing that they've actually taken a lot of Fnatic's initial ideas there and kind of become like the Fnatic of old, really relying on the synergy, the play on the fly, and how well they can implement a game plan. And I think that's going to be so cool to kind of get to see the new kids face off against the masters on this map.
Yeah, exactly. And then moving on to Bind, a map that historically was so good for Fnatic. Let's see if they can find the footing onto that one. Also kind of funny, you know how in the end we see Breeze when it was a map that they dodged for such a long time.
Yes.
But I'm actually very, very happy with this map. We talk about, you know, having the read onto your opponents, and Gen.G has played a lot of Lotus so far in this tournament.
I think the key to success really for Fnatic comes down to getting this 1-2-0. If we go 3 maps to Breeze, I really heavily favor Gen.G. I think that their Yoru, Aster comp in there, I think they're the best team in the map right now.
Yeah. Scary if it gets to that point, right? Because you're also, you know, you're coming into this one Fnatic. You're the #1 seed out of the EMEA region, winning out the region, and then you get to that map 3 against Gen.G, which of course is no slouch whatsoever in any stretch of the imagination. But it is going to put a lot of pressure on this roster, who was struggling at the beginning of the year to find themselves a bit more, right?
Yeah, exactly. We saw Emma there with all the notes, and they have to be prepared for today, especially after how taxing that final was, how long even the players, because I believe they played every single day of playoffs, something like that. It was crazy. And especially after the season that they had, they needed this break. But now they need to prove that actually this break was worth something more than just having some time off.
But it is also a question about kind of warming up into a tournament. This will be their first match in a little bit since playing that grueling
do you
final.
remember Tokyo?
I do. You predicted that there's a chance that Fnatic could do Tokyo again. For those that don't remember, they had the same thing. They got the bye into playoffs, and they just had a clean run through to win that tournament.
And one trophy. That was the cleanest run you could possibly ask for. Here goes your agent select for Lotus, and we see no real changes, no real
Fnatic comp versus Fnatic comp.
That's it.
I'm really looking forward to the Leo Lakia. Like, I think that Lakia has been like an unsung hero for the side of Gen.G. He has been super prolific in some of the maps, and also again, and moving back to everybody warming up together.
Get your stretches on.
To the Raze versus Raze, I feel like Durka has been having a little bit of a delicate year. To me, he was one of the most consistent duelists for such a long time, and 2024 was not his year.
Well, we'll see what's going to happen on this one, because no matter what, we got ourselves a certified banger, and we got 2 casters that have PhDs in certified bangers. It's Doug and Baby Bay. It's a real science, I tell you.
It's Dr. Doug and Dr. Baby Bay to you. Dr. Ridiculous. Oh, no. Yeah, that worked. That worked. It was almost too easy. It was almost too easy. Welcome back. We've got a banger. GB was right. It is going to be a banger. We've got Fnatic on the international stage here at Shanghai for the first time. A pleasure to be able to introduce them, Dre. Going up against a team that has really taken the tournament by storm. People knew how good Gen.G was because of their performance in Madrid, of course, but they continue to impress.
And they're full momentum ahead. I mean, the way that they went through the gauntlet to get here and play Fnatic in this playoff is, I mean, it was insane. And a big part of that was Texture. And on a map like this, where the last 4 times Texture has played Lotus, he's had 20 plus every single time, even in their loss against FPX.
He's been nuts. He's been consistently nuts. And it also helps that the team Gen.G is just very good at the map in general, right?
Yeah.
Like, when you win a lot, everyone looks good. And you expect the duels to look good, but Texture just brings a little extra when it comes to Lotus.
Yeah, and a lot of people, you know, they think of Texture and they say, oh, Jet 1 trick, this and that. But this man on this map specifically has stepped up so huge for his team. And like, he just seems to, especially around that C site, just get multi-kill on multi-kill. I mean, how many aces have we seen him get? Oh, I think he almost had one in this tournament. He had a nice, crazy 4K. He seems to just be able to entry that site. And they are starting on the attacking side, which is something that they're not too used to. I think most of the time they played this map, they start on the defensive side. I think 11 of the times they play this map, they start on the defensive side. So they will be able to set the pace, though. And I mean, Fnatic, on the other hand, are going to have to weather that storm. And I'm looking at Alpha here.
Yeah, Alfier is going to have a lot to do. He should, in theory, have his hands full against the star duelist on the other side. I think eyes obviously are drawn towards Durka as well. How do you match firepower with firepower in a way that keeps things competitive and attempts to stifle the explosive prowess that is Texture? And that is a rough way for things to start for Fnatic. Durka gets his one, but 3 lost on the side of the defense.
And I like the idea, you know, they were trying to catch him in that transition, but Gen.G's trading has been so good this year. They've just been a complete unit. And we're gonna go into this retake. I mean, there's not really much Fnatic can do. This infinite utility still from the side of Gen.G. I mean, they didn't really have to use much because everyone just dropped like flies in that fight.
All they had to use were the bullets they had. And it maybe gets messy. Locky and Munchkin are both weak, but they don't really have any room to breathe on the side. Boaster falls, Leo will join him. Meteor gets 2, Gen.G get their pistol, and it's full steam ahead.
Yeah, Locky already building towards that fade ultimate as well. Meteor, you know, getting 2 to clean up the round there. And, I mean, Fnatic, they wanted that fight. I mean, look, they wanted it, but these shots just went the way of Locky. He gets insta-dinked, but he just recovers from it. That poise to just be calm in that moment and not panic, flick around, you know, just shoot straight.
Oh, it's so tough when you've got multiple targets, when you've been head punched, right? Like, you're just trying to adjust your crosshair as best as you can. You're absolutely right. But they steady, they settle, and they score that first round. Into the next we go. The buy for Gen.G feels conservative. A Phantom, a Guardian, a Bulldog, and then 2 pistols around it. In an era of Valorant where we see more investments generally, they're kind of sticking back to the tried and true.
Yeah, I think Meteor actually purchased that Phantom for Texture off of getting those 2 kills and the bomb down. So, I mean, this has been Gen.G's win condition, and this is why I praise Munchkin's IGLing so much, because he just knows how to set up Texture and how to enable him to take over these games.
There's a lot to be said about a leader who puts his star in the right position. It's often stuff that goes underappreciated too and unnoticed. Gen.G creeping forward towards C. Alfier is going to be the first. Chronicle over the top, and the turret will certainly help.
And that's going to dissuade them now. They're going to want to go back, and this contact style, I feel like Fnatic are kind of ahead of it.
Leo was not. Durka was able to trade, though. The one thing here is that, yes, Gen.G have lost 2 members, but those were both the pistols.
Yeah.
The massive amount of, the vast majority of the firepower that's waiting on the other side still exists, and that comes through.
I mean, this could get really dicey for Gen.G. This nade could create the pandemonium needed to get a free kill, but
it hurts.
Oh, that's a nice shot.
Down to a 1v1. Texture not able to settle the shots. Very clean by Durka.
What an answer back. And you pointed him out. He needs to be the one that's countering Texture in these moments, and he did, and he gets a Phantom upgrade on top of that. And a little bit of pop shots there. The viewers didn't really get to see it, but you know, he had some things to say with that Phantom that he picked up off of Texture's body. And already Fnatic are understanding how Gen.G likes to play these situations, the way that they default on the attacking side. Gen.G love to do contact plays, a lot of 4-1s. This time, they're all ready and waiting to punish them, and it goes their way.
Dude, every single member on the side of Fnatic was, I'm pretty sure they were all out of their seats. Boaster sang them like a soliloquy in there. He hit a C sharp, that was mad.
And this is the first time they're on the stage here, but there are no, you know, slouches to being on the stage in general.
Yeah, for sure. So great response for Fnatic after losing the pistol.
Yep. And already the Odin in play, and the Odin can be so oppressive on a map like this where these walls are just wall bangable. If you try to grab the orb, you're gonna die. Oh!
If you try to swing into Texture, you're gonna die too.
Yeah.
But there's that spam that you were mentioning, trying to settle into the second, but no, Texture claims another. With the numbers advantage. Oh, Leo! 3 massive kills, the 4th not settled, but the damage has been done. What can Lakia do? No armor, but a rifle in hand. He's trying to get high ground. No fight given.
If he plants, he will get that Fade ultimate online.
Yeah, but does he have enough space? I mean, he obviously is concerned about being pressed in.
Oh, he's gonna get wall banged right here. The bullets don't connect. He has the info.
Oh, he's got it down to 1, and there's that ult online. Paranoia traded for it. Boaster going forward. The captain of the ship trying to find calm waters and see if he can spot him. Lakia with 3 in the clutch for Gen.G.
And Leo, he's been looking so great, especially in that playoff run that Fnatic had. Lakia stole the round away. Someone who a lot of people wrote off. I mean, saying that he's washed, etc., all this stuff. A lot of the players from Gen.G, it kind of seemed like they were the rejects. But when they come together and they band together, stuff like this can happen. It's been a back and forth fight so far.
And it's early, man. We've played 3 rounds. Amazing. Gen.G making plenty of noise towards A. 2 guns on the side of Fnatic.
Fnatic have the info here, though, because on the opposite side of the map, Durka and Alfier took full control of C and opened that door, and they're able to rotate through here to potentially meet Gen.G face-to-face, but here comes the showstopper out of Texture.
Oh,
he hears the footsteps.
Spotted the ankle, not able to land shots. Meanwhile, Durka on the other side, another round that seems to be going the way of Fnatic when it shouldn't have been. Not only did Gen.G have full guns, they had Texture's ult too.
I would love to see that back after this round because Durka found such a crazy timing, and he even is so aware. He drops his rifle to his teammate knowing that he's 5 HP.
Now he's got the rocket in his back pocket.
Yeah.
Last player standing.
What a sidestep from Chronicle there.
That was so clean. Not able to sidestep Karam, but more to go.
Oh.
This is...
30 seconds
I mean,
left.
this series has told me already that nothing is safe, that nothing is secure, nothing is sound.
Yeah, you really don't know which way this is going to go quite yet.
I mean, Durka's got 5 HP. Boaster doesn't have any... That was almost a clip the other way, but the MasterCard Thrifty comes through for Fnatic. Another round that, again, probably shouldn't have won, but they managed to convert.
And in all that chaos with the showstopper, Durka got 2 picks for free. I think we're going to see it right here. Oh, the Omen Flash is what set him up. Oh, poor Lakia. What a shot from Durka there. And Durka in this year, I mean, he's had a really rough start. I have to say it. I mean, I was watching a lot of EMEA Valorant, and it didn't seem like he was hitting that same stride that he had in the previous year, but he's back on the main stage, and he's here, and he's showing up, and he's ready to play.
The desk was talking about how tumultuous of a year Fnatic have had.
Yeah.
How it seems like there was a possibility they don't make playoffs, they barely squeak their way through, and then they put together that gauntlet in the last 2 days to come in as the #1 seed.
That was nothing short of spectacular, Doug. That was such a crazy run. They have a chance to do the same here.
Was it 10 maps played in 2 days?
Yeah.
That's just ridiculous.
Experience can be the best teacher. Munchkin's gonna learn today, potentially. He does dodge those Killjoy mollies.
He's the only one with the rifle, though. He's got to find value, and they all crumble. Every single brick will fall. Meteor just forced to sit back and watch and wait as a barrage of bullets surround him and destroy him. A flawless round for Fnatic as they take the lead.
And they just really cut off Munchkin on that entry there, and then the reposition from Chronicle, just understanding that he can take all that space and just honestly play aim labs right here when they're running through the smoke. I mean, they didn't have to worry about the gun from Munchkin in that buy at all.
Full light armor on the side of Gen.G. You got Munchkin close to his ult. Meteor not far off either. But there's a lot on the side of Fnatic here, man. They have guns, they have full armor, they have a lot of ults online and more on the way.
Oh.
And they've got the open architecture as well.
A rocket to follow up just in case as well. No one's there, doesn't matter. Munchkin has something to say about it though, but Leo!
Leo's louder! A 4v2. Leo has been spectacular this map already.
I mean, the last 3 matches he's played, he's had like 30 bombs back to back to back. He was a big reason why the reverse sweep happen.
He and Chronicle both
have
just been outrageous.
I feel like a lot of times, especially in a game like Valorant, there can be quite a bit of recency bias, but you cannot forget about the star power and the veteran experience that this Fnatic team has. Yeah, they didn't make these events. They didn't make Madrid, right? But honestly, Boaster's whole goal going into this year was, I want to make Shanghai. And now they're here and they're doing this against a team of Gen.G who, I mean, Texture has looked so good on attacking sides. That's where he thrives. On the entries, getting 4Ks.
It is early, though.
Yeah.
But you're right. Fnatic show no rust on the stage right now. No concerns about the fact that they haven't played through group stages. No concerns about the fact that they got Gen.G to kick off this tournament.
Exactly. A team that everybody was saying is the deadliest matchup you can get.
And the truth is, Dre, we've seen a couple of clips and instances already that would reinforce that idea, that Gen.G are, of the teams that are coming through from the group stages, probably the scariest. But honestly, the firepower that's been brought to the stage by Durka, yes, by Leo, by Alfear, those three in particular have had some outrageous moments. It's also tough when Gen.G's MO has been build momentum at the very beginning, kind of roll them over. You lose the Thrifty in the second round, and then you lose the fourth round another way that you probably shouldn't have.
Yep.
Things get real messy.
Get messy indeed, and that's why you see a timeout from Gen.G. They don't want this one to slip away too much because, I mean, the last, I don't know, 2 rounds, maybe even the last 3 rounds have been very convincing for the side of Fnatic. I mean, openers every single time.
They've stuffed them.
Yeah.
You're right.
I mean, it's not fun playing 4v5 for, you know, the last 3 rounds you played on a map like Lotus.
Yeah, especially on a map like Lotus, you're right.
You're not able to manipulate rotations. You're not able to finesse on the attacking side, and it feels like the defenders, they could even just give a complete site play retake if they wanted to and have the advantage.
Yeah. So much to be done there. We'll see what adjustments look like on the other side of this timeout. The first of 4, should they all be used.
And I think a good game plan for Gen.G going into this attacking side is start conditioning the C default a little bit more, breaking the Killjoy utility that we saw get so much value on the round where they actually try to hit that site.
I think so too.
Try to bait it out and then maybe go for a re-hit. Deposit somebody at C mound, go contact at A. I mean, Gen.G are known for playing a very contacty 4-1 playstyle. And in high pressure situations, it can be so just annoying to play against because you have to be dialed in on your crosshair.
But instead, they decide to test the waters at the beginning again. A little bit of utility exchange on both sides. An aggressive spot by Boaster here. Gives up a little bit of that space. Meanwhile, Meteor goes exploring towards B. And it is Durka who would be waiting on the other side. There's such a heavy lean from Fnatic towards the western side of the map right now.
Yeah.
This is really difficult. This is the weak spot if they were to hit, but man, it's tough when Boaster's getting kills like that. Again, on the Texture of all people.
Yeah, he hasn't really had that clean start that he normally does.
It's interesting, it's the second time now that we've seen Munchkin have the hero rifle.
He does have that ultimate online, Doug, so if they can actually swarm the C site, or maybe bait out that utility and transition to B, they could steal this one away from Fnatic, getting that Viper's put online. It's all going to come down to Alpha here.
I think there's so much to be done here, though, because Leo still has his ult. Even if Alfear loses the space, he's got his lockdown to flush out the pit in case that's what's invested. There's the contact. Oh, they're countering on this really early, or at least trying to. Leo will fall.
No more pit.
Munchkin is traded. The spam not connecting, not settling. And Meteor punishes on it.
But while all this is happening, Doug, the bomb is being planted at A. It's going to be a head-to-head with the Omen players right here.
A perfect pump fake. Rotation through. Karon holding on to Heaven right now. With the Sheriff in hand. Lakia not much better off as far as weaponry goes. Spike has been ticking for a few seconds now as the wall goes up. Lakia understands there's a really good chance. They've lost Contain. They've lost the shot! But Karon does not miss! A 1v2 now. Durka with so much on his shoulders. And again, time is the main factor here. He does not have the luxury of being patient with this, of being selective with his approach. He's got to take the fight to their doorstep. One will be found, but time will be the difference maker.
Wow. What a round from Karan. That was insane. The back-to-back share of headshots. And I mean, Fnatic, they really fumbled their advantage in this round. I mean, they had numbers up the whole time. They got rid of that Viper's Pit. The rifle wasn't there, but then this happens to you? And Lakia, the whole time, he didn't need to show it all. Oh my gosh, that was filthy. But from the side of Fnatic, even just those peaks, the spacing, it wasn't quite yet, it just wasn't there. There was no trade that was available.
Honestly, he probably hits the shots anyway with how crispy that looked.
Very true. The Odin is online again.
And an op in the hands for Durka, who's currently playing towards C, but all of the pressure headed the way of A.
Oh man, this is that 4-1 style that I was talking about. A good Viper split from Chronicle to just keep control of this and have to, force Gen.G off a tree, spam to follow up, a little bit of chip damage.
Well, but I think that's the question is, do they respect it or do they drop the lockdown? Yeah, to funnel them out.
It's an awesome lockdown.
That pit is so far up, they have to give up a lot of the space here if they want to hang on to it. Oh, now counter lockdown used.
Yeah, the cycling of utility, ult for ult. But Gen.G will come out on top of this because it was, remember, it was the Viper's Pit also invested.
And it got kept up the whole time. Yeah. That's a beautiful response from Alfier. To not only negate Meteor's ult, but then to also keep the pit preserved. And an op that was sunk at the beginning of the round finally gets its opportunity. Durka not able to land the shots. A lot of the pressure headed his way. See the utility in full force as Durka has to get out. Manages to do so. Now without taking some damage along the way. And now another pit used. Oh, Leo will fall.
He was not ready for that whatsoever.
Boaster has picked up the op texture, playing this tight angle as the smoke goes down. He tucks, finding a little bit more safety in the pit. They don't really have much more to get through to this.
This post plan is so hard, but Chronicle gets texture. That's an opening.
The paranoia now invested. Lockett trying to hold the lines. Chronicle gets a second. If it's not Leo, it's Chronicle. Karan falling down with 30 HP to try to hold him back. Cannot land the shots. And now it's a weapon trade, and Munchkin left in a 1v2. One spotted. The second snap will not connect.
Wow. I mean, Fnatic just stole this one away. They have no right winning this round. No right whatsoever. It was all because of Chronicle punishing this Viper's Pit, the spam in the beginning, and then he just takes the step in. That was ridiculous.
And then again, Alfier's ult at the beginning of the round.
Yeah.
Right, like, if Alfier doesn't ult there, they can flush them out of the pit, and they probably end A.
Yeah, 100%. Get the Viper's Pit down on A. Make it scrappy again. And Texture, I mean, you saw that play he made pushing water. He caught Leo in that transition. I thought that was going to be all she wrote. Just couldn't hit the mark.
Gen.G again on this awkward buy. I feel like I've seen more rounds than not that look like this.
Yeah, they forced up a rifle almost every single eco round. To be fair, that back and forth in the beginning of the game allows you to do so.
Right. It's also interesting to note who's wielding it this time. Texture, 2 away from his ult.
Should be an orb gathered here on C. So already Gen.G looking forward, trying to build up the ultimate economy. Don't really have a lot to work with, They're playing this so slow.
As quickly as you say it, Boaster falls. Oh, but Chronicle's tucked, and he has no idea that they're a little bit messy. But it doesn't have to be pretty. It doesn't have to be clean.
Yeah.
Fnatic settle. The hero rifle down. Meteor and Karan, the 2 that remain.
30 seconds left.
I mean, the Sheriffs have been filthy this map so far. Leo's going to be flushed into the angle. He's not able to land the shots. Down to a nice set of HP. Landing onto the first, landing onto the second.
And stability for Fnatic. I mean, I like that Fnatic are confident in taking these ones, but I'm just worried for the future rounds when the guns are in favor of Gen.G, that could be a way in to this game. Because right now it feels like Fnatic are in the driver's seat. They're manipulating the rotations. They have Durka just like posted up on C with an op for the last couple of rounds, maintaining all that space. painting a better picture for Boaster to manipulate, you know, be ahead of the rotations, I mean.
Who you picking, bro? Who you picking?
That's the kind of game we've got, huh?
Yeah. So funny.
That op still in the hands of Durka. A couple of ults to play with for Gen.G, who find themselves down 3 on a map that has been historically ridiculous for them.
Yeah, they're 11-3 on it this year.
You wouldn't believe it, given how this has gone, and it doesn't look like it's getting any better. I thought for a moment Texture was going to have a timing because Durka didn't spot him at the beginning, but more was found, and now satcheling forward, hunting.
Oh, that's 2 for Munchkin in this round.
Chronicle had contained there, but he falls. Leo filling in on the space behind it. The wall's the only thing that's keeping him back. He hears the cross. He hears the footsteps. They're trampling forward. But Boaster has stayed. Is he aware? Too many targets to choose from. Or excuse me, his Karin there was there.
Spike planted.
And now the dog going forward. A Nightfall.
Oh my gosh.
In exchange. And a Prowler to follow up. 3v2, but the spike was planted. Can they hold on? Lucky, that's a big kill. Looking for a second. Tempted into the swing. And baited for it. Now Munchkin. 45 HP. Forced to play the hero. Forced to be the savior for Gen.G in this round. In this half! Almost lands a second. But Alfier with the steady hand saves it again.
What a trade. They almost lined up there for Munchkin, who got the first 2 entries of the round. He almost closed it out at the end. Almost did the impossible, it felt like. That was such a nice retake from Fnatic. I mean, this kill, well, not this one, but after these kills from Munchkin, when Karin is stuck on an island, all the noise made from the flank, that timing for Leo to just flank around Karin there, I mean, that was everything. That opened up the retake. Alpha sitting at 12-6, dude. And the ults are online and flourishing.
Alfair's just become a cornerstone for this team. Through the pretty and the ugly. The kid's good, man.
Yeah.
Gen.G pushing forward B. A little bit of noise was made off of that early TPA to suggest that that's where they were headed, but they have fully sent. Look at how far up Texture is. Paterka trading a rocket. Dropping the first and the second. And now looking for more. But not connecting. Lakia on the swing in the face of the lockdown. Texture cannot stand either.
What a beautifully set up retake. As the bomb is going down, we see the showstopper come out for Durka. And they have more ults if they want to. Alfier, at that point, he can invest the lockdown.
Right.
Last round
I mean, it
in
just
the
makes
half.
it so it's chaotic on the actual site. And Fnatic right now, I mean, they're playing very disciplined. Holding for swings. The pre-fire here from Alpha.
Yeah.
They're ready for all these aggressive plays that Gen.G have cooked up.
I mean, they have insurance policies to every single round, too. They've got layers.
Yep. This might be one of the best Lotuses I've seen from Fnatic this year.
I mean, with how this map started, too, the crazy tit-for-tat that we had at the beginning, you wouldn't think we're watching the same map anymore.
Yeah.
Fnatic have just rolled. And honestly, a lot of fans have been left wondering, where did Gen.G go?
I don't know. Maybe they just need to warm up into this series because so far, I mean, not only are they getting outshot, but they're getting out macroed. Fade out will be baited though. That's a really good heads up play from Munchkin to tap that door, fall back, not get punished.
Poison's off.
Only one Prowler on the tether.
I mean, the thing is Fnatic have 4 players here with no reason to have to rotate. They know that there's 4 ones, and you see Alpha playing all the way back in spawn because he knows that he doesn't even want to give the 1v1 to anybody from the side of Gen.G. What? How did he just hit that?
I don't know. But you're right, Alfier's the weak side and he knows it. He's not playing too far up.
Oh
and
my.
You've got Boaster who can TP to the opposite side of the map. That's exactly what he does. Alfier plucking Texture out of the sky. And the defense of Fnatic will stand strong once more. Meteor has been surrounded. You've got pings on the mini-map. What a slaughter.
this was one of the best defensive sides I've seen. I mean, they were 2 steps ahead. Forget 1 step ahead. Most teams are 1 step ahead. They were 2 steps ahead.
They were running a different race.
Look at this, look at this, look at this. Oh my gosh. And then the same kill right here.
We've seen, what, 3 of those?
Oh my
has gotten
goodness.
2 of them. Alfier gets his 1.
Oh my goodness, Doug.
It's a no-fly zone on this map, man.
Fnatic are insane so far.
And again, the vibes. Bro, they're talking trash across the stage. Every single one of them is getting involved in it. And obviously, that's what has led to this ridiculous 9-3 performance on Lotus. We're going to throw it down to Yinsu, who's standing by with Fnatic's performance head coach.
A fantastic start here for Fnatic. I'm now joined by their performance coach, Ryan. Now, we're not really used to seeing this scoreline. Usually, you guys are the 3 rounds down. So I wanted to ask you, why is it that you always have what it takes to make a comeback, no matter how big the deficit is?
I mean, firstly, it's great to be here in China. Have an absolute wonderful time. But great question. I think the guys have been playing together for so long, so there's a lot of trust in the team, right? We really believe in each other, and we know that in these situations we've come back before, so we know we can do it again. And we keep it really simple. It's focusing on communication and regulation. So say what you see, keep things simple, and keep yourself regulated. Stay calm under pressure. So lots of breaths, you know, lots of resets, and then focusing on what's next. And that's it, 1 round at a time, and that's how we're able to make these comebacks.
So it's basically Leo's bread and butter, right? Because he seems like that player, right?
Yeah, Leo is Mr. Calm, cool and collected, and yeah, you can see in the team, when he's calm, everyone else is calm, and same with Boaster as well. When he's calling with confidence, everyone else follows, and we're nice and calm and controlled and able to execute and come back.
And very quickly, what kind of preparation have you been doing since you've been in Shanghai?
Well, I mean, we had a pretty stressful run into the finals, obviously with our final against Heretics, so we've just been trying to focus on recovery. We really want to focus on getting here, overcoming the jet lag, and then just getting into our routines again. So lots of physical activity, you know, good quality nutrition, and focus on rest and recovery and good quality scrims. So that's been the key focus from a performance standpoint since getting here.
Well, the boys look absolutely great out there. Thank you very much for your time, Ryan, and let's see if Fnatic can close out this map.
Thank you so much, Yinsu. It's always good to be able to hear from the brain trust that has put together this dynastic team with Fnatic. And yeah, they've had their stumbling blocks throughout the year. And yeah, they were in Madrid. And yeah, they almost didn't make playoffs. But honestly, they're giving a finger to every single one of those storylines right now.
Seriously. And I mean, that time off, the fact that they're able to be accustomed to the travel and everything and prep heavily against a team like Gen.G, I think that's, I mean, we're seeing that work to their benefit right now. Even from the pistol round, I mean, they wanted that fight. They were ready for something like that. I mean, that's all prep. Yeah, it didn't go their way, but that's how they're thinking. And that's a scary Fnatic. Much like Gen.G's approach to a lot of their maps, we're seeing Fnatic emulate that in a 4-1. Now opting to make some noise. Seeing if Gen.G bite on anything, seeing if they aggress. It looks like we're about to...
Oh boy.
There's that in full effect potentially, Doug.
Yeah, there's the aggress. There's the aggress you were looking for.
But Gen.G, they're second guessing themselves.
Or maybe just not wanting to commit too far.
I mean, they really have no idea what's happening around the map right now. Gen.G have used no info utility.
No, but I think they can hear Fnatic jump spotting there, and that's why they want to turn attention this way and take this fight. But Alfier, you sneaky son of a gun, only found 1.
Jeez. And as that's happening, look at this. It's a free A site with Chronicle and Boaster.
Death by 1,000 cuts. Just when you think you understand what's happening on the other side, just when you think you know where Fnatic are going to strike, they pull the rug out on you.
And now they're going B! A masterclass!
They've got to convert the round, though, and pistols are never secure.
But Boaster really set them up here, though, Doug.
Yeah, he did. They've just got to settle, though. Oftentimes, this is the hardest part. Chronicle will fall. Numbers the way of the defense. They've gotten the spike down, though. Perhaps seeming a little insecure or a little unsure about their post-time position. Zerka's able to funnel out onto 1, and he will fall. Boaster, though, will crumble. You have everything set up, but pistols are just a different beast, man.
Yeah, especially against the aimers of Gen.G. That 1v1 with Meteor and Chronicle, that's honestly what it came down to, because it made Fnatic have to try to take aggressive space. That's why you saw that paranoia from Boaster into Heaven, trying to catch anybody off guard in that retake. Yeah, if Chronicle just lives here, I mean, this is a whole different round you have to feel. Munchkin, the IGL, dropping bombs like that. I mean, they're still in this, Doug.
13 and 11 for the caller. On the side of Gen.G, still much to be done though. 5 rounds separating these two.
And right now for Fnatic, you have to identify if you can grab any of these orbs, try to build up some ult economy. You know, we have Elio that's sitting at 3 orbs already. Fade ult could be so devastating.
And he was so good in the first half, man. There's no reason to suggest he's going to slow down.
I mean, if he can get this, which it looks like he's going to, potentially. Oh, no. Looks like they might just go for a hit. Oh, they're giving it to Durka.
Clear out of util. Yeah, I think they're going to continue to play this map as best as they can. And honestly, this is what Dre, I mean, I would love to get your thoughts on this because this is what kind of felt like was missing from Gen.G on their attacking side.
Yeah, they didn't really bait out any utility at C. I mean, they did like a similar slow default where they did farm some orbs, but there wasn't a bait out of that molly that we just saw broken.
Right.
And it's small things like that that can like put doubt in the minds of Gen.G with that one molly being broken. Now that turret gets pulled. Now no one's on this A site. If they get bombed down, this is a really successful round for Fnatic. And
I'll do you one better. They might win it. Wow. Lakia falls. Texture, weak. Meteor, not much better off. And they got the spike down.
And the classic could be so good in this moment, but Leo falls right last second.
That's okay, they refresh the smoke. The nade is gonna be really good. Flushing, Texture out. Oh, but they get both. Leo and Durka not able to stand.
But they're low, Doug. Everyone is low right now for Gen.G.
I feel like they've been low the entire round. Chronicle on the swing, the taps connecting. But Meteor and Kara hold the line just when it looked like Fnatic was gonna be up to their wild antics once more.
Oh my goodness. Texture, that satchel, or just running through that
he had
A main smoke. I mean, yeah, he had no choice, right?
The nade was in his lap. It's either you get out or you die.
I just can't help but feel like that was just lucky, though. That was RNG. I mean, Durka almost connected there with the right click. That's the prime position to have a classic. I mean, the right click's there. I mean, it could have easily just one-shotted him.
Yep. Yeah, 1000%.
And look, all that damage done. The buy from Gen.G, it's so scrappy. Everyone light armor. You only have 3 Guardians.
What's the play here? What noise is made?
Seeing a convincing 1-3-1 so far from Fnatic.
Yeah. And again, I mean, they're playing the map super well here. There was utility drawn out B in the previous round. It was drawn out C. And that leaves Gen.G in a tizzy.
There.
Another orb gathered onto Durka here.
Now 3 away from his ult.
Just putting the doubt in the minds of Gen.G.
The problem with this, though, is, I mean, Fnatic have done a really good job of making noise in a couple of different places, of denying utility in a couple of different places, but what they haven't gotten off of it so far is space in this round. Look at this. They're still kind of forced and funneled into A main. They're going to have a paranoia in their lap. Texture's going to tuck out from under the smoke. Punish one, punish a second. The one thing that Fnatic missed in this round was space.
Oh my goodness, that paranoia was amazing from Karen.
Find you.
It hit every single player. And now Texture, I mean, he's looking way more confident now after that.
30
It's
seconds
still 3
left.
rifles up on the side of the attack. And the mind game continue.
It's just going to be so hard to bring this one back. I mean, I think they're going to end with a B split. If Alpha can kill Munchkin here, they do have a chance. They have an opening.
Yeah.
But I think, they're going to save.
Yeah, there's nowhere for them to go.
They have to.
10 seconds left.
So the clock is the decider on this one. As Gen.G will get up to 6. And then I think worth mentioning as we start to cast our eyes towards the next round is what the buy will look like. Financially, they're going to be set up super well. Yeah, that's not great on the other side. The weapons they tried preserving fall apart.
2 of those guns, and this was that Omen flash, that paranoia that I was talking about. Durka was hit as well. He couldn't hear that Texture was behind him. And much like what Gen.G did poorly on their attacking side, I feel like Fnatic is taking a page out of their book. They didn't break any of that Killjoy utility C.
No, they got some of it B, but that was it, really. And then they got the Orb C to suggest maybe they're there, but you're right.
Yeah, you gotta try to break that utility to make it even more convincing. That being said, Gen.G still did rotate 3 players there, and we're gonna be going into a straight B hit.
he still left him. I mean, he didn't
almost
get the kill, but
he almost connected on that.
That did not feel good. Gen.G holding the line though. It's just Buster and Alfia that are left now. One rifle in the hands of the Sentinel. And they're gonna get the space, or they should, in theory, get the space to get the spike down if they commit to A. But that window's closing real fast.
Gen.G are playing this defensive side really well right now. When they're up numbers, you know, they're just chilling out. They're grouping up. Not giving ones.
Nor should they.
As I say that.
Is this where they start? Alfia with 3. Boasters left alone. On an island in a 1v2, and Munchkin clean with it.
Woo! IGL v IGL. Munchkin had the upper hand there. Just dialed in on his crosser on that angle, waiting for the peek. Fnatic almost brought that back though. And those kills, I mean, I believe that should allow Alfia to have a Killjoy online for this next round. Yeah, there it is.
Take a look at it again. They're the ones that you were talking about. They don't normally give one.
They don't.
They're normally far more disciplined. And honestly, it was that lapse in judgment that made things as messy as it got.
Yeah.
So into the next, we go 4 rounds away of the defense.
And an Odin buy and an operator online for Gen.G. This could be so smothering. You're gonna have an op on one side of the map and an Odin on the other. So it's like, pick your poison.
Oh, I mean, it's the exact same approach Fnatic had on their defensive side.
Oh my gosh. Chronicle got smacked down so low from this wallbang. This is so aggressive with an Odin. You don't normally see this. Normally you see that tree play that we saw in the last half. And aggression here too from Texture.
They're feeling frisky.
Good bait.
Karen's gonna be here with a, oh, he doesn't have his paranoia. He's already used it. The spam coming through. The kill will land. The second transfer, steady.
But he's looking like Rambo right now.
Bring them down.
One-man army.
Alfia might be able to find a timing here, might be able to find a window, but it's not just Meteor that's here. There's utility.
Placing swamp grenade.
Munchkin's on the other side. He was right to try to flush out that corner.
I think that he was assuming there was only, you know, an alarm bot there, but he got more than he asked for. And it's these rounds on Fnatic's attack so far where
30 seconds left.
Again, they're not really taking full control of that C, that mound area. They're not really depositing anybody there. And when they go for the re-clear at A, I mean, they're losing that exchange. Once they lose that exchange, it's a 5v3. There's nowhere else to go. I mean, Alpha has been lurking front B.
Right.
Obviously, if Texture has that deep C angle,
10 seconds
where
left.
else is Alpha going to be lurking?
Right.
That's why you see the crossfire on to be in that moment. And now they're just going to hunt.
As they should. You see the buy for Fnatic. It's brutal. A flawless round for Gen.G as they've closed the gap.
It's completely slipped away. Fnatic have had no success on this attacking side apart from the pistol round, where that was probably their best chance that they had. There you go, the frustration has set in.
Remember at the beginning of the map, they were all out of their seats. They were drawing off across the stage. Been real quiet on that side of things since then as a timeout is called. And honestly, this is a really good time to talk about what the performance coach was saying, what Ryan was talking about in that interview with Yinsu, because this is what you need right now. You need a calming presence. Yes, this map has gotten out of your hand. You probably should have won the map by now, right? Given the lead that you had, given how your guys were shooting in the first half, but what you need is to be able to settle down. You need to be able to calm things down.
I can't help but feel like there should have been an earlier call to this timeout, maybe even after the first gun round, but I guess just the way that the rounds went, maybe, coach of Minnie and Elma, they were just, let's wait a little bit, let's not hit the panic button yet, and it's fine. Like, they did have a big buffer, but, I mean, we're getting in territory that's, uncharted now for Fnatic, and it can be very scary going in head first against a team like Gen.G who now has the momentum on their side.
I mean, it's been a ridiculous string of rounds so far. 5 for Gen.G.
And they were so convincing. I mean, like I said, the pistol round was the only one where you could truly say that Fnatic, I mean, it looked good for them.
I think the scary thing for Fnatic on the side of Gen.G too is they've got a lot of their ults that are about to hit at the same time. And so they're going to have a luxury on investing all of them, on staggering them, on creating this overwhelming oppression that Fnatic will have to navigate through.
Yeah. And now we're seeing why Gen.G wins this map so much. I mean, 11 of the times that they play this, they started on the defensive side. And they're 11-3 on the map.
Oh, they drop that nano to try to clear the util, but it splits the uprights. It literally goes around every single thing that was there.
So unfortunate.
So the turret is still there. Finally, one of the nanos just got cleared, but still another one in play.
I like this idea with the Lurk Orb. This will open up the opportunity to break this Killjoy turret.
They've got to be careful here. Karn is taking so much space, on A. They know that it's a hit C. They've been able to lean everything here. And sure enough, everyone is around.
Pandemonium, chaos.
First ult used. And it seems like there's not really any way in. Gen.G have slammed the door on this round once more. Now they've got the pit they're going to have to navigate through, but Chronicle has gotten past it. Turka investing his rocket, getting another. The defense still trying to hold on strong. They're rotating out, and they're leaving two. This is a beautiful call.
Player standing.
Wow. Just wow. Oh, wait. Okay. I thought for a second, maybe there's an opportunity for Karon there, but that was nicely played from Fnatic. It got a little dicey, though, there, Doug. I mean, they went ult for ult, and for a second, it was looking like it was going to be in favor of Gen.G. But that showstopper, and then also Chronicle surviving here. He had no sound. He couldn't hear anything. It was just him on an island.
And he was tucked back here for so long.
Yeah, I mean, if Chronicle goes down here, this is not an opening to the round.
Yeah.
And I truly feel like it's in favor for Gen.G. But success on the C site for Fnatic. And now they have an operator online on their own.
I mean, success on the attack half for the first time.
Yeah.
And now the spam through from Lakia, getting the best of Boaster. That Odin continues to be a problem.
Shortly lived success, apparently.
Yeah.
Oh my god, another 5v3. This is probably about the 4th time. Chronicle does answer back, though, and if they can contact somewhere else, maybe they have a chance of bringing this one back.
They find themselves in these positions a lot.
The problem is, Doug, is that they might have to invest this Killjoy ult, like Alpha's Killjoy ult, just to get the space to get on the site.
Do you not save it for the next round?
I mean, we'll see. I think there's a world in which they use the Killjoy ult if they can't get any kills.
Sure.
And maybe then they invest the Viper's Pit, but if you do that, then Meteor is just going to counter you.
Right.
So you have to, you're absolutely right. You have to find a kill first. An early ult, though, this could be a great opportunity for Fnatic to steal this round away.
Surprised they committed to that there. Chronicle will not find safe exit out. But again, the map is Venn diagrammed. Leo will fall. Now Alphair with op in hand has to sit and wait on the other side as the spike has already been diffused to half. Filling in on the space with no choice but to dig his heels in and try to one against the world, and Alphair cannot.
Disastrous round there for Fnatic, but Munchkin, I mean, his intuition, his timing on that peak, understanding that if he can kill the bomb planner who's trying to get back into main, I mean, it makes it nearly impossible for Fnatic, because at that time, at that moment, Alphair is already dropping that counter KJ ult.
I mean, it's the 5v3 again. You mentioned it at the beginning of the round. That's such a hard position to play from.
And it's always at the A side of the map. So for Fnatic, you had success so far only going towards the C side of the map. Early, late, and yeah, maybe you think that Gen.G will read into that, but you should still condition the C default and bait out rotations from the A side of the map so you have a more advantageous fight. A change of pace here, though, as Durka will be running it down front B. He does have a Phantom to his name.
And full armor. Alfie are the only other one that well equipped. They've managed to get onto the site. They've got Chronicle's Pit. Nice. Invested right on cue, and now Paranoia in the hands of Boaster, but Durka already falling.
How?
Gen.G can slip the net. That's the pit. That was a big success. Key if they can hang on to it, but Leo might be the real safety that they needed. Leo might be the real playmaker because he's going to be hitting on a late flank here. The timing on this is going to be everything. Can Fnatic keep enough attention? Can they keep enough eyes on the site to let Leo strike? But they all crumble, leaving Leo on his own. I mean, he might get away with one, but can't even do that.
It was a great retake from Gen.G, but Fnatic, if you're gonna play for your win condition, which is Leo flanking around Heaven, I mean, you're not supposed to. Just play in the main, play the time. Put doubt in the minds of Gen.G. Let that clock run down low.
And it might have been something where they couldn't find safe passage out, right? Like they couldn't find enough safety to be able to be a nuisance, be a distraction, essentially.
Look at this shot. I mean, Alpha knew, but he got caught in that crossroads of, am I in, am I out? And he just didn't get the right timing this time. And it's got to be so frustrating if you're Fnatic because you know that you should have won a couple of these post plants. I mean, starting from the pistol.
Tied once more. Texture with an op. And he's going creeping. Alfier's only one close by.
Oh, again? Lakia has been it's just such a madness with the Odin.
And where was it?
It's at A.
It was A again.
But this time, I mean, chronically, he was playing in the back like normal Vipers do. You're not used to an aggressive fade Odin that deep. And to be fair, Lakia, he's been doing a good job at changing like the pacing of where he's doing the spam from.
Right.
I mean, the last time he did that aggressive attack spam was probably like 4 rounds ago. And even then, he almost caught out Chronicle.
Alfier and Texture are playing a game of chicken right now. It's a war of attrition. Who's going to be the one to get antsy first?
Whoa.
Oh, he's not able to land the shot. Tried satcheling away. Patience pays off for Alfier.
So close there.
The Meteor clotheslines him on the other side. And now attention turned towards B. Munchkin trying to reposition the smoke, but he gets tagged, has to take a step back with the Prowler nipping at his heels. Finds safety, finds an exit. That's still the Odin in the hands of Lakia. It will fall. Durka wanting to go forward, slams his head on the roof, but it doesn't matter.
Watching here.
The pivot back A will be safe. The spike will go down, and Gen.G are left to figure out how do they win this retake. Down in numbers. Durka weak. I mean, all of them have taken some damage on the side of the attack. Meteor now creeping forward. Munchkin over his shoulder. Realizing that things are at least under the illusion of safety. The suck first. The swing out from Durka. He will fall. Are they expecting another? Now attention divided. They're looking on either side, leaving Munchkin on his own. He's got to take the fight to Leo, isolated as best as he can. He's gotten it down to 1. With 3 bullets left and time, short calls Boaster's bluff. Tempting him into the swing, but not able to connect. Fnatic get to 11.
And it wasn't pretty, but a win is a win, and they needed this one for sure. It was so scrappy around that broken door area. I mean, Texture was so close to hitting this, but I mean, even just this peak, I mean, it's just ones. And that satchel, I mean, Durka kind of missed it there.
But all good when you've got the firing squad with you.
Yeah.
He had the paranoia out from Boaster. I believe it was Chronicle who traded him. So Fnatic at their second of the half. Still within sniffing distance of taking this map. A map that, as we mentioned earlier, has historically been beautiful for Gen.G.
Yeah. Fnatic definitely did themselves justice with that defensive side because if Gen.G started on defense, I think this would be a whole nother game.
Bot coming back.
Finally a C default. The difference here is that Texture has an aggressive A line.
They're Chronicle just used his orb C. Really wanting to lean into this here.
Yeah, I think that's why you see rotations there.
Yeah, I think they're committing. This is not a fake. This is not playing around the map. And the opener will certainly help. But Meteor playing around the utility as best as he can, trying to be a nuisance, finds a second. 3v3 to continue to slam their face into this site. And the door will swing wide open.
Poison's off.
They're so scared, they don't want to throw this round away. That's why you see them just backing off. They don't want to fight fire with fire.
Yeah, this tug that they're playing, this push and pull. Take a little space, give a little space right back. It's been difficult. But Gen.G have been they've managed to figure it out the vast majority of the time, but here it seems like Fnatic have an opening again.
That last post plan, I think it was the same 3 players, or maybe Leo was alive last time.
10 seconds
but it was
left.
still a lot of ones. So Fnatic need to play together this time.
I imagine Gen.G go for this. They've got the money to do so, or maybe they let Munchkin try to get an opener and maybe decide then. But the op in the hands of Texture, that's the prize possession.
They will swap. Looks like Texture is going to be the only one that goes for it.
Yeah.
Hail Mary.
Texture go kill.
Yeah, but Durka knows.
It makes sense too. He's 1 point away from having his ult. He's gone on a mission to secure his ult, and that he has. That will secure the round though. So Fnatic will get to map point, but the defense will have a rocket in the hands of Texture, and barring some silliness at the end, an op in the hands of Gen.G as well.
Fnatic looks so good when they lean towards the C side of the map. When they're heavy C, they look great. They do a really good job of baiting out the utility, weathering the storm of Gen.G, not giving isolated fights on the actual site, and they also don't really overextend on the site. They kind of just fight in their main, that main line, that main choke. I don't even think they've gone on the actual site. I don't think they've even touched it. They understand that Gen.G likes to flood in and take all the ones. And a lot of their downfall has been defaulting towards A. So we're seeing another 1-3-1 here.
I thought Munchkin would have the op here, given that Texture has his rocket. But still with the op, still with the ult. Lakia still with the spam.
There.
But he's the one who walks away worse for wear.
What an interesting battle.
Fnatic lighting up the mini-map with a lean towards B.
I think they have an idea that there might be something going on around front B right now. And Boaster in this position, he's setting up for an Omen Flash.
Yeah.
Had somebody been close door and tapped it for a rocket pinch potentially, he would have invested that paranoia.
But he finds no one's home.
Yeah. And Durka now has a showstopper of his own to bust open this site.
And they're stacking. Every single one of them are here. Lakia with the tap of the door. The spam coming through. His meter swings at just the right time. The op will not connect, but Fnatic will.
They were ready for that, Doug. They were waiting for it. It didn't happen at the time they thought, but
the call was correct.
Yeah, they knew it was a possibility, and that's why the trades went in their favor.
Karn would have to 1v3 to keep this map alive. With an Odin in the hands of Chronicle, no less. All util for the side of the only standing controller.
And they're playing out on top of it, Doug. I love this for Fnatic.
Karn has to check every single angle. That's the thing about rotating over so late is you really have no idea where they could be.
Oh, the Molly too, and Alpha's gonna creep up. This is such a good post plant.
The skid source through, a second smoke used. Alphier punishes at just the right time. Fnatic walk into Gen.G's playground and take map 1.
That was a great showing. That defensive side was so strong from Fnatic. It set themselves up to not let it go away. The buffer was too big.
It was perfect. Bind on the other side of this break. We'll see you guys soon.
Good job. Sit down.
I made it to my happy place. Got the sun in my eyes and a smile on my face. Yeah, I made it to my happy place. It ain't rained in a while. Woke up early today. I feel good. Happy faces. I'm so happy that I made it to my happy place.
Fnatic have taken their first map win here at Master Shanghai. I'm now joined by their head coach, Elmer Putty. Now, Elmer, I think a lot of people are expecting you to be very familiar with how Gen.G play and what they do, but obviously the roster is very different from when you were there. So is there anything that you felt like did catch you off guard today?
I think nothing really caught us that much off guard. I think I'm very familiar. Obviously, the team is very different since I was there, but I think Korea has a play style they like to go to. I think you see it with DRX as well, which obviously the rest of the team is very familiar with for international events. So I think we're feeling pretty good about how they're playing, and we have a decent read on what they're doing.
Thank you very much for your time, and best of luck on map 2.
Great way to start things off here for Fnatic as they're able to pick up the map win on Lotus, but of course the job's not done yet, and Gen.G made that very difficult for them toward the tail end of that series there. I believe it was 9-3 going into the half, so credit to Gen.G for really fighting back into this one, but Fnatic still pulled through.
Yeah, it was a really good recovery from Gen.G. I was impressed with a lot of their mid-rounding on this defensive side. I think in particular their retakes is what really pushed them over the line. But it was the same for Fnatic, honestly, in their first half, also showing us some great looks on this defense.
I mean, it's surprising to see what Kron was able to do in the extremities of the map on the same node what Fnatic was doing at the beginning of each round, just fighting for A control. But how secure and sure they were on their fast rotations and how they were trying to get that map back. But also on the other side, Gen.G time after time doing the same on their defense.
Yeah, I think Fnatic's real biggest strength was picking the right timings to re-clear on these extremities, which set them up for these super clean retakes. They were positioning players in the right spot, and we're really seeing the discipline and the fundamentals come out to close out. This was the first half where I was really feeling like I was getting the same feeling that I got when I watched Fnatic last year, right? You see big clutches from players like Chronicle, players like Alphayear stepping up as individuals. You see really sound mid-rounding from the IGL of Boaster, and you're just seeing solid fundamentals. It did slip a little bit, but it matters how you close, and Fnatic did close out this map.
That's right. It's all about picking up the dub. That's exactly what they were able to do there. But looking at the breakdown and how this series,
Alpha.
Yeah, I mean, Alpha just continues. And this is a good thing for this team, right? When Alpha's shooting like this, everyone else on the team gets activated. You really start to see how Fnatic can really play around with a player like that.
He got a spray, and the last bullet, like the fifth bullet, went completely
on the guy in the air.
And I was like, you're so full of it. Like, my game doesn't work like that. But yeah, time after time, I feel like Alpha is so reliable to be on the semi. Surprising also, because they decided to start on the defense. Lotus, maybe defense side map from now on. Everybody just wants to play the defense. It's all about the defense.
It's always weird when we go to global events.
Yeah.
Specific teams tend to be great
and
on
the
defense.
Odin.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Odin that will haunt your dreams.
Yeah. Kron at the end of it, he went from sit down to, guys, I'm going to take the Odin, because how did Lakia did the same thing 4 rounds in a row.
Again, these teams
they
are
tried
so similar.
many things. They tried so many things to deal with it, and some of the shots were just not landing.
Yeah, well, you know, there were some shots that were landing. Takes us over to our HyperX Reflex moment of the day. We're going to give it to Karen here for that 2K that he pulled off the pistol. And this was just nasty. I mean, it looked like it was all going to be done and dusted here, but Karen managed to pull it through. And that's the thing about this Gen.G team, is that you may think that you have them right where you want them, and then they pull off some wild shots like that to get themselves back into the game.
Yeah, the individual step-ups are what kind of started the fake comeback for Gen.G in that first half, getting that round. We saw in the pistol and the conversion as well. It was very close to being real, but it was fake in the end.
All right, well.
Now, fake in the end, but it also, very briefly, it addresses a problem that also Fnatic was having in EMEA time after time, and is that they're losing the ecos. I feel like these are the kind of rounds where they're just like comfortable because of what happened in the previous one, and most of the teams have a very set plan for what they want to do in those ecos, and Fnatic sometimes is responseless.
Yeah, well, as we get ready for map 2, let's go ahead and hear from the Gen.G camp, see what's going on over there.
I'm now standing by with Coach Solo from Gen.G and Jen to do some translations as well. Now, it felt like towards the end of map 1, you could have easily maybe won that map. So looking ahead to map 2, what do you think you need to do to close it out if things get close again?
감독님 1세트 접전이었고 누가 이겼어도 이상하지 않았을 것 같은데 2세트에도 만약에 접전이 된다면 확실하게 승리의 쐐기를 박을 수 있게 어떤 걸 조심해야 될까요?
1세트 저희가 준비를 많이 했는데 저희가 파티보다 실수를 더 많이 해서 졌다고 생각하고 실수를 줄이면 저희가 무조건 이길 거라고 생각합니다.
We actually put in a lot of work in Lotus and we made a lot of mistakes. So going into Bind, if we don't make any mistakes, it's going to be good.
Oh, I can't wait to see it. Thank you very much, Jen, and thank you very much, Solo.
They want to try and minimize their mistakes there. I mean, you know, that...
The wheel.
Yeah. Such is life, you know. But honestly, that doesn't give me a lot of confidence or inspire me all that much as we go into Bind here.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, I mean, that was a tough one for Gen.G to lose. And the way that they, you know, lost it, right, 13-10, right? You think you're rallying the comeback, and then before you know it, the game is slipping from your hands. Now you got a confident Fnatic going into Bind here. And, I mean, this is basically bread and butter at this point. This could very well be a 2-0.
Yeah, exactly. And also, Gen.G is going to be starting on the defense. Something that happens with this Fnatic roster coming into this tournament, they're the slowest team. I think that we were trying to see it there in Lotus. If it wasn't from Lakia getting that first kill onto A time and time again, they really like to run down the clock, play a little bit of that control game, and then go onto the side. They feel comfortable in this map. Yeah, they have lost it a couple of times, but they've also came back from a 9-3 half.
Yeah, on the side of Fnatic, I've really liked the comp change they've made coming into this map. They were a team who was playing some of the solo Sky stuff before, but now they've picked up kind of that Gecko Sky combo comp that a lot of teams have played. I don't love it quite as much as, say, the Bind we saw earlier from 100 Thieves, but I think they actually play really well around those kind of util combos, re-clearing in the mid-round. This is a map where normally when I'm watching Fnatic, I'm talking about Chronicle, about Leo. Those are the guys that stand out, but this is a map where they actually have a lot of great ideas to set Durka up and give him a lot more of those kind of star moments on the race.
Yeah, exactly. But the rest is also so reliable. You're talking about Leo, and he was one of the big highlights when we talked about this map, because in the previous years we had talked so much about Leo, what he was doing in Guild when he was picked up, and he was playing in those comfort roles. So it was very, very good to see that he has another layer to his style as a pro player, and he plays so cleanly with the Gecko.
Yeah, of course, we can continue the conversation going here, but we do have a Omen player moment featuring Texture. Let's go ahead and check that out.
안녕하세요. 젠지 발로란트 팀 소속 텍스처 김나라입니다. 일단 그래도 플레이오프를 올라갔기 때문에 기분은 좋은 상태지만 좀 개인적으로는 아쉬운 경기력이었던 것 같아요. 조금 그냥 뭐 팀적인 실수도 실수지만 일단 그냥 개개인의 실수가 너무 많았던 것 같아요. 저 개인적으로는 오늘 어센트 헤븐에서 칼날 폭풍으로 2명 놓친 거인데 그건 진짜 말이 안 됩니다. 좀 그냥 우리가 평균치만 해도 저희는 결승은 무조건 간다는 마인드입니다.
Meteor, this lurk though is so brutal.
Do they suspect it? The answer's no, but he can't find the shot. And then Autumn just swings into the crosshair. A second for Meteor. Texture pushing, looking for a timing, but Lysor able to capitalize, finds it now. Lockdown going to be invested, but time is running thin. Meteor finds the last 2 shots!
왜냐하면은 저희가 마드리드 때 되게 좋은 성적을 거뒀는데 되게 좀 막 만든 팀이 그렇게 성적을 거뒀다는 것 자체로 저희는 되게 자신감이 많이 차 있던 상태고요. 그리고 저희가 지금 또 상하이 와서 이제 물론 퍼포먼스는 그렇게 뛰어나진 않지만 그래도 자신감은 항상 차 있는 것 같습니다. 저희는 언제든 다시 컴백할 수 있는 그런 느낌인 것 같아요.
All right, well, we'll see now how Gen.G managed to pull through on this one. It's going to be a difficult one without a doubt as they're down 0-1 in the series. Fnatic, I mean, you know, I think when you look back at that Lotus game and you're a Gen.G fan, you're certainly going to be, you know, kicking yourself, hoping that they would have pulled through there, especially given the circumstances. But that being said, though, Fnatic, no slouch whatsoever. #1 seed coming out of EMEA, really looking to show their dominance here on the global stage like they have done in the past.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see what Gen.G is going to bring to this map. It has not been my favorite map of theirs to watch. I think they're one of the few teams who is still playing the solo initiator on this map. Last time we saw it was regionally when they were playing, and I believe that final against Paper Rex there. And I think when you play solo initiator on this map, the biggest things it limits is going for these super proactive re-clear ideas. When you only have those two flashes that aren't regenerating, you have to really kind of pick your timings on when you're going for fights. And that little piece of util becomes so much more important versus when you play the Gecko where you can recover a Dizzy every 10 seconds and cycle util down long. I think it makes your defensive side really difficult. So Fnatic starting on attack here, I think this is a great place for them to be in 1-0 up in the series.
Yeah, exactly. And especially as I was mentioning, Fnatic being a little bit more slow, like breaking and actually expensing that utility for the side of Gen.G is going to be the bread and butter. Probably one of the reasons why Fnatic chose this map to begin with, even though they do not have the tape because Gen.G hasn't played it in this tournament. As Mimi was saying, they have it regionally, and dealing with the Cypher, especially starting on this half, if Fnatic manages to snowball again, this is going to come from mistakes onto Blues in this series.
All right, well, look, folks, I know we all want to see a map 3 because I did call this a certified banger, so now we're just hoping that Gen.G manage to make it happen. Let's send it back over to Doug and Baby Bay for the call.
Thank you so much, Shubi. Let's make sure we're not making a liar out of you. Dre, I'm really curious about your thoughts on Bind, specifically given Alfier's different role that he's going to have to play here on the Viper.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's on the Viper on this map, but he's looked really comfortable in a lot of their last times that they played this. I mean, Fnatic in general are really good at a map like Bind, and they have a really good chance of closing the series out. That being said, Gen.G in the last 2 series they've played in China in this specific tournament, they've dropped the first map and came back and reverse swept. So we might be in store for something very special, and yeah, they might have a chance of doing it.
I mean, you're kind of spitting. You might be onto something there. Fnatic on attack. Mimi mentioned how this should bode well, given the fact that they were able to steal Lotus and now starting off on the attacking side. We'll see if that is the case. They've already gotten U-Haul. Oh. But they haven't cleared Munchkin. And Texture over the top. The second kill found. Spam coming through. They haven't even hit the trips.
And now everybody from Fnatic is just stuck, but they have an answer back. These trips are insane, though. There's another one.
Oh, the flash should make it around the corner. Both of them cleared. You mentioned they were stuck, and they've gotten it down to a 1v1. Oh, the timing. Oh, he's able to pass by. Not caught. Karan quietly creeping his way forward. He's going to flip the map once more.
Oh, my gosh, Doug.
The pump fake.
That's insane. I think he knows.
Does he? Karan's close by. He's got a frenzy. As much as Chronicle can keep the distance, the better off he'll be.
Oh my god, he's wrapping around again! Oh my goodness! Karen doesn't have a smoke to even fake the tap or anything.
There's the tap. Now, running forward, Chronicle, time is of the essence. He's gotten a tap. Can he settle the shots? No! The frenzy at a distance gets Gen.G the pistol.
Chronicle played that situation so well.
He played it perfectly.
Oh my goodness. The shots just didn't connect, but I mean, he read into it. The TP into the re-wrap. Are you kidding? When you're Karon in that moment, you're like, where is this guy? I mean, he's finessing me. How does he know? A good start from Gen.G. Another pistol round win, by the way. I don't think Fnatic won a pistol on the last map at all, so that's 3 out of 3
yeah, you're right.
for Gen.G right now.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
That being said, Fnatic, I mean, I feel like they were the originators of this Cypher comp. You know, the solo Sky with the Cypher. Alphayear, I mean, he ran amok in EMEA running that Cypher on Bind.
Easy little hop over the trip. Makaran's waiting there with the judge on the other side. The pen from Chronicles, nice though. That weapon hits the ground.
And all of a sudden, if they can get bombed down here, that judge might come in handy in the post plant.
Chronicles 2 away from his ult.
Yeah. I mean, that last round, he played it to perfection.
Yeah.
Except for the closing.
And he's got the judge now. Boaster's the one who commits to the plant.
Oh, no. I mean, if you're Gen.G, you cannot be going here. You know that there's a judge inside of U-Haul.
Yeah, and you got to be careful because Leo still has all of his utility. Upgrading to a Sheriff. The tap, the first.
Whoa.
Oh, the satchel ended up costing him his life as Leo tries to go over the top. Cannot connect.
That satchel from earlier. It took Meteor out.
It was a slow burn, but it worked. The Molly buying some time. The Sheriff shots don't connect. Chronicle will fall and the defuse will come through.
But Fnatic, I mean, they made it scary for Gen.G. Gen.G had to work for that one.
Yeah, that thing cooked for a long time. Huh?
That judge going down early in U-Haul is not something you see every day, especially against no armor buys. But Chronicle, I mean, he's so sharp. He gets the wallbang spam.
Wait for it.
Yeah, his satchel. That's so funny.
That's tough, man.
Yeah.
So Chronicle now, or excuse me, Fnatic will now have a full buy. Chronicle 1 away from his ult. Gen.G have hobbled together a little bit of something. Again, it's that 3-2, but this time it's an outlaw in the hands of Texture.
It's just going to be a steady default right now from Fnatic. They understand that Gen.G don't have the gun advantage. They might try to go for an aggressive pick, an aggressive play. And they're aware that there's an outlaw on the field right now.
They're toggling that cam on and off with Munchkin holding the line.
It's a bait.
Yeah, and they hear it. I mean, Durka can hear that. Bolster can hear it too.
Yeah. Fnatic will get the information that the outlaw in the Rays was playing towards Shower.
And now they know the skies belong.
The info game in their advantage right now.
The question is, how do they parse the info and turn it into a success?
Right now, if I'm Fnatic, I'm putting that Viper Wall up and Orb up, as we see right now. But on the minimap, if you're looking, Karen is a step ahead. He's checked the lurk, but it doesn't matter.
What a shot from Alphayear. Lakia can't see a damn thing, but somehow gets a kill onto Durka anyway. The 2 pistols that remain on the side of Gen.G are going to be late to the party. Fnatic have gotten a little bit of space. Wingman goes on a solo mission, and he gets his job done.
Spike planted.
And now Karan with the Sheriff in a 1v3. In the face of all of that weaponry, manages to pick up an outlaw.
Yeah.
But that's not the weapon he wants in a situation like this.
No, any kill here would be great for him, honestly, but the triple swing, I mean, okay, not bad.
Dude, but I mean, I love how Fnatic play that, right? Because, I mean, yeah, maybe you hit your 1, and he did, but there's no way you're trading 3 there. That's perfect.
No way. Good discipline from Fnatic, but that was 3 guns taken away from them. And now a showstopper available for Texture. Ult economy building on both sides right now. I mean, Chronicle, as you said, I mean, he already had those Seekers from the previous round, but they could do some real damage in this round and potentially break the economy of Gen.G, put him on an eco.
With a Guardian and light armor around it.
This is looking a lot like the first 2 rounds we saw from Fnatic, but this time around, they're not scaling with the A utility.
Smoke's down.
So a new look, but similar default to the start of the round.
And it's the same trap idea with the cam. They didn't spot it last time. Meteor's playing all the way A. He's also not toggling it as hard this time.
Yeah, they really didn't need to, huh? They just kind of got all the kills in that B-long area. Such a slow approach from Fnatic.
I wonder here what they do. They just spotted the Cypher A. And it seems like they might try to go into it. Perhaps confident that they feel like they can handle the utility. You also just saw the ping on the minimap of where the camera was.
Right there.
So there's a heavy lean A here. On the side of Fnatic. They could try to flip the map if they wanted to because they've got Chronicles still playing back B, but now thinking twice against it. They're headed back. Seekers invested.
But the problem is there's all Cypher utility here, and now Texture's rotating in with that showstopper.
Well, and I think it's part of what's been going on is they saw him on the other side. They've got these trips set up, the flash coming through, and they're headed back A.
They had to. That's an opener.
Oh, and they've got the rocket, but it doesn't connect. A little bit of damage dealt, but that's it.
Oh, there's no time.
10 seconds left. They've burned this wick way too low. Forced to sit back and watch. With 3 seconds left, they're gonna have to frag their way out if they want to do this, and Chronicle just can't. He doesn't get the fights. Not given a target at all as Karan gets 4.
What a great round from Karan. Delaying the bomb. They made it inevitable. They were gonna win that round just based off of time alone. And that's all because that Cypher utility was up the entire round. I mean, Gen.G, they didn't need to really have 3 players on B, per se. Yeah, Texture was there for the rotate, but he can easily get back to A for the hit.
A little tricky happy there.
Yeah. So for Fnatic, I mean, maybe in these early default rounds, try to identify where the Cypher trips actually are and use bodies to break them.
Oh, they've done such a good job of masking it, of hiding it. This time, all of that utility is A, including Meteor. Huh, that looks like a scene out of Mission Impossible. Oh, his laser. What do you...
Oh! He slipped right by.
Durka gets through.
Catherine Zeta-Jones.
Was she in Mission Impossible?
No, but she'd be slipping lasers.
Meteor holds the line, trips still up. Durka in a 1v5 with a Bucky.
Oh.
A flawless round for Gen.G. This defensive side has looked really good.
Yeah, the Cypher looking like a big problem for Fnatic right now. I mean, yeah, Durka had the perfect satchels there to avoid the up and down, the low-high trip setup. That's impressive. But I mean, full gun advantage in the way of Gen.G, and why would they even want to give a close range battle like this?
Right.
Just play your gun advantage. I mean, you had an Outlaw, you got an early pick into Showers control. You could just play the delay game, not let Bomb get down. And all of a sudden, we have a timeout from Fnatic. Feeling that pressure that Gen.G had in that last defensive map that they played on. I mean, Gen.G, they look abysmal on their attacking side. But now they're on the defensive side and they're shutting Fnatic down, shutting them out.
Up 3 rounds, and honestly, what, maybe 1 round was close? 1 round felt a little competitive. It's felt really dominant on the side of Gen.G so far.
Yeah, and I mean, Fnatic were overcooking on that important gun round that they had. They went back and forth, back and forth. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, there's 10 seconds left. There's a Brim ult. Made it impossible.
For Fnatic here, though, they've got 2 ults. Boaster's 1 away from his. Alfear's close to his as well. I would guess that there's going to be a player on some of these ults.
Yeah. Maybe a hookah pop right here. But the trips, I mean, the Cypher could be so deadly on a map like Bind.
Well, and this is another setup for Meteor. This is a different look.
Yeah.
Right? Sometimes the trips are B and he's playing A. The previous round, everything was A. Now everything is B.
And I like how not every single trip is conventional from Meteor. He's mixing it up. He's using unique trips.
Meanwhile, Munchkin has taken Showers. Taking a lot of that space over there. That's a lot of info found.
Yeah.
Durka tagged.
Oh my god, he's so confident taking the fight.
It wouldn't be Durka if he wasn't. Meanwhile, Munchkin, who took all that space in Showers at the beginning of the round, like I mentioned, gets the best of Chronicle.
And it's not every day you see a Viper orb that far up in Shower. Usually it's a Brim smoke.
Yeah.
So the fact that Munchkin is able to toggle that up and down and on and off, that allows him that entry. I imagine he dropped it there and caught Chronicle off guard and maybe a rotation. And now full info for Gen.G. They have 3 players here with Cypher utility. And look at the delay. I mean, they can't even go, they're stuck.
One of the trips was cleared by Durka Satchel. He still has his ult, but no way for him to really go in.
30 seconds left.
And there's still that trip outside hookah.
This is so hard. I mean, Munchkin has pushed all the way through this. The hit's gonna come through.
Ult used. Still getting on to first, Durka a second. The nade forcing Karen to get out onto the swing, getting the best of Alfie, but still 10 seconds left. They still haven't gotten the spike down. Leo's gonna have to do it on his own. Munchkin spotting him. Karan cleaning him up.
Once more, Karan, this time around, stuck in the middle of sight, but that brim stim allowed him to just finesse around the shots, around the bullets, and then stop on a dime and get that entry, get that opening kill. He's been so good on this map so far. It's right here. That little extra speed boost. I mean, Alfia just couldn't track him.
Yeah, a little oomph.
Closes it out right there, and he's already halfway towards another brim ult. Over halfway.
10-2 right now.
And another new setup. For a second there, I thought that those lines were a trip in the air. I'm like, surely you can't put a trip that high.
Those are different.
Yeah. But look at the confidence now for Gen.G, the up, down, the disrespect.
And the cam showers. Munchkin overwhelmed.
Oh.
The full run stinger is just too much.
They don't decide to speed up off of that, though.
Well, it's interesting. There's a lot of space that Lucky is taking here, but I think Fnatic have a really good understanding of what the map looks like right now. They get the kill at the beginning. Now they've taken care of the sky, and then the Raise Nade came in through TP.
And when you get those two entries, you can't help but think that
right there,
the side of Gen.G, they have to rotate 2, maybe even 3 players here.
Right. Which honestly would be correct in this situation.
Yeah, but the utility is just superb right now.
Meteor's in a miserable spot. The spike makes its way all the way across. Berserka pushing forward, getting another.
Oh,
Karen's running for the fences, trying to find safety. And all he finds is death.
Poor guy. Damn, that was a nice shot.
Snappy on the first.
Oh my gosh, that was a headshot.
4 more to be found, though. All he's got is an outlaw.
Yeah. And the way that Fnatic have been playing these situations, I mean, ever since that potential, 3v2 that they almost lost on Lotus, I mean, they've been pretty dialed in. Peeking off one another, and etc. And, I mean, all of a sudden, stuff is a little weird. I mean, Munchkin getting caught out here alone, and then this re-aggression down B long, that's not some things you like to see. Even in a 4v5, you still have gun advantage. But I get it, you want to even the numbers.
We saw 4 kills in that replay. 3 of them were fully running.
Yeah. When in doubt, stinger it out. Can you believe that gun's nerfed?
Yeah. Fnatic have gotten their second of the round, and they have a couple of ults to their name. Alfier's 1 away from having his pit. Locky is getting pushed off the angle already. The dog in his face. Heavy lean this way. Now the flash. There's the ult. Nowhere for him to go. Perka will fall. Very nicely handled by Gen.G. Oh, that's not safe. Spotting him, dropping him. Rocket invested. Boaster is left. Took the TP to get to the other side of the map. Meanwhile, Leo able to clean up 1 more. Alfia inverted! And 2 fall! Landing onto the 3rd is Alfia!
That's ridiculous! I mean, yeah, he was owning last map, but...
It's been quiet this map, up until that.
What was that? The lineup and then the 3rd on top of it? If anyone could do it in this map, it would have to be Karan. But now, oh, the info. Karan has to run it down, and Alpha should be able to secure this one. Happens to be Boaster, but that was off the back of Alfia there.
He's got plenty of reason to smile there.
I mean, that was very well played for Fnatic. They didn't have many options. They didn't have many opportunities. I mean, 2 players had to rip TP there, and that gives Alfia this opening. But Texture just couldn't connect. He saw a jiggle from Alfia, but then the initial, that wide swing right there.
That's tough, man.
That's beautiful. They stole that round.
And the Gen.G coaching staff know it.
Yeah, and all of a sudden the economy for Gen.G is bad.
Meanwhile, Fanatics is thriving.
Those back-to-back rounds have been so impactful.
Texture missing the header there. But a heavy lean A, all of the utility from the attack, all of the presence from the attack.
Welcome to my world.
And now the pit to complicate matters just a bit more. You got a wall, you're gonna have to deal with the brim smoke and orb and the pit. Karon falls already.
I got you, I got you.
Gen.G have a timing here. If they try to hit this flank, and if there's enough that the defense can do to keep things at bay, this could get messy. There's nobody watching the flank.
Oh,
now
now they
Chronicle
have an
having
idea.
to turn around, yeah. He's so close. One found, but Chronicle, the safety valve. That's the pit. That's a weapon upgraded. That's a swing. That's another one found, and now that's an aid.
Down A.
Force and Chronicle to reposition to flip the map.
Bomb buddy out.
I imagine Chronicle might even use these Seekers with the way that
30 seconds
Texture has been
left.
playing on this map so far.
Decides that he
Spike
wants to stay.
planted.
Decides to plant the spike. Texture's on the swing. The shots don't connect. Now a flash in his face. Texture tried to dance around it. And that's 3 for the duelist.
How did he do that?
Unbelievable.
Clutch.
I can't believe it.
Don't mess with this
I mean, they had sheriffs. And a Viper's pit was down. And yeah, there was chaos on the flank, but they got punished for it. Texture just 1v3'd. Fnatic have been so good in the post plants. This time they can't get the bomb down, nobody covering. I mean, all the trades went their way.
There were so many little moments in that round.
That was nasty. That's how he did it? Oh. I mean, look at him, yeah. It's like, I mean, they actually played it really well. They dealt with that adversity really well, but when Texture is just zooming like that, I mean, that second kill, that was so fast.
He's up to 11-6 now, and it's kind of been quiet how he's done it, to be honest. But he is delivering for his squad once more.
This is the first round that Fnatic have seen this deep Cypher camera in showers. Maybe they're going to try to find a timing to beat it.
They've cleared it. Meanwhile, Gen.G wanting to refill the space. They've gotten bullied off of Octagon, and now taking it back.
Yeah, a lot of space gathered, and they're holding it too. That allows Texture to lean over towards this A hit if Fnatic decide to actually go for it. Oh, and yeah, Munchkin using this dog around B long, that secures the info.
But Fnatic have to know that there's at least some Cypher utility here. They saw the cam, they've seen the cage, and they're deciding to go into this anyway. How do they get past these pesky cages? How do they get past these pesky trips? First one falls, and off of that, they invest the Brim ult. Oh, but Leo gets the best. Leo kills Chronicle. How? A little friendly fire. Now the Spike's sitting on the other side. Managed to scoop it up. Leo committing to the plan, a 4v4. Munchkin's gonna be laid on the rotate while Meteor falls on the other side. Alfier with no HP gets 3. Finally falling, and now Munchkin arrives. Cannot hold the line, cannot keep them back.
Alfier is having a masterclass in pressure handling. He's been turning the tide single-handedly. He's sitting at 8 kills right now, but the impact from start to finish. He was stuck. Yeah, he was stuck.
Yeah, he had nowhere to go. Dude has 16 HP here. Almost gets 3.
Oh. Little change in sound right there, right at the end. He's like, I don't like what I heard.
There's that. Oh, now it's a triple high-low.
Yeah, but you got to imagine that Fnatic are going to take a very slow approach into this round. Oh, that Gecko flash, that Dizzy connected on all 3. I know it only shot out 1, but they were so clumped up that it ended up getting a collide anyway. Oh, man.
Yeah, the Sheriffs are not holding up here. This is really nicely handled by Fnatic so far. They've been able to sniff out the early trap and then play the rest of the map.
And that's a default that they've been doing quite a bit this half.
Yeah, that was the opening pistol look. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Oh, they're looking good right now.
Again, the momentum was the way of Gen.G at the beginning, but Fnatic seem to have settled. It also helps when Alfier's doing that.
Back-to-back 3Ks.
And he was healthy this time.
He has actually won them 3 rounds by killing 3 people.
And they've only won 4. Well on their way to their 5th.
He's solo keeping them into this game.
Curran with a lot to figure out here. Any exits that you could possibly get would be a gift. But now feeling the pressure, Leo hunting him down, running forward, and cleaning him up. A flawless round for Fnatic. I mean, they've kept, I mean, their money's great as it is, but they kept all of their rifles. Most of them still had full armor. They have a couple bolts to play around as well.
And all of a sudden, we're in a one-round game. I mean, Gen.G, we're up, what, 5-1?
But honestly, it doesn't feel like a one-round game right now.
Yeah.
It feels like Fnatic are just running away with this thing.
It does. All because of this guy.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah. It's just so steady with it.
It's clean. Precise.
4 of the last 5, the way of the attack. In the hands of Durka. Meanwhile, Munchkin using his right at the beginning of the round.
He does have Cypher to back him up here. Meteor, I really like the way he's been playing the Cypher so far on this map. Puts the trips on B, he's playing A with the camera. He's been so elusive.
He's kept him guessing, but honestly, Fnatic, I mean, they've figured it out.
Toxin screen down.
For as much as Meteor was an issue at the beginning, they've got him solved.
Yeah. That will be a Thrash online with a showstopper that can really do something dangerous to Munchkin here. Maybe a pinch with Rocket and Thrash going up short A. Sight smoke's coming out, and there's no trip to thwart Durka at all.
They're all back.
Here it is.
The Thrash should clear the pit. You're absolutely right. They have to flush out behind it so they don't. Oh, they hit him. Oh, but there's cover. Texture's got him. He's got his back over his shoulder, finally falling.
The flank.
The timing is beautiful. The shots were a little messy, but the pressure has been applied. Leo getting the plant down. Chronicle and Durka trying to keep him back. And Chronicle surrounded, but you don't put Chronicle in a corner, man. Munchkin a 1v2, spotting the first. Crosshair behind him the entire way. We're tied at 6.
Chronicle was in the flow state in that scenario. He was definitely in a corner. He even tried shooting his own Dizzy, man. Did you see that? I mean, I knew once he shot the Dizzy, he was going to win that round. Something was just telling me.
They get 3 rounds in a row to close out the half. We'll take a look at this.
Look at this. Oh, we have to see his POV.
Durka was just so steady too, man. When you put those two by themselves there, they're just able to frag out. They're able to get it to 6. We're gonna throw it to the desk to break down that first half.
6-6, exactly what you want to see from a matchup like this. Fnatic managing to bring it back. It was not looking great for them for a few moments there.
Yeah, it felt like the macro throughout that first half was really strong for Gen.G. A lot of really nice late round pushes, and Fnatic honestly running out of time in a lot of these rounds. They weren't being given anything in the mid round, and they were hitting late into a Gen.G that was flush with utility.
Yeah, we were speaking about how they were presumed to be very, very slow, but this is on a different level. Meteor with the Cypher traps was being such a nuisance. Sorry, thank you, Mimi. And time after time, even though they got into this very late hits, all the utility was still available for Gen.G.
But it ended up being a 6-6 half, and this guy is one of the biggest culprits.
Man, he's working overtime.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like Fnatic was so reliant on the hero plays at the end of this half to really pull off this even scoreline. Players like Alphayer stepping up big time. This guy is just so clutch on this Viper.
Yeah, and we talk about them maybe losing like the gist of things and what they want to do in the round. We speak about the macro. We saw that round also. That what was it, a 1v4?
Yes.
And they cannot even get the spike down. They're second guessing everything just because they're not gathering the correct info and because Gen.G is doing whatever they want with the map and how they're moving around it.
6-6 though, and if Fnatic can win this pistol, they could turn a map that looked heavily in favor of Gen.G into a 2-0 victory. Gen.G definitely a risk here.
Yeah, for sure. Gen.G certainly going to have to really muster up a lot to go into this next half. And well, as for Fnatic, they have been looking pretty dang solid as they manage to make that comeback a reality there. We'll see, of course, how this is all going to play out as we send it back over to the casters to get us into the second half.
Thank you so much, UV. Mimi mentioned that if they're able to get this pistol, all of a sudden we're talking about a map that looked comfortably in the way of Gen.G for Fnatic to steal away. And I mean, it would be very, I mean, it's poetic if they're able to pull this off, given how Lotus went.
If Fnatic win this map and this series, losing every single pistol round, I mean,
You did good.
they have a really good chance of maybe taking it all the way to the finals. Because that's so impressive.
It just goes to show you that pistols are fake. Gen.G on the attack. You see this defensive setup from Fnatic. You've got Alfier posted up with Boaster. Holding his 50-50. A dog just cleared out short.
Toxin screen down.
And that dog presence alone, Gen.G have to do something extra here.
Wow.
I mean,
massive.
There you go. That's nice.
And they know. They don't know. I thought they knew. But it's traded. Now flipping of the map to turn back A.
But Durka, he's so good at anchoring this A side is raised. The nade to delay. Look at the mini-map, Doug.
It's just buying time. Munchkin's got the spike in hand. Unsure about where they want to go with 40 seconds left. Options abound.
The head-to-head, Doug. Viper v Viper. This is what it all comes down to right here. If Fnatic want to win this pistol round.
Going up. 30 seconds left.
I think the other thing is Gen.G have to be able to rotate back B if they want to do this without losing any bodies. And you see him dancing around the crossfires. Munchkin falls.
That was it.
Alfier holds the line. Gen.G get through relatively unscathed. They all have the numbers here now. But Alfier, again, the reposition is gorgeous. It's beautiful with 10 seconds left. He will get cleared, but it doesn't matter because the snap is that good.
1 enemy.
3 on the round. The 4th falls the pistol the way of Fnatic.
Who other than Alpha? He's been so good all series long.
Finally getting a pistol. The ever elusive round. And you're right, off the backs of Alfier. 15-9. The first one was free, sure, but everything after that was well earned.
Oh my goodness.
Planted. 1 enemy remaining.
He looks so good out there right now. He looks so comfortable on this stage.
He got a 4K without taking a single point of damage.
And in this matchup, in this series, it was really going to come down to how Alpha could anchor these sites because Gen.G's approach is a lot of 4-player, 1-player contact. And he's going to be the one that has to deal with that. That's why I pointed out in the last map. He's the Sentinel. In this case on Bind, he's the Viper, but Viper is basically a pseudo-Sentinel, right? If he was able to even go 1-for-1 against Gen.G, I thought that was going to be a W. But getting 3, getting 4, that's why you see Fnatic in the driver's seat.
Gen.G have a lot of present showers. Texture the only one. Oh, and Munchkin is as well.
It's that contact approach. That silent walk up. Trying to catch somebody from Fnatic just sleeping on their crosshair.
Yeah, and it was he swung off of putting off of the Viper util A. So he tries to catch a timing, as you were mentioning, catch someone asleep. Doesn't connect.
Alpha's winning Fnatic this game. He knows.
He's active.
He's so proactive.
What's crazy too is he's gonna try to hit this timing with the Sentinel on the other side. No trips to really have to worry about
30
though.
seconds left.
Both are waiting on the other side of the molly. Now starting to see it come through. They've committed to the side, and Alfier gets his free kill. A second.
Spike down A.
It's just so effortless for the kid, man.
What a star.
That's done. Quick break.
What a superstar. So confident that it was going to be an A-hit. And he wanted that head-to-head with Munchkin. He's trying to prove a point almost. All that space gathered, he gets this flank and just easy pick'ems.
Denying the plant from going down, so Gen.G don't even have the money they can walk away with.
Yeah.
As a consolation prize of sorts, a silver lining.
And if you look at the buy from Fnatic, you couldn't tell that this is a bonus round.
No, 4 rifles and a judge. And they had to buy into it, yeah. Chronicle and Durka bearing most of the weight of the investment.
But why not? If you win this round, it's almost like a nail in the coffin.
It certainly complicates the matters. Looking for an early peek out from Fnatic, and they're not going to get it. The discipline this defensive side is showing right now is so nice. And then even when they do take aggressive pathing, like we've talked about Alfier doing, the timing is beautiful.
Scout destroyed.
And right now, Chronicle on this defensive side, he's going Sky Util for Sky Util. He's re-clearing actively, but he's not using his utility first.
Really nice flash. That's a judge. Oh, Texture had 1-2.
Gone here.
In the face of the flash. Boaster falls. He was in such a good position on the site. But Lockia's timing to swing that out and clear it is perfect. So far, it doesn't seem like the bonus is on the cards, but we'll see if Fnatic can do anything about it. Late rotate out from Meteor. He's gotten so far up. He's gotten behind enemy lines.
He's about to activate.
Leo's unaware. Unless he doesn't clear heaven. He's not going to clear heaven. Leo is dropped down. The fight is on the site. Alpier and Durka get 2, but Durka's going to have to do it by himself. He was so weak. Texture gets his 3rd as Gen.G gets a 7.
What a rollout from Texture to just break the crosshair. Of who was that, Boaster and U-Haul?
And it was a judge on the other side.
Look at this. Oh.
I want to see how flashed he was, because there was a flash out from Chronicle at the right time.
That's how Lakia got the kill? Are you joking? He just randomly spammed triple from inside shower, and it was all headshots. I thought he maybe peeked, like you said, but...
Yeah, I thought he swung too.
What was that?
Oh, there's the aggressive look they've been waiting for. Fnatic clearing out the cam. Meteor on the swing, pays for it with his life as Alfier strikes again.
And the discipline to get out. Not overstaying his welcome. 5v3 now. Again, Alpha. He's a monster.
Scout destroyed.
Again, a cornerstone. Stalwart on the defensive side.
I mean, just a powerhouse of skill.
And Dirk is taking all of this space on the other side. They've got to understand that there's really nowhere on the map that's safe right now, given the lack of control they have.
That's why you see they understand they have to re-clear almost everything.
Durka could get surrounded here. He could get wrapped if he's not careful. How much will Munchkin explore? If they regroup, they didn't even have to regroup.
Sleeping at the wheel was Durka, and that's that contact approach, that slow approach. Oh no.
Boaster's gonna have a lot to deal with here with Munchkin on the other side. He did his best to delay, but that's all he could do. All Chronicle had was a pistol. The 2 rifles that are still up on the side of Fnatic are still in the play, still in the fight. 2v2 now. Alfier with Pit online. Can't imagine he's gonna try to use it here, given how tight the numbers are and how good Gen.G look right now. We're tied at 8. Munchkin gets his 3rd. That was really clean. And it shouldn't have gone that way. Alfier's 5v3 to open his 2K to open things up, get it into a 5v3 was ridiculous.
I mean, Alpha did everything he could. He even backed off. He could have kept going for more and maybe gotten traded out. But he made the right play. He gave his team the best advantage they could have possible. But Fnatic just threw it away. I'm at a loss for words right now. That's not characteristic of a team like Fnatic.
They buy into this next round. Guns on both sides. A little bit of light armor in there as well. Leo rotating back B. He does have Thrash online. Alfier holding on to the pit for now. And it's this contacty play that you've mentioned. Makes the flash go out, makes the wall go up! The Thrash was beautiful! Texture can't hold, he's got nowhere to go, but Lakia's got his back! And now Seeker's over the top. Alfier manages to find safety, but swings back into his death. What a round from Gen.G. Just when it looked like Leo was gonna be the savior, it all goes wrong.
Lakia in that moment. He was so clutch, he spammed Leo down. A little bit of RNG for sure, but that's ultimately what it came down to. It's crazy. It's almost reminiscent of what he did in Showers. That previous round where he just, intuition, I guess, just instinct. Let me just spam it here and now. So precise on it.
I'm sure we'll get a look at it once more, because that was ridiculous. I mean, he thought he was dead to rights. The Thrash not getting 2 there ultimately is what decided that round.
I mean, the Thrash getting texture there, that was perfect.
Yeah. It just wasn't enough. I mean, if he tags Locky in there as well, the round doesn't go that way.
They get stalled out. You don't have to worry about that showstopper at all. You can reset.
Yeah, let's see if we can look at this again.
No
Locky
way.
was so
No
far,
way.
he was so far off, and you're right, the spam is crazy.
No way. He was still moving on the first bullet, but it connected. With the Valorant gods, they just seems like they want Gen.G to take this map away.
3 rounds in a row for Gen.G. Now the pit right at the beginning of the round for Alfair. Gen.G deciding to go exploring long. You'd often see a little bit of Sky utility out here to get a flash, maybe a dog, get some early info, but they're not really interested in that. They're trying to hold over the top. In the previous round, it was Chronicle. This time it's Durko's holding onto that space.
And this passive approach, Doug, from Fnatic, it's working against them. It's not working to their favor. They're not showing anything. Gen.G don't have to be worried about the walk-up. But yeah, they have people playing anti in case there's a trap. But you have to try to hesitate the attacking side. Maybe make them invest that Sky utility a little bit earlier on, so it's not so explosive.
The delay looks really nice for Fnatic right now. They've got the brim smokes at Dizzy when the wall was up to make sure they had to take a step back and retreat behind the wall. The timing on this is even better though. Durka satcheling back. The Eye not catching anything, but Leo Singer does. I mean, the round has just gone into chaos. Fnatic are still trying to rotate back over B as the spike is sitting on the ground. It can't be scooped up. It's well out of reach. Now Munchkin taking a step back with a rifle in hand.
He's got the pit.
2 stingers on the other side. Does he invest it? Does he get flooded? He's got to understand there's really no safe time. There's 2 stingers. They're so hard. Almost hits them both, but he's overwhelmed.
Stingers saving Fnatic once again. It happened in the first half, and it's happened once more. Leo, he just barely touches the edge of that stim, and it gives him the ability to just speed around the site. Delay for the rotate so Boaster can get the trade.
That's so perfect.
It was right here.
Yeah, so perfect.
Enemy down.
Those stingers. Well, I mean, that was very scary.
Yeah, they almost lined up there.
Yeah.
Alpha's sitting at 21 and 12.
Toxins going up.
Ridiculous performance so far, and that's brought us to 9 apiece.
Toxin screen down.
It's quiet approach from Gen.G. Sure. Just continues to be the game plan. It continues to be the approach.
Fnatic, I feel like they've read into this just a little bit. It's the first time we've seen them do aggressive showers fight.
Oh, that's a trap. They want to go for it. They want to try to hunt him down, but Dirk has to satchel back.
That push and pull.
I thought Chronicle was going to land that shot.
Yeah. Couldn't hit the mark.
But look at the health bars of the members of Gen.G that remain.
Yeah, but they can just get healed up by this Sky. That's why you see this freeze. That's why you see this Sky coming all the way back.
Yeah, rotating all the way over.
I got the
They understand how important this round is. For either side, whoever loses, the economy is not looking too nice.
Gen.G with a little bit longer of a leash, but you're right. It's got to be now. The mobility too much, but Alfair holding the line only gets 3.
30 seconds left.
But that's enough to get him to a competitive spot.
Jeez.
A 2v2 here now. The pit invested. Leo hunting. He's got to push forward. He's managed to find a window, but he's hunted out. Can Durka clean it up? No! Munchkin with 3 and Gen.G with the lead.
Durka is doing everything he can right now. But Munchkin, the counterpart, he just answered back. And the bullets just couldn't connect for Leo. I mean, he caught Munchkin with his pants down there for a second.
I believe it was Karon jumping into the pit. Backside here saved everything because Munchkin was caught. He was in a terrible spot. Yeah, but Karon jumping into the pit, trying to catch Leo, who was going to drop him. Keeps the pit up, and yeah, that one gets away from him. The frustration on Alfair's face. 24 and 13, still finding himself down around, and now pushing the matter perhaps too much. He had a hero rifle, got his one.
Oh, he's stuck. What?
That's... He didn't take any damage.
What? We're on an eco round. You're already down 2 guys. The pressure is getting to Fnatic right now.
Planted.
Surely they would have loved to have that ultimate in the next round. What was that?
I wonder if Durka misclicked.
Weapon here.
At that point, he just had to commit. I don't know, but either way, it's just not the situation you want.
No.
And interesting enough, Boaster takes Meteor out here, but this was the first round we've seen Meteor get really aggressive on the solo side. He's been very chill, very laxed in this entire half so far, this attack half.
Choosing to activate at just the right time.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Boaster doing everything he can to carry his rifle into the next round. And it looks like he will succeed. This one feels like it's gotten away from Fnatic.
Oh my gosh, I don't think that was a miss.
No, I don't think so either. I think he thought Meteor was going to push him.
But still so ambitious to go for that. You're down 2 players already, be long in the first 10 seconds of the round.
See Elma decide to call a timeout here. Slow things down a little bit. It's the last one of the map for Fnatic. With Mini by his side. Problems to be solved and questions to be answered.
It's a 2-round game, and the 2 most important rounds that Fnatic had were just stolen away from them. I mean, that 5v3? I mean, come on. Now that last round where Durka just invests the showstopper, I mean, the implications for the future rounds are gonna be there. That showstopper can honestly win you a solo round.
If we get there, Breeze is the decider. And Gen.G doing everything they can to get us to that point. What are the adjustments for Fnatic on the other side of this timeout? They've got Chronicle's ult, they have Boaster's ult too.
Gen.G have been playing such a slow-paced attack side. Like, if they decide to just flip the switch randomly, I have to believe that. I don't think Fnatic will be ready for that.
Looks like they're going to try to set up a little bit of Showers control. Note, Alfier one away from his pit. And if he tries to get that orb, he is by himself. Be long. Gen.G looking to find the best window they possibly can to strike. And much like has been the case the entire attack half, it's a slow approach to start things off. The dog invested at the beginning. Only 1 gun was fired. Gen.G have no real idea of what's waiting on the other side, but they decide to strike anyway. Texture with ult in hand, Chronicle cannot get away. But they don't realize Boaster is playing in the smoke right next to them. Texture
Spike planted.
on the other side of the box. Boaster gives a little bit of the space back. Now playing backside, still has his ult. Leo and Alfie are 1 away from theirs. They've gotten the spike down. Gen.G doing everything they can to stop this defense, and there it is. The first ult used, trying to funnel him into the crosshairs, and Boaster will fall. But Durka's on the trade, only able to get 1 though. Alfier's gonna have to do it on his own. A 1v3 with 24 HP. Fully surrounded, dropped. Gen.G map point.
And that contact style on this attack side bind opened up that window of opportunity. As soon as Chronicle uses that dog to re-clear, which he's been doing all half long, that opens up this right here from Texture to satchel on him. That was the opening. That was so beautiful, so well read from the side of Gen.G. And Texture, I mean, he's sitting at 20 kills. He tends to start off very slow, but once he gets warmed up, it feels like it's impossible to take him out.
Gen.G have fully warmed up.
Yeah.
6 of the last 7. All momentum their way here. Fnatic still with 3 ults. For them to end it here would have to be in overtime. Texture on the swing. Durka's already dead. The Thrash could be problematic, though. Only tagging one, I believe.
Great flash.
Help over the top, but you're right. The flash is beautiful. Texture's left to die. Now one way's gonna be really difficult to deal with.
But it's all just to bait out a rotation, and they've done such a good job of doing that.
There.
And the problem with investing a aggressive Viper's Pit like this is that you need to have somebody watching his back the entire time.
Yeah, you can't really leave him. They're gonna push him here. Chronicle gets his ult online and invested. The Seekers.
He had to.
Yeah.
They had no info.
Two of them were cleared. There's another one going the other way as Boaster's fallen. Meteor has gotten backside, and now Alfie are surrounded with nowhere to go.
30 seconds left.
He's stuck.
The TP's the safety, but can Leo alleviate some of the pressure? Grabs two, and that's a spike!
Spike down A.
Munchkin and Meteor try to stand, but the round has become bedlam. Munchkin with 10 seconds left, grabs the spike, has to run out, no time to think about it. Fnatic at their 10th. They're not done yet.
Leo on a solo mission, TPing, and somehow killing Karon there.
He went through the TP with no armor and like 86 HP or something like that.
And then the second on top of it.
Look at that, 85 HP.
This one too.
That's the big one.
Oh my gosh. Meteor did such a good job in this round. I'm in disbelief that Fnatic brought that back.
They're gonna have to do it again. Lakia with ult. Back to this guessing game. Back to these slow rounds. This time the dog cleared out instantly by Boaster, or by Durka, excuse me, A showers. Traded by the dog on the other side, takes a bite out of one. I don't believe it spotted the other, but there are two there.
Bomb buddy out.
This game has become an exchange of utility in any sort of info that can be gathered.
Right.
This is so tense. I mean, everybody quiet right now in the crowd. They can feel it. We can feel it.
Lakia at the tip of the spear so far, headed towards
Luka. It's perfect.
The flash
It's
is so
perfect.
nice. Alfier's got nowhere to go. He was caught up 2-4. And the Seekers were invested as well. Leo backside, doing what he can and finding one. But
30
still,
seconds
numbers
left.
the way of the attack. The rotation coming through for Boaster and Durka. Meanwhile, Chronicle tucked in elbow, trying to stay alive.
Spike planted.
So far, successful. They try to jump out, they try to double face. Boaster just swings his life away, leaving a 4v2. Gen.G within sniffing distance of Breeze, and that will secure it. 13-10, the way of Gen.G, and we're going the distance.
What an impressive attacking half from Gen.G, Doug.
Not enough, not enough. We're going all the way. We'll see you guys on the other side of this break.
Welcome back, everyone, as we break down our second map. Gen.G manages to pick up the win, forcing us into a map 3. And boy, oh boy, this 13-10, 13-10, you know, and it really does feel as if Fnatic kind of lost steam there toward the end, despite some of the heroics that we saw from players like Alfier.
Yeah, I had really high hopes for Fnatic watching the first half of Bind with that kind of recovery in the last few rounds. But the second half, Gen.G absolutely took control. I think they had a great game plan, focusing really heavily on these super slow, contacty rounds. And I felt like Fnatic didn't do a good enough job of re-clearing space in the mid-round to deny these contact plays. Instead, Gen.G was getting really far forward and was allowed to exec onto the site. And so their sole initiator of the sky never really became a limitation.
Yeah, and time after time, we would see Fnatic, you know, defending from the side, but the executes were so strong, and Gen.G was so on point into how and when to clear the angles. And even though they lost players in the meantime, it didn't change things.
Also, crucially, Gen.G was winning a lot of these clutches. Yeah. We see this round, it comes down to that execute we're talking about, but Gen.G is winning the 2v2s at the end. And I feel like that's the difference between Lotus and map number 2 of Bind. Those late clutch rounds were swinging the way of Gen.G instead, and that's the difference maker in a close series like this.
Yeah, completely. And not only that, is Gen.G going to keep doing this during the tournament? Like, they lose the first map, and then they just go and come back at the same time. Is this what they're here for? They just want to play the third map?
Just
is that
revving
it?
up engines up a little bit more. I don't know. I mean, one of the players that popped off there that contributed to his win was Texture, without a doubt. I mean, firstly, the guy's movement was utterly insane with what he was doing with the Rage, just getting into lamps so fast. I mean, he was just making such great plays happening so consistently for this team.
Exactly. We talk about the plays. We talk about the entire environment. Like, he was being set up so well, and he was getting a lot of those openers. Lucky also in some of the shots. But if we look also at the other part, Durka was nowhere to be found. He was very unsuccessful in everything that he was trying to do. And this time the mistakes were on the side of Fnatic. Like, time after time, we saw them taking too many risks.
Yeah, and Gen.G, I mean, now they've put themselves in such a good position.
Yeah.
Texture playing this well, being in such hot form, now going into a Breeze, which is one of the most favorable maps. I think it's Gen.G's best map, one that Fnatic has looked kind of back and forth on, that's very reliant on the individual plays. This feels like an amazing setup for Gen.G to turn this series around and take a 2-1 victory.
I mean, I think it's complicated. Like, Fnatic actually decided to pick this map a couple of times there on EMEA. And at the beginning, it was a big question because during kickoff, we were teased about Durka playing the Euro and how good. It never happened in kickoff, right? But when we got to the stage and we actually saw him here on Breeze, it was like, meh. It's okay. I think especially like it didn't feel so great and so special because we had already seen a lot of Euros, but it was not game defining. Like in this scenario, it has to be more of like a global effort. And I think that against the composition and the way that Gen.G play this map, they should struggle a lot.
And Gen.G is the perfect example of having that Euro have really global influence. When they're playing it in combination with this Astra, they have such great coordinated plays preset. They have a lot of good ideas to clear space and how to combine those two agents. I think pound for pound, Gen.G just play a better comp on this map. I feel like when you play both the KO and the Yoru and you have no Jet, you're indexed so heavily into these flash comps and going for forward flash plays, you're losing out on the stall util that Astra provides. You're also losing out on those set plays and having opportunities to teleport in to your Astra util. Normally you even have like Jet smokes to teleport into. You don't have that addition either. I'm not a huge fan of this comp for Fnatic, but I do think there is a chance for them to surprise us because it is a map that relies a lot on just individual coordination of the team, and Fnatic's historically great at that.
And we're talking about the performance and also the resilience of the players. Gen.G has been in this position in every single match that they've played this tournament. They always go to the third, and they have been winning it, right? On the other side, we have a Fnatic that is still, you know, getting used to this stage. It's been a long time for them since they've been playing here globally.
Yeah, I gotta say, right now, you really do have to be leaning a little bit more toward Gen.G in this situation, which, we looked at the series layout and had the inclination, like, if this goes to 3, you kind of got to side with Gen.G here. That being said, I do feel like Fnatic, if they do find an opening here, one of the players that I'm going to be looking for again to just be that step-up player that has been really clinical for them has been Alpha. He has been great for them. He's been, in moments where they really needed him, I want to see whether or not he can have that impact going into this Breeze.
Yeah, he's definitely been throughout the year, I would say, one of the most consistent, if not the most consistent player in the team. But this is going to take a little bit more than just the player shining.
That's
what
fair.
we were talking about on Bind, how the plan it's so clean that even if a player falls, the rest goes on. The plan on Breeze is to be so disruptive that it doesn't matter if they start up on a 4v5 situation, they will know how to turn it around. So even if Alpha can do some heroics, there's always the next layer for Gen.G with this comp.
And to focus more on some of the intangibles, Fnatic, I think, looked shaken towards the end of that bind game. We saw a lot of rounds where Gen.G's just contacting into these executes, and Fnatic players are whiffing out on shots that we normally expect them to hit. You see Durka investing a Raze ultimate in an eco round that already looked unwinnable. Some of these weird little mistakes that tend to be very uncommon for this Fnatic team kept cropping up at the end of bind. So they're really going to have to focus in on resetting, finding the Fnatic who wins trophies to come into this third map and bring things back.
Well, I'm sure that they are going to want to, fish for that 100%. But of course, for Gen.G, they're on the precipice of being able to, I wouldn't necessarily call it an upset, because even though they're coming from the Swiss stage, I mean, Gen.G still got second in Madrid. Let's not forget this.
Yeah, but this is another one of the tests, right? Like Fnatic, we wanted to see them back on the international stage, on the global stage. Gen.G, they surprised us a lot during this year. So has Fnatic. This is just another, another step on the right direction.
All of our top Madrid teams went back to domestic play and struggled a little bit. We saw it with Sentinels, who's obviously not even here in Shanghai. We saw it with Gen.G struggling in Pacific, but Fnatic even before that didn't even make Madrid. So for both these games to pull out to both these teams, to pull out to a macro level, this is like the test of how back they are. How much of a contender are these two squads really? Because we know both of them have it in themselves to contend for a trophy, to make it to a final. We've seen it in the past, but it's a question of what form they're in here in Shanghai. And if Gen.G can win against Fnatic, who showed great form in EMEA, I think that'll dispel a lot of doubters and really shine some worries on Fnatic in an early lower bracket.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, definitely not what you want to see if you are a Fnatic fan, but most importantly, if you're Fnatic, right? This team had even mentioned how a lot of the teams were eager to play them, had still rate them incredibly high. So I'm sure for them, this would not be a situation that they would like to find themselves in, not by a long shot.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, it's very surprising to see 2 Euros going head-to-head, but I think it's something that we need to pay a lot of attention to, because it was a lot of hit and miss with this kind of plays. I'm looking at Leo. I think he had brilliant performances on this map.
Watch how Caron anchors sights on this defense. He was really good throughout this series already, and his plays can end this game.
Now it's time to settle the score. Who's going to pick up a massive W to start off the playoffs and send it back over to Doug and Baby Bay?
Thanks so much, guys. Breeze to decide how this plays out. You've got the double Yoru with the Jet on the other side. This one's going to be a lot of fun. I think, Dre, if I could pick your brain and get one massive adjustment that I think we would need to see on the side of Fnatic, given how bind went, given that we're playing Breeze now, what would it be?
I think the big thing was they had no op presence at all in that last map of bind. And playing against a team like Gen.G, who do a lot of contact stuff, especially on a map like this, like, you have to get that operator online, and it just seemed like Fnatic, their buys were so dodgy and so spotty, they kept forcing rifles. They weren't able to save up for that operator, so Dirk, he needs to just save and get that up as soon as possible.
We'll see if that is an adjustment that they make on this map, on this half. I mean, an attack side up on Breeze is no strange thing.
Yeah.
So we'll see if that's the case. Durka trampling forward, aggressively swinging into that to take that fight. And it's what you need out of your duelists. All the space has been gained, the spike has been planted. And now they've been able to set up behind them. Alfia really far up in halls. Overwhelmed. 3 waiting for him on the other side. Durka realizes he's got to get out of here. TP's away, finds safety. And now the dash out from Texture. Greeted by Boaster. Chronicle had played his card just perfectly. He still is getting away with murder. How is he still alive?
Oh my gosh.
A flash swinging around and the potential for another finally. Bested. Leaving it all onto Leo. The first shot is crispy. 2 more to be found though. 1 target spotted. Lakius should be able to stick it all the way, barring some spam from Leo, and the defuse will come through. Another pistol the way of Gen.G.
And already from the start of the round, Gen.G looks so comfortable giving that A site because they're so confident in their retake. I mean, Alfia goes down there who, I mean, he was the only saving grace for the pistol rounds of Fnatic in this series. And honestly, taking him out early, especially how he's been playing on the last 2 maps. I can't believe Chronicle played this game of ring around the rosy around yellow there. He ended up living for so long.
Even getting flash value at the end. Yeah, he was just a nuisance. They've put an outlaw in the hands of Jerka.
It's a force.
Just a little bit. Boaster's the first to fall. Gotta capitalize on this. There was just enough that went the way of Fnatic that previous round that they can buy into this and still kind of be okay. They even put light armor on him.
The problem is he has to force the issue. Oh, and that's info gathered. What a clone from Meteor to bait that out.
Yeah, now they know there's an outlaw on the map. Now they know where it is.
And they're just gonna tuck. There's no need to even give any type of fight. That's a disadvantage.
Knife going fishing a little bit, not tagging anyone. There's still 2 members on the site. One of them playing in main. Munchkin tucked in the smoke.
He's stuck.
The spit at their feet will buy a little bit more time. Down to 40 seconds left on the round.
Alpha.
He's taking a lot of space, but he isn't spotted. I thought Lockett was looking at him. You can tell he keeps glancing back.
30 seconds left.
Everything else has to really go right here for Alphier to provide value on this flank, though.
Idiot.
I don't know that it will. Chronicle falls, the spike still.
One enemy remaining.
Now sitting on the ground once more.
Down B.
Alphier cleaned up. That's another couple of kills for Meteor, too.
Yeah, and it was very standard, very simple stuff out of the side of Gen.G. As soon as they found out that that outlaw was online for the attacking side, I mean, they just hunkered down, and Munchkin knew the fights that he had to take. He understands that he might get wrapped from that tunnel area, so that you saw him push forward into his own smoke in the main, and then when he had to back up again after that smoke goes down, Meteor's holding the angle at that point.
Yeah, they adjusted beautifully.
Yeah. And Alphier should have activated a little bit earlier there as soon as Durka got that kill.
It's just so tough to get those timings right.
Yeah.
Off of limited information.
Look at this aggressive Yoru TP. I don't think... Here. Oh, he did. He did get a hint of it, so maybe a punish late in the round if Fnatic try to speed up somewhere.
Yeah, Boaster's looking for it.
Yeah, they have a really good opportunity here to punish this.
This is actually really nice because even if he doesn't commit to it, the clock is ticking.
Yeah.
The spike is in Boaster's hands.
But they need to press the issue. They need to bait that TP out. But that's not going to be the way that you do it. A 1v1 in halls.
And so the first, 45 seconds go off the round. And Fnatic are just now starting to lean towards B. They've had the Cypher utility to make sure that nobody's taking the space. Thanks to Alphier, but...
Yeah.
This is still going to be really tricky to get through.
The clock is running down too low right now. Texture will go for broke. What a kill.
Fade was so nice, but Texture's just ahead of it. You're right, he goes for broke, and he cashes out.
30 seconds left.
Knife there from Chronicles, really nice. Munchkin still playing on the site with the Marshal, or excuse me, a Sheriff, he gets one. The spike is out.
That's round over. That's bonus the way of Gen.G on a map that they're so dominant on. And you're on the defensive side.
10 seconds left.
You wonder here, I mean, it's so tough. When these teams are so well matched up, the tiniest of decisions can prove it to be the difference maker. And if you're Boaster, you wonder, you just shoot the gate crash, you clear it out, and then you have a little bit more time to play the map. That's just tough.
Yeah, and if your plan, oh, here's that kill in halls. Oh,
trying to get away.
No, he got caught out in the timing to put his TP behind him. That's so unfortunate. But he should have had that pre-play starter if he's gonna go for something like that. The pressure is definitely getting to Fnatic right now. I mean, not playing in the group stage. I thought from the first map that we weren't gonna see any of that, but it's starting to show. And what I was trying to say was, if you're gonna punish the Yoru TP, the gate crash, you need to send a massive amount of people to fake like an A hit or a B hit to bait out that TP if you're gonna do something like that. Here. You're not supposed to just do a contact play and just sit and watch the TP, hope he takes it. But it's so hard to make a decision like that in the moment, because how often are you in that position?
Right. They've sent the TP again, and I was unsure if I don't think they saw it. So the TP was just fake. Now it's been cleared.
The mind games.
Yeah. And it's a fun part about running Yoru.
Such an odd character. Nothing like it in the game.
There are a lot of players on the other side of that man. Gen.G are just so healthy right now. Dirk is the only one with a rifle on the other side. They can't really find an easy way in. Durka does have a gate crash, but that's part of the problem of running a single Yoru is you don't have another way to go. But that certainly will help things. Munchkin will fall. Durka on the entry gets the best of Meteor. So they will create enough space on the site to get the spike down. The rotation's coming through a little late. That shock dart was from far away.
Chronicle has full utility up though here. He could potentially use a flash for his teammates here. Doesn't look like he'll even need to because Durka is activated and online.
3 on the round. Fnatic play that really well. And honestly, if not for Leo's drone clearing the way B main, the round probably doesn't go that way.
And Doug, they turned scraps into a symphony of shots there. And that's what ultimately had them convert this round.
They've upgraded weapons too. Boaster just picked up a Guardian. Karen will be able to save this rifle into the next round, but Fnatic find the way on the board in an unexpected round, in an unexpected manner.
The Thrifty. They needed that. This could have gotten out of hand very quickly.
I mean, the drone, again, the drone was perfect.
Yeah.
That just opens up so much.
Also, Durka.
Yeah, he played that too, yeah.
Even on the entry there, he actually had Meteor flash just stuck behind that pillar, and he took advantage of that, took all the space. Held for him, just looked easy. That being said, there is an operator online for Texture, and he could be very deadly with it.
It's Durka waiting on the other side. The dash has been procced. The smokes have been dropped. The shot does not connect.
Look at the support utility from Lakia in that position. He uses his Sova dart to scan if anybody's close up, so he doesn't have to worry about it, and then a shock for the exit. Had Durka tried to go for more there, that shock's gonna chip him down, give Lakia the gunfight advantage.
Right.
What? He commits! Oh my gosh!
And
he has bomb and spawn, Doug!
He ults his way out? A minute left in the round. He's playing this beautifully. There's so much time. Whoa. He's injected chaos into the situation and then gets away, forcing Fnatic on a back foot.
A good reaction from Fnatic, but they're missing their timing.
It might not matter. Munchkin has given up the space. Durka forced to use his own ult to make sure everything is safe. They're not walking into a meat grinder.
I'm back. The thing is, on this retake, Texture can just post up on an angle while his team scales up.
Yeah, but is he going to be able to get past the walls?
Bomb's not down yet.
30 seconds left.
Still plenty of time to stabilize things. Meteor will fall. Munchkin to Fnatic. What a response. Just when it looked like chaos was going to be the problem, Fnatic settle, turn all attention towards B, and execute perfectly.
Oh, Karon's dead to rights here. A good reaction for Fnatic. I mean, they had nowhere else to go. You can't go back A in that scenario. You have to speed up B. But what was most impressive in that round was the poise and just waiting here, waiting for anything to happen. They're all gunned and ready. And then they fight together. A lot of teams in this scenario would have forced the spike to be planted there and gotten chipped by Sova Util, maybe gotten picked off. In the 4v5, they decided to just fight.
Alfie are zopping. We thought it might be Durka, but Alfie is formidable with it as well.
Yeah, he kind of has to on the attacking side too, because there's no other gap closer.
Right. Durka has to go.
Yeah.
Life of a solo Yoru is tough, man.
By the way, Munchkin plays so aggressive here, and I think that's why you see this default where Leo creeps up to this close wall and then uses the drone a little bit late.
Yeah.
Look, he's caught out again. No punish, though.
Fortunately for them, Durka's already gone so far up. Only able to get one, though. Poster on the swing will not find success. Up in the hands of Texture, but he's waiting on the other side. He's stuck A. While the spike, although labored, is finally finding some space out onto B. Great shots from Leo.
Okay. Okay, Doug.
I don't know that Texture can really go for this here. They don't have the money.
No. No, wait. 1v3 with an op?
Planted.
That would be chaotic. What a round from Leo.
And Durka too. I mean, I mentioned it just before the exec happened. Like, a solo Yoru's job is hard. It's miserable. Your job is to go out, hope that there's enough flashing, hope there's enough utility over the top to give you some space to work. And he found it. That was perfect from Durka. And again, that's the difference between when you're running a Jet Yoru versus just a Yoru. If there's a Jet to go with it, honestly, there's a lot more oomph behind it.
100%. And it can be so hard, especially going up against this Astra, because, I mean, all of a sudden you have a suck, a stun, and the choke.
Yeah.
And then there's even less support for Durka, but Leo with the clap back and Durka getting that entry. That was amazing, and he got it from the same spot.
We're tied at 3. You guys saw a teaser there. There will be a timeout, so a little bit more room for discussion around this. Leo just played it beautifully.
Oh my gosh. That's nasty.
Yeah, all 3 of those were crispy, man. Currently sitting at 6-3. His Sova's world renowned, and you understand why.
I was literally about to say the same thing. You took the words out of my mouth. He's on Sova. He can do things like this. I don't know what it is. He's just so confident on the character.
So we've seen both teams bust out the op on this map. And we've seen some success, but honestly, it's not taking the map by storm. It's not taking the world by storm here.
Yeah, apart from the outlaw round from Texture on the anti-eco, he really hasn't been getting much value with that operator at all. I mean, he got a little bit aggressive in A main one of the rounds, ended up whiffing the shot on Chronicle, but he got out alive, got some info, you know, that there was a Yoru there as well. Usually he gets those kills. And had he had gotten that kill onto Chronicle, all of a sudden the sight hit is not the same for Fnatic. The anchors of Gen.G, they can use all their abilities.
That saved op goes back into the hands of Texture, tied at 3 apiece. This Viper wall that's been up a couple of rounds towards B. Meanwhile, Meteor with a Marshall.
And now we're seeing a change of pace for Fnatic. They're going to do a slow default, and that's why you see Durka with that operator online this time around. They're cycling it. He doesn't need to go for an entry here. He's just holding space. He's holding for that A main peek that Texture did earlier in the map.
And honestly, I imagine when it does come time to hit the site, there's a real good chance Durka hands it over to somebody, probably Alfir, and then they commit.
Yeah. And you understand how important this round is for Fnatic with the way that they're playing it right now. The approach,
absolutely.
the pings on the minimap, the constant jump spotting in halls.
And I mean, to go back to what you were just saying, even the way Durka's played the opening of this.
Yeah, he hasn't moved. Just now, what, 45, 50 seconds in, has he moved?
Seems like a little lineup from Boaster towards A main.
They will be running into 3 players here, but the guns are in their favor. And if this KO knife lands on a Karen, it might force that suck or stun out a little bit earlier.
Meteor.
Oh no, oh no.
I thought he was gonna land the shots. Even in the face of the clone, Lockheed trying to dance around in the smoke with the Bucky, not able to find a single target. The buy from Gen.G is just not able to hold up, but they managed to upgrade these weapons a little bit. Munchkin with the rifle cannot convert, cannot find damage.
The pressure is on, Doug. And we're seeing people whiff left and right. I mean, Fnatic, they got lucky here. Meteor definitely could have gotten that kill. Karen, he isolated 1v1s really well in that scenario. If the shots go his way, this is a completely different round. Even here on the cross, Munchkin could have hit that. This is what happens when you're map 3 in such an intense game.
Chronicle popping off again. Fnatic have won 4 in a row. The op still in the hand, now back in the hands of Alfir.
My camera is destroyed.
Meanwhile, 3 ults for the attack.
Not sure if that KO dagger connected onto Munchkin in that tunnel area of the B site. But if it did, they should have info that it's a very similar setup as to like anti-eco approach. Where you have Munchkin playing up close. You have Meteor holding the mid for him. Sova's playing back in mid, rotating if they hit B or A. Drone will be broken. Info will be scarce for the side of Gen.G. Texture's playing with fire here. He's gonna run into Alpha, who's holding with that off. There it is!
Meanwhile, that pick got invested right at the beginning of B main. Chronicle looked like he was gonna try to set up a molly, but decides twice. Hangs onto it, uses an ult of his own.
Oh, it's a fake.
Do they bite? You gotta be careful here too, because the bite mid could be the problem. Locky investing the ult, there it is, the pressure mid. Karl gets his and then gets away.
If he can get one more, Gen.G have a chance.
But he's surrounded. He is so surrounded, but he still gets another. Now Locky over the top, providing cover. 45 HP with the utility out. He will fall. 10 seconds left. Fnatic have managed to find enough space and enough safety to get it down. But now, what? Meteor arrives straight into his death. Again, the money, not great, but they've got to find a way to convert here. Munchkin in the face of 2, already tagged by utility. Crosshair cannot snap. Chronicle with 4 as Fnatic gets to 5.
What a round, what a call from Fnatic. What an entry from Alpha. I saw it on the minimap. Texture, he was jiggling, he was showing his elbow. And I think Alpha just full control, holding it, patient. And then the trades on the site, Chronicle coming up huge. This kill on CT, oh my gosh.
Big round from Chronicle, man.
And Karen did a really good job. I said it. If he gets 2, they have a chance. Brought down to a 2v2.
Yeah, they had a great chance.
No op in play for either side. No punish, but Meteor has to back off of this elbow area. That KO dagger makes it so he can't use his gate crash and get out of there. And Alpha, just while this is all happening, Alpha is just in halls, controlling all the space on the opposite side of the map.
Dude, Fnatic are playing this map so well.
Yeah, the approach has been amazing. I mean, the changes of pace even.
Honestly, very Lotus-esque.
Look at this, they're waiting for the re-aggro.
They know. They're a step ahead of it. They still gotta land the shot, so and they do.
Oh.
And while all of that is happening, Alfir gets up even further.
He's gonna activate right now. He hears the rotations, they're just gonna go away.
He's gotta be cautious on this though. The info is nice.
Oh my gosh, he's playing it so well. Texture's on an island right here.
Do they realize that it's safe? Do they realize that it's clear? Oh, Locky destroying Alfir there, and now they know Texture's here. Tries to flash as much as he can, and Texture dances in and out of the util. Gets the best of Chronicle and somehow stays alive. 4v3, the way of the defense. The spike's still not planted. Boaster with a pit, but doesn't really have the space to invest it, and Locky strikes beautifully. Leo cannot find any more success.
Fnatic had all the pieces of the puzzle put together, but they just couldn't execute. Alpha, he missed his timing. He got caught out by Locky on the rotate, but then also Texture in the main. Oh, that's killer.
That one hurts.
Yeah, but then also in the main, nobody used utility to clear out Texture in this scenario. But yeah, I mean, that Astro Wall from Karen coming out, maybe that is what caused the chaos and allowed Texture to just play that fine line of getting the first kill and then getting out.
Yeah.
But still, I mean, that's a round that Fnatic, I mean, they had every right to win.
Now Blade's online for Texture.
Oh, I wonder if Texture knows. Is this prep? Is this heavy prep?
If he takes this fight, he's by himself.
Oh.
It's traded. Unfortunate for Lakia, but they got what they were looking for.
The problem is Alpha going down early kind of forces you to commit to this B site, and that's what Gen.G want.
They've got some presence here. You see the TPs both exchanged.
On this re-hit, there's going to be a suck out of the choke. It's going to be only Durka getting in sight. He will get the entry, though.
That's all Fnatic need.
And he knows.
A second found.
Time to jump.
Last player standing.
They've ripped this site to shreds. And now the loss of Locky at the beginning of the round feels so much worse. No heroics from Texture, no magic from the defense. Fnatic gets to 6.
That was so well timed. That gate crash on the site. Yeah, he's the solo one. But the timing was perfect. And then that KO dagger landing, he knows that Munchkin is playing up close.
Nice. Let's go, bro. Nice, guys. Good job.
Good vibes on the side of Fnatic.
The setup was so clean.
Yeah. I mean, Durka, at the beginning of stage 1 in EMEA, he looked a little bit lost on that Yoru pick. But man, has he gotten good at it.
Look at the money for Fnatic. They're so rich. I mean, they're so well set up to, they could easily be looking at an 8-4 half here.
Must be nice.
And they've got a couple of ults that are gonna be hitting at the right time too. This is a gorgeous setup for the #1 seed from EMEA.
Using the drone to clear out anything close. They don't want weird things to happen in this round. They're baiting utility out. At the same time, Alpha opens up, falls. I mean, they're just having their way right now.
They're playing this round beautifully. Even how with that deep aggressive wall, as soon as the door goes up, they have to peek ahead of it or they're gonna lose sight. You know they have pistols. They can't really sit back. They've gotten a couple of kills here, but it seems like Fnatic will be able to avoid disaster. Even the ones that they've lost will be reinvested. Fnatic at the 7, and again, the 8th is well within reach.
That's Durka's second ult in 3 rounds. I mean, they have a really good opportunity to steal this last round away and have an 8-4 half. Chronicle is 1 off of that KO ultimate. I mean, they could really play it slow in the beginning. I mean, if they wanted to, they could even get an op-up on Chronicle. You could sell something. Oh, there it is for Boaster. Why not? Hold. Do a default in the beginning. Grab this A-orb so you get that KO online.
And honestly, they know that Gen.G have wanted to re-aggress. We saw the re-clear elbow just a couple of rounds ago.
There it is!
You know the aggression is coming. Fnatic is ready for it.
From the IGL. He's sitting at 9 and 6.
I know exactly where.
Texture strike here.
Look at the ults.
He's creeping forward. He might get away with a whole lot more. He's gotten his one. Doesn't overcommit, doesn't push it. Meanwhile, Chronicle popped the ult. Spike is sitting on the ground. Can Alfear settle the shots? No, not for now. But Gen.G seemingly intent on getting to 5. It would have to be Leo and Alfear, who've been good for them all series. The problem is they don't have the spike. They're not anywhere near it. Gen.G are fully posted up around it. They've got time to slow it down. They've got time to try to catch a one, try to catch an opening. But you see it, Gen.G are aware to it. You look at the minimap right now, Pings concerned with the flank. Texture's taking the space.
1 enemy remaining.
It's just so easy at that point. It's just so simple when you have that big of an advantage.
30 seconds left.
It's just so effortless. Lakia again. Besting Leo like he did Alfear a couple of rounds ago. Getting Gen.G to their 5th.
All off of Texture. He was so confident in mid. He had to make the score even.
And that was off of the back of Boaster getting the pick.
I know. Boaster got caught out. He was the one that got the entry, and then he was the one that got caught out. And then the respect shown. I think Alpha just gave Texture too much respect in that moment. He needed to get that kill.
It's a tough spot to be in. Unless you're a spectator and you like bangers, and that's exactly what we've got on our hands. GB, take it away.
Hello, I'm Spectator, and I am enjoying this. All right, guys.
Let's
go ahead and talk about that first half there. I mean, you know, well, we have our resident Breeze enjoyer here, Kukuka, to discuss this a bit more.
Yeah, this round was insane.
Yeah, there was a lot of crazy stuff happening.
This is crazy. This was on Fnatic's mind so rent-free at the beginning of each round, and then Meteor decided to go for it. And even though he gets the kill, the instant call for Fnatic to go on the execute on B, even though Gen.G has all the read, just because Boaster, I think he taps the spike very briefly, they decide to go on the retake before Fnatic take all the positions. But this is also also a trap on the side of Fnatic and they managed to get the round. You're saying it. Okay, I don't like Breeze. I don't like the map. It's not a freaking secret. But actually, this one's been so entertaining. Like all the plays, the mid round from both Fnatic and Gen.G, it's been actually a very enjoyable.
Yeah, Fnatic's mid rounds were incredible throughout this one. I think Boaster making some great calls, and in particular, setting Durka up for some really good moments.
Yes.
It's really difficult to play this map with a solo Yoru, but I think Durka has actually gotten so much done. When he's entering, they're finding really good timings to send the util with his teleport. So even though there's not like a smoke to combo it into, he's finding these gaps on the execs and getting tons of value in the opening kills, which is one of the big reasons that Fnatic is leading by 2 at this half.
Yeah, but let's not forget, though, it's only going to be a 2-round lead. You got a Gen.G that could very well get themselves back into this one, Mimi.
Their attack side is really strong. Watch out for the combos between the Astra and the Yoru on the
Watch out for
execute,
Leo.
and how that Jet helps out as well. This is a very winnable comeback for Gen.G, but you're right, Fnatic's looking hot.
The desk is split over here. You love to hear it. All right, let's send it back over to Doug and Baby Babe for the final.
The problem with that image that we just saw is that Gen.G like to do a bit of the same. They like to lose the first map and then win 2 bangers to close out the series. So, and we're just gonna see who breaks first. Gen.G on the attack. We talked so much about how on Bind and on Lotus their approaches were slow, they were quiet, they were contact. And that's really what found them success on Bind. We'll see what they do here.
This time around, aggression from Fnatic on their pistol. I like that.
And of course it's Alphair. Has to be Alphair. Boaster's doing his best to keep them in it as well. A little bit of presence found, understanding there's Hall's threat. This pistol is just so chaotic until Messi. Spike is sitting out on the site with no real way to pick it up. It's got to be Munchkin, but they know where he is. A dart in his lap. The Shock buying space, buying time. Leo patient with it, not forcing the matter whatsoever. That heady angle is so difficult to hit.
Yeah. 2 players are down low here, though. It's not over yet.
Munchkin's got 10 HP, man.
And Fnatic are so spread. If he does this correctly, I mean, he has a real chance.
But I don't know, honestly, man. They've got everything considered. Look at where they're facing.
Oh.
Every single one of them.
It's not ones anymore, Doug.
No.
That will be all she wrote. Alphair. He's been the star on these pistol rounds for Fnatic. That aggressive push all the way down here. Beautiful, catching Karen off guard. And then Boaster. He almost got caught in that timing.
Spike down A.
Nice shots.
Very nicely done from Chronicle.
Nice, boys. Come on, then.
And these are signs that are all good for Fnatic because we're seeing Durka, we're seeing Boaster, using Marshals. They didn't have an operator once that last map. And with the way that Gen.G like to play, you have to have those online.
This map just lends itself to it so much more.
I mean, Boaster had a classic for a little bit, but Durka dropped him a ghost around yellow, so he does get an upgrade. But Meteor's so aggressive here. Oh.
Spotting one.
He has to back off.
Yeah, the comms had to have been traded there.
But the thing is, with that, just that little peek there, that baits out Leo's rotation from the B side.
Just a little, though. He's still playing mid. He's still at a position where he can help on both sides, but actually now he's fully committing A.
Do you see how Gen.G maneuver around the map and put doubt in the minds of Fnatic? This is all stuff that's going to help them further down the half to make a comeback. And for Fnatic, that was their demise on the bind defensive side that they had. They played too passive. There was no disruption.
And that allows this slow Gen.G approach to cook exactly the way they want it.
Portal closed.
You're right, there's nothing to kind of throw them off the mark, nothing to get them off the rails. That Marshall close, not connecting, finally does. The third time is a charm.
I mean,
but Gen.G have been able to fight back. They've got a couple of kills here, but still just a sheriff in a classic.
Watching here.
The spike down feels like a win here. As far as money goes. Oh, but it might be more than just that.
He tagged Leo really low.
Alphair still healthy. Still 2 Bulldogs on the other side. Oh, they fully swing out. Alphair is able to save it. Fnatic will get another round, and now Gen.G will be on the bye.
But still, for Gen.G, I mean, with limited resources, you were able to do that? I mean, they could have won this round. Where's the confidence from Fnatic?
I don't know, you could tell on Leo's face, there was, he knows they got away with one. That one was closer than it should have been.
Where's the confidence? It's map 3. You won the pistol, you're in the driver's seat.
I don't.
Where's the gusto?
I'm going to disagree with you here. I don't mind the way they played that at all. Yeah, it got a little messy at the end there, but given how Gen.G like to be contact, given how they like to deathball, who knows what's waiting on the other side? The fear of the force is always a factor too. I mean, either way, 4 rounds still separating these two. The buy from Gen.G, we mentioned it, fully healthy, just light armor for Meteor, as he gets one step closer to having that ult online. And again, the slow burn of this Gen.G approach is what greets us.
Yeah. And Alpha and Durka actually invested into this with rifles, so if they do not convert this round, the economy will be in shambles.
Yeah, it'll be a weird buy.
But I like the proactivity from Durka. I like that in the mid round he walked up, but there's pings around the map. It looks like Gen.G might have a read that Durka might like to play this spot. Is he gonna get hard cleared? Is he gonna find the timing on Munchkin?
It was for the wall, that's what they were calling for.
He needs to get out of there.
Should be able to TP away, but he stays just a little bit too long. Trades his flash for his life. Texture though, falling on the other side will keep things competitive and keep them equal. Gen.G with full intentions towards B. Meteor using his drone to do his job. Chronicle filling in on the space behind it. He might be able to get ahead of this. I don't think they know where he is. Oh, he's able to cut him off, but the dart gives him away. Now the flash on the swing, but they played anti. That was so beautiful. Leo in a 1v4.
Spike planted.
They're weak though. A weapon upgraded. And now potentially saved.
What a beautiful call from Munchkin to set up this entire round. I mean, off of that entry in mid, yeah, it gets traded out, but all of a sudden the map opens up. And Karen, he was the star of the show by really not doing much. All he did was use that Astra smoke in that B tunnel area and deny all info. For Fnatic, the players on Fnatic, they don't know if it's gonna be an A split, they don't know if somebody's going nest, halls. I mean, it really kept them guessing, and the whole time, Karen actually was just sitting behind that Cypher trip and tunnel, waiting for his moment to strike. And he did just that. And then for the players as well to just walk onto the site and just hold and wait for that dart to come back up, not overextend, not get punished.
This right here.
That's disgusting.
That felt like heartbreak, man.
Look at that. He's sitting right outside of that trip.
Yeah.
In his own smoke and then playing anti there for Lakia.
Both of them. I mean, they both tugged.
They were ready.
They knew the flash was coming. They saw it was a KO on the other side, who had no other options.
Yeah. I would love to see Fnatic play a little bit more aggressive on this defensive side, especially towards mid. And I think that's what we're seeing right now from Durka. There's no KO knife that gets info for the likes of Gen.G. They like the contact. That's why the op is going to be so good in this series. Oh, he barely gets out alive.
30 HP.
Oh,
excuse me?
The dart was so good.
Boaster and Leo both striking. Now Texture flashed. Alpha here with the classic.
Spike down B.
Numbers away at the defense, but the weaponry so formidable on the attack side. Texture pushing forward, 71 HP, gets the best of Chronicle.
He's robotic.
He's gonna have to do it again though. Munchkin committing to the plant, finding success.
This is such a hard retake right now for Fnatic. They're both stuck. Info going the way of Gen.G.
How long until Leo start? I don't know if there's gonna be enough time to wait for it. Texture gets tagged. A pitch high and inside to back him off the plate. And now Munchkin on the swing. Ah, he's been caught. He's been spotted. Now Texture's left his devices. Left to be the hero. A tap, an updraft, a threat. Boaster with the shots as Fnatic will get their 10.
Oh. Take a breath, Doug. It looked like Texture was gonna bring that one back.
I mean, you can never count the guy out.
I know. I mean, he played it as best as he could.
The dart. You were right, that dart was gorgeous. And then also Munchkin, unfortunately, it's just kind of a sitting duck there.
Oh my goodness. Had Munchkin just swung out instead of trying to get away with his life.
Yeah.
I mean, he gets that kill 9 times out of 10. He definitely gets a kill there.
Into the next we go. Fnatic have gotten up to 10. Boaster with his pit available. Gen.G have one of their own. They also have Meteor's ult invested. A reconnaissance mission for their duelist. No real tags or anything like that. They realize the site is wide open. It's safe for the taking. Fnatic filling in on the space halls. Meanwhile, keep an eye on the minimap. Karin on a late flank.
Portal closed.
They've got the pit. Leo's down. That's big. That's a big piece of utility if you want to try to get through this pit. Not having a drone, not having a dart.
Yeah, you gotta face check it.
Oh, and they're having a face check. Main. Oh! Locky was there to greet. That almost happened again. But this time Munchkin able to get away. Finding comfort in the pit. Finding safety as the spike ticks away. Time is short. It is of the essence. Chronicles left on the outside looking in. That's another round the way of Gen.G.
Just using the ults to shut Fnatic out of the A site there. We entry in with Meteor's Yoru ult. Once we find out it's completely clear, we're gonna get the pit down. And I mean, that's it. It makes it so hard. Even if Leo's alive in that scenario, it's still so hard to win that round. I mean, those ults are just too strong. That Viper's pit basically guarantees you a round if it gets down.
Yeah, if you get that much space on the site, you're right.
By the way, what a nice shot.
Man. You wonder here if there's going to be a timeout called on the other side because we're nearing the end of this, but no.
And right now, from the side of Fnatic, I don't really like what I'm seeing. I don't know if anybody actually has the economy to get an operator online. I mean, they used it on the attacking side. Why would you not use it on defensive side? Why would you not try to save for it? Why are you making it a brawl v brawl matchup? Gen.G want that.
They've handled the chaos so well. Gen.G have. I think about that hit B a couple of rounds ago.
Portal closed.
Oh, he's getting hard swung in this angle, Doug.
Time to jump.
Oh, he's not!
No way, he gets away with that!
Oh!
This time the TP early, no flash or anything like that.
It's insane!
Gen.G slowing things down again. You start to see the Astro Stars go back A. The knife will catch Munchkin. Given that, Gen.G have a decision here, and it's a difficult one to make. Do you try to flip the other side of the map? Now I think they will, because Alfier's been caught. The spike instantly rotating back B, but Dirk is here. The flash in his face. Karin has to give the space back. Leo not far off. Meanwhile, Boaster's been left to hold the other side, and I don't think he spotted Munchkin. Both Vipers playing A while the spike is trying to rotate back B. Munchkin gets the best of Boaster. The spike, safe, but Dirk is position concealed until he's dropped. A 2v2 now with 10 seconds left. The spike goes down.
Not ready yet.
And we'll reset once more. Lockett has his ult, but he's not really in a position to get away. He can't really play around it. He's got to stay on the side. Leo cannot settle the shots. Chronicle a 1v2. One away from his ult. The knife will not tag. He's gonna have to figure it out on his own, and Lockett gets his third. Gen.G will not fold.
There's just no way that you can prepare for everything that Gen.G does. The way they set up individual lurks on both sides of the map simultaneously. It's so unconventional, it's so hard to deal with. It comes down to a 1v1. They force you to take an aim fight. And if you lose it, it just feels like your chances of winning the round diminish.
They relieve just a little bit of pressure. The valve is turned just the slightest, and they instantly fill in on it. Fnatic here with essentially 4.5 ults. Leo's one away from his. And the pit invested right off the bat. And I don't know if he spotted that gate crash coming through.
No one did, Doug. That could cook later in the round.
He's got the spike, though. I can't imagine he's the one who commits to it. Maybe a fake TP a little bit later on.
if he does opt to go for the fake TP soon, it might keep two players of Fnatic there.
He did use it there. And I want to say Chronicle looked, saw that it was safe, so that's enough to keep them back.
You are divided.
Now the Cosmic Divide B, the stars go down once more, and the gate crash now out. Into the smoke he goes, and Alfear stuck on the other side. Meteor can't see a damn thing, trying to navigate all the utility, finally striking onto Alfear. But Dirk on the trade.
Down B.
Here. Ult invested 11 HP. The spike on the site, but I don't think he realizes that Munchkin's playing behind him still. Dirk is in such an awkward position. He's got nowhere to go, and he's dealt with assassination style.
30 seconds left.
Gen.G again with the numbers advantage, and Fnatic again forced to save.
Gen.G are so hard to deal with on this attacking side. I mean, just the layers and layers of utility to set up Texture, to set up Meteor. Just full chaos mode.
And they find the calm in the chaos. That's what's the difference maker right now. Gen.G enter like a state where everything is slow. Everything is seen.
Such a pleasure to watch. This has been such a back and forth battle all series long. Gen.G though, they're never out of it. They dropped the first map in their last 2 series, and they bring it back every single time. In this case, it's just like Bind. Fnatic hit 10, and all of a sudden, we're in a 1-round reach. This is that controlled chaos.
How does he get away with that?
They're so calm, like you said. Even Munchkin, he only has one job here. Hold down the entire flank as everybody else is going crazy on the site. And there's been no operator online on this defensive side. The operator on this map is so good. It can get you so many first bloods. You can play really aggressive with it. And you're not even going up against a KO. So you can really pick your lane and have the advantage.
And perhaps that's the part of the conversation right now. Fnatic calling their first time out of the map.
Someone has to save for it.
It's crazy that it went this long without investing one, but yeah, we'll see if that's one of the adjustments that they make. We didn't really see it on Bind. You mentioned we saw it on the attack half, but choosing not to do so far, at least up until this point. Meanwhile, we take a quick look at the buy. Gen.G is so healthy. Texture has his blades. And it does not look like a save is part of the conversation here for Fnatic.
They're not going to have an operator online again for the next round. It's going to be light armors and rifles, and Leo, he probably won't even have a gun. $500 to his name. He does have the Hunter's Fury, though. If they can manage to get an early pick into the round, maybe he invests it as that bomb is going down.
Really nice timing there on the orb going down by the observers. What do they do with this? I think the difference is, as we compare the two attack halves, Fnatic was happy to wait because Gen.G would take some aggressive space and they could just catch them, right?
Yeah.
Fnatic don't really do that. They haven't really done that other than the pistol.
They're so passive on their defensive sides, and it basically creates a lack of info. That being said, Durka, he's getting activated down halls. He might find a window, an opportunity, but Texture is going crazy. It might be too late. And the jump spot!
They just know. They've got everything considered. Everything calculated. And even the updraft over the top for Durka to have to pick. There's no good option.
Just smothering.
One enemy remaining.
Everyone dropping like flies for Fnatic, and a convincing round win for Gen.G.
Flawless to tie us at 10. You mentioned it, the buy's not great. We'll take a look at it one more time. The hit was decisive, it was confident, and this is the change of pace. right? Every single attack round has been slow. It's been feel the map out. It's make a little bit of noise and then cut off the rotation if somebody's coming around or get a pick. That time, it was quiet for maybe 5 seconds, and then they slammed through short.
Jeez.
Light armor on a couple of members, 3 of them on the side of Fnatic.
Standing ahead.
Early dart not getting any info. Lakia gladly takes the space, takes the orb. And the quiet over the map at the beginning of the rounds is deafening.
Shock dart. I have the spike.
The thing is, there's a Yoru online and available for Meteor, so if Gen.G want, I mean, they could just use it as scouting, like a scouting report, just an info, a drone.
That shock dart towards B doesn't clear out any of the Cypher utility, but it was enough to consider a rotation. Leo was on his way back B, but the fake TP, and now they can play a little bit more towards B.
And they just dodged the knife, too.
Yeah.
This is, everything is on Alpha right now. Everything is on him.
Durka has joined the fray. The TP back B.
Plant a spike.
Meteor getting a lot of info here, spotting both of them. That's the idea of what the defenses are. They realize they can play a little bit safely back here. That flash is gorgeous. The swing out, not connecting yet. As Durka takes a step back, but he's got to dig his heels in. It's Alfier who does, at least for one. How much more can they find as Carrot sloops the net, gets behind enemy lines, and they punish. Rolling Fnatic once more. Leaving Boaster stunned. How have they gotten to this point? No time to answer that, though. He's got a 1v3. He's got to try to clutch.
Toxin screen down. One enemy
He's
remaining.
gotten it down to 1. Can the captain for Fnatic win this round? Stop the bleeding. The snap onto the 1. He hasn't connected. Another tap.
Toxin screen down.
Munchkin, patient. That's the 2nd time he's gotten away with it. Will he be able to get away with it a 3rd? Boaster's gotten it to half, 9 bullets left. The onus on Munchkin, and he wins the duel out. Gen.G get to 11.
IGL, VIGL, Munchkin. He's cold. The calling, the mechanics.
So steady. I mean, texture and media. Yeah, Munchkin's the one who wins the 1v1. Boaster had his opportunities, but
it was so close. One more bullet, Doug. One more. Is that what this is going to come down to?
2 more rounds for Gen.G.
But another weird scrappy buy.
And look at Gen.G's. They bought 2 outlaws going into this.
I mean, their economy is
Concealment.
more than flourished.
Yeah, it's thriving. These Guardians in the hands of Durka and Leo really feel like the only win con they have.
Poison orb emitting.
Durka's been relatively quiet this half. That knife should have tagged 2. Fnatic rotate over.
Poison orb emitting.
They do have 4 players towards this A side of the map. What can they do with it, though?
They're going to slam into this, and Boaster's here on the other side. Patient on the first. The dash is there. The knives come through, and now high ground. But Alfier plucks him out of the sky. So does Leo. 5 HP as he stays alive. Munchkin will fall. The guns come through. We're tied once more.
Finally, the force buy works in their favor. I've been questioning it all game long. Why are we buying every round? Why are we fighting fire with fire against Gen.G? But just when their backs were against the ropes, they bring it back.
I mean, if that door's not open,
yeah,
who knows how that goes.
They made every dollar count. A faster approach into this round from Gen.G. I don't think we've seen them up mid this quickly.
At least initially, that's the plan, but they slow things down. The middle of the map has been such a contested area these last couple of rounds. And now Gen.G with the lean B. Durka playing his cheeky off angle. They have all of this Cypher utility here. Meanwhile, Alfier's playing on the other side.
That's the info. Does Durka go for this little off angle? Does he peek on a timing? Oh, he goes down to Texture.
He's caught. Now it's on Alfier to try to rotate back again by himself. No real help. Cannot steady the crosshair. Gen.G have so much control over the site, and it's only gotten worse now that the wall goes up.
Standing ahead.
Boaster has to find the timing, but Munchkin's already looking back.
Yeah, he's just gonna get clothesline, man. That bullet's going right into his ear.
This has to be a save.
Planted.
They're too far up, though. I don't think there's any room for them to get out. Gen.G gets a series point.
Match point.
What a map, what an entry for Texture yet again. 21 and 14. With no signs of slowing down. He had a rough first map, but he always brings it back. He's always here. He always turns up for his team. The IGLing from Munchkin.
It's been ridiculous.
Hunter's Fury available for Lakia. No ults online for Fnatic. And a Spectre on Boaster. And it's gonna be a B hit off the first 20 seconds of the round. We haven't seen this at all.
Oh, and Alfier didn't see it either. Never had a shot. Can Durka steady the waters? No, he falls. Gen.G's attack half has been beautiful. And in what looks like the last round, that might have been their best call of them all. The Cosmic Divide goes up, Chronicle goes down. Leo and Boast are forced to go in aggressively. No armor on either. Gen.G finishing touches on this, barring a miracle. Can Boaster and Leo extend? No, no, they cannot. Boaster's put in a corner and he will fall. Gen.G pick up right where they left off. Group stages, playoffs, it doesn't matter. They're here to play.
What an exclamation point on an incredible match. They've won it. Hard-fought battle for Fnatic. But it's back to the drawing boards for them. And Texture on these entries, he was unbelievable.
I mean, the entire attack half was ridiculous. They did everything so well. They left Fnatic guessing. It's this slow contact approach that lulls you to sleep, right? You're just waiting for the contact. You're waiting for when they're going to strike. And then when you least expect it, you get punched in the mouth. And that's how they close the map.
You can't help but feel like Fnatic, when they watch this one over, they're going to be like, why did we not get the operator online our defensive side? Why did we not have somebody holding a lane, waiting for that walk-in, waiting for that contact, for the counter punch?
Gen.G have taken a bow in front of this crowd many times, and I can't help but think they're going to be doing it many more. When we take a look at some of these moments one more time. I mean, there's conversation about the entire series, but I think it all boils down to the same thing. Texture was a monster. The double duelist comp caused so many problems. And honestly, Gen.G's calling kept Fnatic on the back foot the entire time.
Yeah, the double, the triple alerts that were activated on this last map of Breeze. It's so hard to play against. They force you into taking these 50-50 fights, and if they go in their favor, I mean, it just feels so impossible to play against.
That probably felt like the best, the prettiest attack side I think I've seen from Gen.G all tournament. They had Gen.G sprinklings in it. They had a little bit of FPX in there. Like, I loved what I saw there. But man, Fnatic, they had some really big moments too, man. We got to give them some credit.
Yeah.
Because they pushed Gen.G. I think there were a lot of people who expected Gen.G to win this series, but Fnatic pushed them all the way to the end.
Fnatic have a good chance of making a lowers run here.
And it would be the Fnatic way, to be honest.
Yeah.
Just to keep it interesting, to keep you all on the edge of your seat. Gen.G again. They were successful in Swiss stages. They're successful in the playoffs. We're going to pop over to the Verizon post-match interview with Texture.
Oh, what a crazy series that was. I'm now joined by Texture from Gen.G for a post-match interview, and Jen is going to be here to do some translations as well. 我们现在邀请 Texture 选手在台上做一个采访，还有 Jen 会帮我做一下韩语的翻译。第一个问题我想问你是，我听说在马德里的时候你就想跟 Fnatic 交手了，那你现在把他们顺利的打败以后，对这个队有什么样的评论 ？I heard even as early as back in Madrid when Fnatic didn't make it to the stage, you still wanted to face them, and now you've played against them and defeated them as well. What are your thoughts on Fnatic as a team?
푸나틱이 마드리드에 못 왔을 때도 젠지가 푸나틱을 만나보고 싶다라고 얘기를 했었는데 오늘 드디어 만나서 심지어 푸나틱을 꺾었잖아요. 만나보니까 어땠나요?
솔직히 마드리드 때 스크림은 좀 해본 적이 있어서 근데 결과가 조금 좋았었거든요. 근데 그래서 좀 자신감이 있었는데 근데 그래도 확실히 푸나틱은 푸나틱이다라는 걸 많이 느꼈습니다.
Well, we scrimmed Fnatic a little bit when we were in Madrid, and the results were pretty good from our side. So we were confident going into today's match. But you know, having played them, I got to see why Fnatic are Fnatic.
Oh wow！他说他们在马德里的时候 ，Fnatic 没有在那儿，但是他们在练习赛的时候跟他们的打过一两次。那个时候他们的结果是比 Gen.G 还好了一点。然后他现在觉得跟他们在台上交后以后，他现在已经懂了为什么 Fnatic 是 Fnatic。第二个问题是我们在抽签的时候没有人选择你们，我想问问你对这个这个选择很惊讶吗？你觉得当时是不是觉得别的队会选你们？I wanted to ask you, obviously when we had the draw show, nobody chose you. You were the last team. You had no choice but to face Fnatic. Were you surprised by that decision? Did you think that maybe some of the teams would have chosen you?
이제 드로우쇼 때 아무도 젠지를 픽하지 않아서 푸나틱과 만나게 됐잖아요. 좀 예상을 했었는지 아니면은 아무도 젠지를 뽑지 않았다는 게 오히려 놀라웠는지 어떤 생각이 들었는지 궁금합니다.
조금 자만인데 솔직히 남을 줄 알았어요. 남을 줄 알았는데 상대가 푸나틱일 거라고는 잘 생각 못했던 것 같습니다.
I don't want to come across as being too cocky, but I knew that we were going to be the last one left from that draw, but we didn't know that it was going to be Fnatic that we were going to play.
他说这不想让别人觉得他说的话太大了，但是他也觉得他们肯定是没有人想选择他们的队，但是他没有那个时候没想到会 Fnatic 是他们的对手。最后一个问题是，你们在很多难关的时候保持的心态非常非常的稳。我想问问你们是怎么这样做到的 ？I want to ask you, in certain situations when things get really, really hard, your mental is so good, you're always so calm and strong. How do you guys maintain this level?
아무리 접전이라고 해도 젠지 선수들이 참 침착하게 그리고 멘탈 관리를 잘하는 것 같거든요. 비결이 뭘까요?
그거는 사실 그냥 저희가 저희를 잘 믿는 것 같아요. 그냥 서로. 그리고 또 자신을 좀 잘 믿어서 그냥 콜도 좀 침착하게 돌고 그리고 또 잘 들어주고 그렇게 그냥 상황에 맞게 잘 움직여서 그런 것 같습니다.
Just trusting in each other, you know, trusting the teammates, I think, because, you know, when things are getting hot, our comms are flowing very well. We also give good calls and we also listen to each other when those calls are happening. So I guess that's how we stay collected.
他说他们在彼此的队友们上有很多的信心，然后沟通的那边做的也很出色。他们是自己知道得做自己的事情，所以就是这个原因，他们的心态保持得很稳。Thank you very much, Texture. 谢谢 Thank you very much, Jen as well. We'll see you in the next round. Oh, today's game was absolutely crazy, but that's not over because we have more from playoffs coming up in the next week.
Welcome back, everyone, and wow, what a day! We all got our stuffed animals, so we're all vibing, hanging out, having a good time here. like Gen.G, for example,
Yeah,
picked up a massive
they
win.
won 5, and that was an intense game, but they pulled it off in the end. That second half of Breeze was so impressive. Some great decision making on their attacking side, and man, just their executes with this comp are incredible.
Executes. Oh my God, I cannot believe that I actually enjoyed a map of Breeze. It was so intense, but it was so clean. And as they were saying in the interview, there was a lot of chaos, but the communication was flowing so well. Like everything was so meticulously measured.
When you
It
watch
was beautiful.
this team at their best, you can just like tell that all the players are in like such a flow state together. In particular, the way that Meteor is entering into the site with texture amid all this chaos and all this utility, but they're pathing together so well. It really shows the experience, the synergy, the practice for Gen.G. And I think beating Fnatic today really proves that they're a contender in this
Hear me
tournament.
out. For next time, in 2 maps. That's the homework that I'm sending for Gen.G. Just win map one.
Win map one, and we're
That's it.
good,
And then,
you know?
And then we'll be on the
vibing.
train. We'll be like so on the hype.
Yeah. I do want to say, though, of the, us three in the room here,
Yeah.
100% right today.
With your Preds?
With my Preds, that's right.
Was I wrong?
Yeah.
I predicted Fnatic. I was wrong.
But
Were
in
we wrong on the first
bracketology,
series, too?
in bracketology, we were correct.
Really?
Oh, look at that. Look at
Hedging
that.
our bets.
I like that. Inconsistencies where it fits you best.
I just made it so we could not be wrong.
Yeah,
She's
unbelievable.
wise.
They're wrong or right. Don't matter the circumstances. Anyway, folks, let's go ahead and take a look at our bracket with the first day of playoffs in the books. We have 100 Thieves and Gen.G moving on, and they will square off later on. Still to come, though, of course, is the top part of the bracket. We got PRX versus G2, and then it's going to be the hometown heroes in EDG, the last remaining Chinese team taking on the Heretics, which is going to be an awesome matchup. You can see the schedule there on your screen, folks. You're going to kick off the day with PaperX versus G2. I have no idea what to expect with that one. And then, as we mentioned, Heretics versus EDG. That crowd is probably going to be electric when
Not
that team makes the
probably.
way. Oh, they will be.
Guarantee
They
it
will be. Yes.
Money back guarantee. And PaperX as well.
Guarantee, okay.
I don't know whose money
like
I'd
a
give
3
back.
o'clock ad on TV, you know, money back guarantee. Oh man, but yeah, I mean, what a
Biden's
day!
my scam.
What a day it has been, though. I mean, honestly, with Gen.G winning, you know, we have our first seed team falling down to the lower bracket. I mean, that's going to start to become a shark pit very, very quickly in that lower.
I think it already is with Fnatic down there. That is a team who has proven before to be able to make runs happen at these international tournaments.
Yeah, exactly. And tomorrow, seeing the next 2 top seeds, I want to know how that's going to phase, because now Fnatic are in a position where they might have flown all this time, even waited here to play on the playoffs, and then just lose a couple of matches and go home.
Also, we're seeing some
It is
real
what it is.
contenders
Yeah.
come out. Like 100 Thieves looked
Yes.
They look
incredible
scary.
today.
Yes.
Like they didn't skip a beat from Americas. The prep against FUT was on point. I'm super hype on that team.
100
But I'm also
Thieves,
so
Gen.G.
hype on PaperX. I'm so excited to watch them debut tomorrow.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see.
Especially playing in Asia to try and get like the first trophy for any Asian team.
Yeah, I mean, we're right there.
We're
Like,
right
we're so
there.
close to a potential Pacific championship. We can only hope,
We've
of
been
course.
there
And by
before,
Alex,
Alex.
before,
We've been
though.
there before.
We've been much closer before.
That's very true. It's very true. But like, I mean, Gen.G looked really strong. PaperX looked really strong. EDG looked really
I don't know
strong.
if I'm off the goop, but I really think PaperX and Gen.G are both like top 3 teams in this event.
You know what? I mean, you're probably right. I mean, especially with the way that Gen.G played today. But somewhere, Kilios, who is Seth or Kilios, depends. Somewhere he's telling you to stop. He's asking you to stop.
I'm going to keep going. Pacific is winning this event.
This guy right here. All right. Well, in any case, folks, that is going to do it for us today. We thank you so much for joining us. It has been quite a way to kick off playoffs. 100 Thieves move on in dominant fashion. Gen.G manages to eke one out against Fnatic. Fnatic in the lowers. It's going to be interesting. FUT in the lowers as well. We'll see how they recover. There's so much to come, but that is going to do it for us today. But be sure to join us right here tomorrow for 2 amazing matches, and we will see you soon. Catch you later, guys.
Bye.
Go ahead. You know, they close the show whenever you want.
It's EDG day.
No, how could you throw the Bears?
Oh my goodness.
4 teams have been eliminated from the competition. 4 teams have fought their way out of the Swiss stage. But today, the 4 #1 seeds enter the competition. It's playoff time in Shanghai, baby. We're about to see a great matchup between 2 incredible teams. The bombastic 100 Thieves going up against the ambitious FUT. What a way to kick off the playoffs.
Takes a little bit, but Asuna getting himself boosted back over the top, able to find 1, swings out, notes that there's a player behind him, he's able to find 3, but out of captain, Mr. Pollen finding 1 apiece, swap over to the classic, and Asuna suddenly on for the ace! There it is, they almost aligned for him, but either way, he finds the opening kill, and Bang is quick with a response, quick with a follow-up. An aggressive off, able to find 1 as Cry's gonna be taken down, but Gen.G just plus forwarding in towards the site, ends up falling down. Still 2 players to try to hold it. There's just not enough time at the moment left in the bank as Bang collects himself a 3rd. The follow-up, Lucio taken down. Little jump peek, EU well back here at Snowman, able to find 2 kills. What? And Cryo gets Mr. Fallen. 13-2, 100 Thieves, welcome to the playoffs.
They looked absolutely insane.
The play is going to be coming through. The play now coming through. There's the C's. There's the orbital up over the top, and Cryo collects 2. Finds himself a 3rd as Cracks does get taken down. Bang to the box. He's on for the ace, but can't quite find it. Asuna looking for the entry there, unable to find it, but Lucio able to put Cracks down. EU now going to be taken down, but Cryo arriving. Bring this back into a 2v2. Oh my god.
Yo, this shit's super.
Collects the kill, tapping to the spike, a little bit of spray across. Asuna just fishing for something. Lucio able to find 1. Orbital strike now going to be coming through, and Cryo collects another 2 kills. I don't think they have any read on this whatsoever. There's the first one to fall. Another 3-piece.
Yo, come on.
13-5, 100 Thieves kick off the playoffs 2-0.
Destruction, absolute destruction.
You got Gen.G versus Fnatic, the matchup that I think everyone had an inclination we were probably going to end up seeing after the pick'ems came out. And this is exactly what we've been treated to here. 2 fantastic squads needed to bring their A game here to open up the playoffs.
With the numbers advantage. Oh, Leo! He's the only one with a rifle, though. He's got to find value. And they all crumble. Every single brick will fall.
As I say that.
Is this where they start? Alfier with 3. Boasters left alone. Munchkin clean with it. Woo. Short calls Boasters bluff. Tempting him into the swing, but not able to connect. Fnatic walk into Gen.G's playground and take map 1. The nade forcing Kara to get out onto the swing, getting the best of Alfier, but still 10 seconds left. They still haven't gotten the spike down. Leo's gonna have to do it on his own. Munchkin spotting him. Karon cleaning him up. Alfier thirded! And 2 fall. Landing onto the 3rd is Alfier. It's gotta be now. The mobility too much, but Alfier holding the line. The pit invested. Leo hunting. He's gotta push forward. He's managed to find a window, but he's hunted out. 13-10, the way of Gen.G, and we're going the distance. He's so surrounded, but he still gets another, and now Locky over the top. Meteor arrives straight into his death. Crosshair cannot snap. Chronicle with 4 as Fnatic get to 5. They've gotten a couple of kills here, but it seems like Fnatic will be able to avoid disaster. Even the ones that they've lost will be reinvested.
Guns on the edge, just screaming at them, man.
And now Munchkin on the swing. Ah, he's been caught. He's been spotted. Boaster with the shots as Fnatic will get their 10.
Come on, man! Sit down! 下坐！坐下！坐下！
He can't really play around it. He's got to stay on the side. Leo cannot settle the shots. He's gonna have to figure it out on his own, and Locky gets his 3rd. Gen.G pick up right where they left off. Group stages, playoffs, it doesn't matter. They're here to play.
What an exclamation point on an incredible match. They've won it.
Trying to lose track of the sirens. Trying to make my way back to the silence.
I keep on trying. On a one-way street, you got me surrounded.